Welcome to this quiet corner where shadows whisper and time slows. Tonight, I'm here to guide you toward a deeper kind of rest. Many of you seek solace here, a gentle drift into slumber, before you settle too deeply into the creeping quiet. Perhaps consider lending a small, silent token of appreciation, a subtle nod to the journey ahead. Let me know, if you wish, from what distant place you listen, and what hour the old clock strikes there. We always appreciate knowing where our echoes reach. Now, let the night gather around you. Take a slow, deep breath, and allow yourself to truly relax. Close your eyes, if you dare. Our first tale begins now. Light bled through the harsh winters of a quiet, historic region, thin and pale, like a wound refusing to heal beneath layers of ice and memory. In a small, historic town, where old, stately homes with their gables and intricate trim seemed to squat beneath leaden, heavy skies, an elderly woman spent her days. Her name was Adelaide, though time had softened the edges of her identity, leaving her largely defined by the quiet rhythm of her days within these ancient walls. She was perpetually wrapped in memories, as thick and comforting as the wool afghans her own mother had crocheted decades ago, each loop a stitched moment, each faded hue a whispered echo of a lifelong past. She had lived in this grand old house, a structure with more creaks than actual conversations, since the late 1960s, a time when the world seemed simpler, brighter. That was before the profound silences had begun to accumulate, before the rooms had grown quiet, one by one. Her late husband, a man whose presence had once filled every corner with a gentle, steady warmth, had still been alive then, and their son, a vibrant, curious boy, had filled these very halls with the joyful, boundless sound of laughter, a melody that now existed only in the private symphony of her mind, now deep into her 78th year. Adelaide had developed a peculiar, almost intimate relationship with silence itself. It wasn't merely the absence of sound, a void to be filled. It was a living entity, a subtle companion whose presence she could discern, whose various textures she had learned to identify with a quiet connoisseurship. She noticed the hollow, almost brittle quiet of early mornings before the town truly awoke, a silence so vast it felt as though the world itself were still dreaming, untouched. Then came the drowsy stillness of afternoon sunlight, filtering through the intricate patterns of her lace curtains, painting slow, shifting gold onto the worn Persian rug. This afternoon quiet held a gentle, almost tender quality, thick with unspoken thoughts and the slow drift of dust motes in the sunbeams. But heaviest of all, most profound, was the heavy hush that descended after midnight. In those deep, insomniac hours, the old house seemed to hold its breath, its ancient timbers groaning softly, as if sharing a secret with the enveloping darkness. Today, though, the silence held a different quality entirely. It was expectant, almost electric, humming with a subtle tension just beneath its quiet surface. It was like the hushed, pregnant pause just before an orchestra begins to play its first, resonant, inevitable note, a moment charged with an almost unbearable anticipation, a feeling Adelaide found herself acutely aware of, though she couldn't quite articulate why. The house itself had, over the many years, transcended its role as mere dwelling. It had become a kind of companion, a silent confidant to her solitary vigil. She knew its moods, its subtle seasonal shifts, with an intimacy that surpassed human connection. In the dead of winter, for instance, the old bathroom pipes would complain, a cacophony of groans and sighs that reminded her of arthritic joints stiffening in the cold, a feeling she understood all too well in her own aging bones. Spring, with its deceptive freshness, inevitably brought new leaks to discover, tiny, persistent damp spots on ceilings and walls, each one a subtle reminder of time's relentless, slow decay. Summer, with its humid embrace, made the ancient wood of the house swell, until the back door, stiff and stubborn, needed a firm shoulder to close, a gentle but insistent nudge against its resistance. And autumn, with its riot of fiery colours that eventually turned to muted browns, always filled the gutters with leaves that her late husband would have meticulously cleared away. Every single one, long before they could ever become a problem. Now, they simply accumulated, a soft, decaying reminder of absence, a quiet sigh of what was no longer. Every crack in the plaster, every faded pattern on the wallpaper, every worn patch on the antique rug, every subtle scent that clung to the air, each held some faint, lingering memory. They were echoes, not just of the tangible life they had meticulously built here, but of the very essence of the family they had been in its vibrant, messy entirety. And within those echoes, too, were the profound losses that had shaped them, carved deep into the very structure of her existence, into the heart of the house itself. The house was not merely a dwelling, it was a repository of time, a living archive of a lifetime of love and sorrow, a silent witness to every joy, every tear, every unspoken hope. It held these memories gently, steadfastly, as she herself held them within the chambers of her own enduring heart. Adelaide remained seated in what she still instinctively called her late husband's chair, though the gentle, sturdy man had been gone for 18 long years, his presence a fading warmth against the upholstery, her arthritic fingers, gnarled by time and countless tasks, worked meticulously on the Sunday crossword puzzle. It was Wednesday, and she had saved this particular puzzle, a small, deliberate act of defiance against the relentless march of days, a personal ritual like so many others she had slowly accumulated over the decades. These small, familiar tasks were her anchors. She knew, weighted against the relentless, indifferent tide of time that threatened to sweep her away into an endless sea of memory. Outside the tall, unwashed windows, the raw, biting wind of the current month rattled the bare, skeletal branches of the ancient trees. They clawed at the glass, a frantic, whispering sound against the panes that desperately needed cleaning. "I'll get to that in spring," she murmured to herself. The words a familiar, gentle lie, a promise she made each year, knowing with a quiet certainty that she probably wouldn't. The task felt too monumental now, too much like wrestling with the past. In the corner of the sitting room, the old radiator, a sentinel of warmth from a bygone era, sighed a long, weary sigh, then pinged softly, a metallic echo in the quiet room. It was a sound that always reminded her, with an almost painful clarity, of her son, of her lost boy, tapping his spoon, insistent and eager, against the side of his cereal bowl, a small, rhythmic clatter that marked the joyous beginning of another day in his early school years. She had learned, over the long, desolate stretch of 53 years, to live with such memories, to let them wash over her, gentle and persistent as waves, without letting them pull her under, without drowning in the vast, deep ocean of grief. 53 years was an eternity, long enough, she had found, to develop certain fragile defenses, even against the relentless, gnawing pain of loss. Her mind had become a carefully constructed fortress, each memory a guarded chamber, each emotion a locked door, her pencil a stubby, well-used tool, hovered over the empty squares of 23 across. The clue read what we seek in darkness, 44. The answer, she mused, could have been lost time, or cold hope, or any number of abstract, melancholic things that the cryptic clue probably didn't intend. Her mind, however, always seemed to veer towards such answers now, drawn by an invisible current. Before she could decide, before the answer could fully form on the tip of her lead, her gaze, as if guided by an unseen hand, drifted towards the wall calendar. It still hung there, stubbornly displaying the previous month, its pages a silent testament to forgotten days. The current month was already well underway, its days slipping past like ghosts in the periphery. Her son, her bright, curious boy, had always been the one to flip the pages for her. He would stand on tiptoe, a small, determined figure, stretching to reach the top edge. "It's a new month. Mama," he would announce, his voice ringing with a pure, unadulterated joy, as if he had just discovered something truly miraculous, a fresh beginning laid out just for them. The memory, a delicate spark, ignited a cascade of others as memories. She knew, tended to do when one had lived long enough to accumulate them. She remembered the precise, almost obsessive way he would arrange his peas in perfect, concentric circles on his plate. A tiny artist in the making. His serious, utterly focused expression when helping her water the houseplants, carefully counting each drop of water from the watering can, so none would get too much. And the time he'd earnestly tried to teach their old, bewildered house cat arithmetic, drawing invisible numbers in the air with a piece of string, his brow furrowed with the immense gravity of the lesson. Her gaze, now heavy with these bittersweet recollections, drifted across the worn, familiar surfaces of the front hall. The large, ornate mirror, an original fixture to the house. Her late husband had proudly told her when they'd first moved in, caught the one fading afternoon light. It reflected the room in a way that always made her own reflection seem subtly, unsettlingly wrong, as if she were looking at someone standing just a fraction of a second, a hair's breadth, behind herself. It was a peculiar effect, one she had noticed countless times. She had meant to replace it years ago, this unnerving looking glass, but like so many things in this old house, it had simply become part of its character, one of its many quaint, slightly unsettling peculiarities. Sometimes, in the quiet, reflective hours when day slowly bled into evening, painting the world in shades of melancholy grey, she caught herself actively avoiding it, averting her eyes from its depths. Today, though, something about the mirror drew her attention, an almost magnetic pull she couldn't resist. Perhaps it was merely the way the afternoon light, now taking on a more spectral quality, fell across its surface. Or perhaps, she chided herself, it was just her mind, always playing tricks on her now, making phantoms from shadows in her old age. But she could have sworn, with a certainty that chilled her, that she saw a flicker of movement in its dark, reflective depths. Not a clear image, but a swift, fleeting impression, like a child running past an open doorway, a fleeting shadow darting just at the edge of perception. She turned, of course, her head snapping around with an unexpected swiftness, her gaze sweeping the empty hall. She found nothing but the settling dust motes and the deepening shadows. She chided herself then, a weary, familiar reprimand for letting her imagination, a dangerous companion in her solitude, get the better of her, especially at her age. Such foolishness, she thought, to conjure ghosts from old glass and fading light. The telephone, an ancient rotary model hanging on the kitchen wall, suddenly shattered the contemplation, its sharp, insistent rings slicing through the quiet afternoon. The sound was as sudden and unexpected as a thunderclap in a clear, silent sky, making her jump, her heart giving a small, startled flutter in her chest. Adelaide did not hurry to answer it. At her age, she mused, few calls were truly urgent. They were usually just her kind grandson checking in, a comforting ritual, or the women from the local parish organizing yet another potluck, their voices bright with well-meaning cheer. She marked her place in the puzzle with a torn corner of an old envelope, a small paper anchor against the rising tide of unease, and began to make her slow, deliberate way towards the kitchen, towards the old rotary phone that hung there. A dark, silent spider in its intricate web of wires. The move to the quiet settlement had seemed like the answer to a parent's prayers when she first discovered the listing that spring morning, her laptop screen glowing with a soft, ethereal light in the pre-dawn darkness of her city apartment. The tranquil valley embodied everything she had hoped for when deciding to leave the bustling metropolis after the unraveling of her marriage. Quiet streets, lined with ancient trees that had witnessed a century of seasons. A main thoroughfare that looked like a film set for a movie about simpler times, and the kind of deeply rooted history that spoke of permanence and stability, things her young daughter desperately needed after watching her parents' union crumble like a sandcastle at high tide. The divorce itself had been civil enough on the surface, a veneer of polite parting, but the mother knew better than most how deceptive such surfaces could be. Her former husband had moved out on a quiet weekday morning, leaving behind half-empty closets and a daughter who had retreated into a profound silence for nearly 3 weeks. Each evening, the child would sit at her window, watching the street with an intensity that pierced the mother's heart, though she never articulated what or who she was waiting for. Sometimes, the mother would find the child's room empty in the mornings, only to discover her daughter curled up in her father's old reading chair, clutching one of his forgotten sweaters, as if drawing comfort from a phantom presence. The old house, a grand Victorian with good bones, had captured her imagination instantly. Its price seemed almost too reasonable to pass up, even accounting for the considerable work it clearly needed. The real estate agent, a thin woman with anxious eyes and hands that never quite ceased their restless, nervous movements, had shown them through the rooms on a grey autumn afternoon, when the light itself seemed hesitant to enter the tall, imposing windows. "It has an attic, Mommy," the daughter had exclaimed during that first viewing, her small face lighting up with a kind of genuine, unburdened excitement the mother hadn't seen since before the separation. A real attic, like in books. The real estate agent's reaction had been subtle, a mere tightening of her shoulders, a quick, almost imperceptible darting of those nervous eyes towards the ceiling. She had quickly, almost too quickly, steered them towards the kitchen, her voice taking on the unnaturally bright, almost chirpy tone of someone determined to change the subject, to discuss the updated appliances as if they held the key to all happiness. But the child had continued to crane her neck, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, searching for signs of the attic access with an intensity that, in retrospect, should have given the mother pause. It was a single, unwavering focus that felt almost too sharp for a child so young. At the time, though, the mother had embraced her daughter's sudden enthusiasm as a profound gift. After months of watching the child withdraw into herself, speaking only in monosyllables and picking listlessly at her food, any spark of interest, any glimmer of joy, felt like a blessing from whatever unseen forces watched over parents struggling through such difficult transitions. Later, during the arduous closing process, the mother had noticed other oddities. The previous owners had moved out with an unusual, almost frantic haste, leaving behind furniture they bizarrely claimed wouldn't fit their new, presumably smaller, home. The real estate agent's typically chatty demeanor turned evasive whenever the mother, driven by a faint, unbidden curiosity, inquired about the house's history. The property disclosure forms contained peculiar gaps, sections filled out with meticulously worded phrases that managed to say absolutely nothing while subtly implying everything. Yet, the price remained undeniably right, and the daughter's enthusiasm for the old house never wavered. If anything, it grew stronger with each visit, until she was practically vibrating with anticipation on the day they finally moved in. The mother had attributed it, then, to the natural appeal of a grand, old house to an imaginative child. After all, what 7-year-old wouldn't be enchanted by curved banisters, cozy window seats, and mysterious doors that hinted at unexpected places? The first few weeks of their new life had gone well enough. The daughter seemed to bloom in the new environment, spending hours exploring the house's countless nooks and crannies with the detailed, focused attention only a child can muster. She made intricate maps of the rooms in her careful, childish handwriting, marking spots she declared interesting with bright red crayon stars. Most of those stars, the mother noted with a gentle smile, clustered around the attic. The attic itself had required significant cleaning before the mother would allow her daughter to play there unsupervised. Years of accumulated dust, thick as a shroud, had coated every surface. The air carried a peculiar sweetness, subtle but persistent, that reminded the mother vaguely of dried flowers and forgotten perfume, a scent clinging to the shadows. She had spent a full, laborious weekend up there, sorting through abandoned belongings, remnants of lives long past, and sweeping away cobwebs that seemed to reappear, impossibly, as soon as her back was turned. When her daughter first mentioned an imaginary friend, a girl named Emily, the mother hadn't worried. The literature on children and divorce was clear. On this point, imaginary companions were a normal coping mechanism, particularly for only children processing major life changes. The divorce had been undeniably hard on her daughter, and if she needed to create a companion, an unseen presence to help her cope. The mother certainly wouldn't discourage it. It was, she thought, a harmless balm for a wounded soul. But the unseen companion, this Emily, wasn't quite like other imaginary friends. Was she? The mother's fingers, almost unconsciously, tightened around the worn photograph in her hand as memories from the past months flickered through her mind, fragmented and unsettling, like images from a broken film projector. The changes had been so gradual, so subtle at first, that she had almost convinced herself they weren't happening at all. Almost a careful architecture of denial, built brick by careful brick, now threatened to crumble with each whispered recollection. It began, imperceptibly, with the child's speech patterns. Small things at first, easily dismissed by a parent eager for signs of recovery. An unusual word choice here, a formally structured sentence there, the kind of phrases that might make a mother proudly think her child was simply reading above her grade level, maturing beyond her years. But these small alterations accumulated, like soft snow building into something that could no longer be ignored, something that had weight and presence. One simply doesn't wear ribbons with this style of collar, the child had announced one morning, smoothing her newly severe hairstyle with hands that moved in unfamiliar, almost precise patterns. Her voice, usually soft and lilting, had taken on a crisp, almost authoritative tone. Emily says it simply isn't done. The mother had paused, a spoon halfway to her own lips, a strange prickle of unease brushing her skin. Then, the toys had appeared. They materialized in the child's room, not with the joyous chaos of new playthings, but with the quiet, unsettling presence of artifacts surfacing in disturbed ancient soil. First came a porcelain doll, its glass eyes unsettlingly realistic, seeming to follow the mother's movements with a serene, unchanging gaze. Its cream-colored dress, once vibrant, was now yellowed with age. The mother had found it sitting on the child's dresser one morning in late autumn, though she knew with absolute certainty she had cleared the attic of all such items during their initial, thorough cleaning. The doll's painted lips seemed to shift, either smiling or frowning, depending on how the weak morning light struck them, an unsettling optical illusion. Emily gave her to me, the child had explained when questioned, her voice taking on that dreamy, far-away quality that had become increasingly common. She says I'm ready to take proper care of her things now, just like the others were. The mother's skin prickled again at the peculiar phrasing, the implied continuity, the suggestion of previous caretakers. But the child had already turned away, humming a tune the mother almost recognized, a melody that seemed to drift from somewhere very long ago, just at the edge of her memory. More toys followed, each appearing without explanation or discernible source. A tin soldier, with a painted uniform whose colors matched no army the mother could identify, stood guard on the child's windowsill, his tiny rifle pointed not outward at imaginary enemies, but inward, toward the room itself. A mechanical monkey, its clockwork innards producing a discordant, grating tune that set the mother's teeth on edge, appeared on the bookshelf, its brass key turning slowly on its own when no one was watching. A miniature tea set with delicate hand-painted roses materialized in the corner cabinet, roses whose painted thorns, somehow, drew drops of blood no matter how carefully one handled the tiny cups, leaving rust-colored stains that never quite washed away, no matter how vigorously the mother scrubbed. Each time, the child offered the same explanation: they were Emily's toys, shared with her special friend. Each time, the mother searched the attic, her flashlight beam cutting through the dusty gloom, but found no source for these antique playthings. They seemed to materialize from the very shadows of the old house, each one carrying the weight of decades, perhaps centuries, in its worn surfaces and faded colors, a silent testament to lives long past. The mother began to notice other changes in her daughter, subtle but profound. The child's movements became more deliberate, her gestures carrying a strange grace that seemed borrowed from another time, another persona. She developed peculiar habits, insisting on wearing high-collared dresses, taking her tea with milk but no sugar, arranging her hair with a methodical precision each morning that felt almost ritualistic. Small things, perhaps, but they added up, creating a portrait of a child who was slowly, inexorably becoming someone else. A quiet alarm, a primal maternal instinct, began to scream warnings in the mother's mind, low and insistent. Then came the knowledge, things the child couldn't possibly know, yet spoke of with casual, unsettling certainty. The child's father cried for weeks when he lost his purple rabbit at the park when he was little. The child had said one morning over breakfast, stirring her oatmeal in perfect, concentric circles, "Emily says it made him sad for years and years. He used to dream about finding it, but he never did." The mother had nearly dropped her coffee cup. Her former husband had never mentioned any lost toy from his childhood. A detail so intimate, so specific. But when she had called him, his shocked silence on the other end of the line had confirmed the truth. How could her daughter have known that had been the first incident? But it was far from the last. The child began speaking of other things she couldn't have known. Details about the old house, about the quiet settlement, about their own family history, secrets long buried. Each revelation came wrapped in the same chilling explanation. Emily told me. The revelations grew darker as winter settled over the secluded region, spreading its white shroud across the valley. The child spoke of deaths that had occurred in the house, of secrets buried deep within its ancient walls, of other children who had lived there and then vanished without explanation. Her stories emerged in fragments, usually at twilight, when the shadows began their slow, creeping dance across the walls of the living room. "Did you know about the twins?" she asked one evening in deep December, her small fingers tracing patterns on the frosted window pane. "The ones who lived here nearly a century ago. Emily says they love to play hide and seek." The child's reflection smiled in the glass. But something about the expression, a subtle shift in the eyes, made the mother's chest tighten with a cold dread. "They were very good at hiding," the child continued, her voice soft, almost dreamy. "So good that no one ever found them." The mother, desperate to understand, tried to research these unsettling stories, but the town's historical records proved surprisingly incomplete. Files had been lost to time or neglect. Newspapers from certain crucial years were mysteriously missing, and the long-time residents, when pressed, grew uncomfortable and evasive when she asked too many questions. A woman at the Historical Society would change the subject whenever the mother mentioned the old house. An elderly neighbor, who had lived next door for 6 decades, suddenly became hard of hearing when she tried to inquire about previous residents. Even the local public library seemed to resist her investigations. Books about the town's history would be mysteriously misshelved when she looked for them, and the antiquated microfiche reader invariably broke down whenever she tried to access newspapers from certain specific years. The librarian, a thin woman with wire-rimmed glasses, who bore an unsettling resemblance to the nervous real estate agent, would only say, her voice barely above a whisper, that some things were better left in the past. The unseen companion, this Emily, wasn't quite like other imaginary friends. Was she the mother's fingers, almost unconsciously, tightened around the worn photograph in her hand as memories from the past months flickered through her mind, fragmented and unsettling, like images from a broken film projector. The changes had been so gradual, so subtle at first, that she had almost convinced herself they weren't happening at all. Almost. A careful architecture of denial, built brick by careful brick, now threatened to crumble with each whispered recollection. It began, imperceptibly, with the child's speech patterns. Small things at first, easily dismissed by a parent eager for signs of recovery. An unusual word choice here, a formally structured sentence there, the kind of phrases that might make a mother proudly think her child was simply reading above her grade level, maturing beyond her years. But these small alterations accumulated, like soft snow building into something that could no longer be ignored, something that had weight and presence. One simply doesn't wear ribbons with this style of collar, the child had announced one morning, smoothing her newly severe hairstyle with hands that moved in unfamiliar, almost precise patterns. Her voice, usually soft and lilting, had taken on a crisp, almost authoritative tone. Emily says it simply isn't done. The mother had paused, a spoon halfway to her own lips, a strange prickle of unease brushing her skin. Then, the toys had appeared. They materialized in the child's room, not with the joyous chaos of new playthings, but with the quiet, unsettling presence of artifacts surfacing in disturbed, ancient soil. First came a porcelain doll, its glass eyes unsettlingly realistic, seeming to follow the mother's movements with a serene, unchanging gaze. Its cream-colored dress, once vibrant, was now yellowed with age. The mother had found it sitting on the child's dresser one morning in late autumn. Though she knew with absolute certainty she had cleared the attic of all such items during their initial, thorough cleaning. The doll's painted lips seemed to shift, either smiling or frowning, depending on how the weak morning light struck them. An unsettling optical illusion. Emily gave her to me, the child had explained when questioned, her voice taking on that dreamy, faraway quality that had become increasingly common. She says I'm ready to take proper care of her things now, just like the others were. The mother's skin prickled again at the peculiar phrasing, the implied continuity, the suggestion of previous caretakers, but the child had already turned away, humming a tune the mother almost recognized, a melody that seemed to drift from somewhere very long ago, just at the edge of her memory. More toys followed, each appearing without explanation or discernible source. A tin soldier, with a painted uniform whose colors matched no army the mother could identify, stood guard on the child's windowsill. His tiny rifle pointed not outward at imaginary enemies, but inward, toward the room itself. A mechanical monkey, its clockwork innards producing a discordant, grating tune that set the mother's teeth on edge, appeared on the bookshelf, its brass key turning slowly on its own when no one was watching. A miniature tea set with delicate hand-painted roses materialized in the corner cabinet, roses whose painted thorns, somehow, drew drops of blood, no matter how carefully one handled the tiny cups, leaving rust-colored stains that never quite washed away, no matter how vigorously the mother scrubbed. Each time, the child offered the same explanation: they were Emily's toys, shared with her special friend. Each time, the mother searched the attic, her flashlight beam cutting through the dusty gloom, but found no source for these antique playthings. They seemed to materialize from the very shadows of the old house, each one carrying the weight of decades, perhaps centuries, in its worn surfaces and faded colors, a silent testament to lives long past. The mother began to notice other changes in her daughter, subtle but profound. The child's movements became more deliberate, her gestures carrying a strange grace that seemed borrowed from another time, another persona. She developed peculiar habits, insisting on wearing high-collared dresses, taking her tea with milk but no sugar, arranging her hair with a methodical precision each morning that felt almost ritualistic. Small things, perhaps, but they added up, creating a portrait of a child who was slowly, inexorably, becoming someone else. A quiet alarm, a primal maternal instinct, began to scream warnings in the mother's mind, low and insistent. Then came the knowledge, things the child couldn't possibly know, yet spoke of with casual, unsettling certainty. The child's father cried for weeks when he lost his purple rabbit at the park when he was little, the child had said one morning over breakfast, stirring her oatmeal in perfect, concentric circles. Emily says it made him sad for years and years. He used to dream about finding it, but he never did. The mother had nearly dropped her coffee cup. Her former husband had never mentioned any lost toy from his childhood, a detail so intimate, so specific. But when she had called him, his shocked silence on the other end of the line had confirmed the truth. How could her daughter have known that had been the first incident? But it was far from the last. The child began speaking of other things she couldn't have known, details about the old house, about the quiet settlement, about their own family history, secrets long buried. Each revelation came wrapped in the same chilling explanation. Emily told me. The revelations grew darker as winter settled over the secluded region, spreading its white shroud across the valley. The child spoke of deaths that had occurred in the house, of secrets buried deep within its ancient walls, of other children who had lived there and then vanished without explanation. Her stories emerged in fragments, usually at twilight, when the shadows began their slow, creeping dance across the walls of the living room. "Did you know about the twins?" she asked one evening in the deep December, her small fingers tracing patterns on the frosted window pane. "The ones who lived here nearly a century ago. Emily says they love to play hide and seek." The child's reflection smiled in the glass, but something about the expression, a subtle shift in the eyes, made the mother's chest tighten with a cold dread. "They were very good at hiding," the child continued, her voice soft, almost dreamy. "So good that no one ever found them." The mother, desperate to understand, tried to research these unsettling stories, but the town's historical records proved surprisingly incomplete. Files had been lost to time or neglect. Newspapers from certain crucial years were mysteriously missing, and the long-time residents, when pressed, grew uncomfortable and evasive when she asked too many questions. A woman at the Historical Society would change the subject whenever the mother mentioned the old house. An elderly neighbour who had lived next door for 6 decades suddenly became hard of hearing when she tried to inquire about previous residents. Even the local public library seemed to resist her investigations. Books about the town's history would be mysteriously misshelved when she looked for them, and the antiquated microfiche reader invariably broke down whenever she tried to access newspapers from certain specific years. The librarian, a thin woman with wire-rimmed glasses who bore an unsettling resemblance to the nervous real estate agent, would only say, her voice barely above a whisper, that some things were better left in the past. The house itself, a venerable structure of settled timbers and ancient stone, seemed to change around them, though the mother would have been hard-pressed to explain exactly how. It wasn't a physical renovation, not a structural shift, but something far more insidious, affecting the very air and light within its walls. Rooms felt different at different times of day, their dimensions subtly altered when viewed from certain angles, like a trick of the eye that persisted even when she focused. The grand parlour, in the late afternoon, often seemed to grow longer, stretching away from the tall windows like a shadow reaching for an unseen darkness, making the distance to the far wall feel vast and unbridgeable. Conversely, the kitchen, a space usually filled with the comforting echoes of domestic life, would sometimes shrink in the mornings, its walls pressing inward until the mother could barely breathe, a subtle claustrophobia that vanished the moment she looked away, only to return when her attention drifted. The attic, in particular, seemed to defy the very laws of space and dimension that the mother's mind had stubbornly clung to. On cloudy days, its furthest corners retreated into shadows that didn't quite match the angle of the weak sunlight filtering through the eaves, creating pockets of gloom that felt colder, denser than the surrounding air. The single round window, which she knew faced east, sometimes appeared to face west when she climbed the creaking ladder, though she could never catch the precise moment of transition, only the unnerving aftermath. The heavy ceiling beams, dark with age, shifted positions between visits, forming new, disorienting patterns that made her eyes ache if she looked at them too long, as if her brain was struggling to reconcile what it saw with what it knew to be fixed. Small objects, too, began to migrate, following unseen paths that seemed to mock the very laws of physics and probability. The mother would place her keys on the kitchen counter, their familiar jingle a comfort, only to find them hours later on the dusty floor of the attic, cold to the touch despite the warmth of the day, and utterly free of the accumulated dust that coated everything else up there. The child's school books, carefully packed in her satchel, would vanish from her room and reappear on the top shelf of her closet, their pages marked not by ordinary bookmarks, but by pressed flowers the mother had never seen in their own garden. These pale blooms, brittle with age, seemed to glow faintly in the encroaching dark and carried a delicate, cloying scent of ancient perfume, a fragrance both sweet and unsettling. Time itself began to move strangely within the house's thick walls, as if the very fabric of moments was stretching and snapping. Clocks would run backwards for hours at a time, their hands moving with deliberate purpose against their nature, a silent defiance of mechanical order. The antique grandfather clock in the hall, a majestic piece with a sonorous chime, once struck the hour of 3-4 times in a single afternoon, each chime coming from a slightly different, impossible location despite the clock never moving an inch from its appointed corner. Sometimes, the mother would look up from her work, a task she had just begun, to find entire afternoons had passed in what felt like mere minutes, while at other times, the space between a single tick and talk stretched like pulled taffy, seconds expanding into small eternities, filled with an unbearable quiet. Winter gave way to the hesitant blush of spring with a reluctance that seemed to mirror the old house's growing hold on them. The child spent less and less time outdoors, despite the warming days and the brightening sun that coaxed hesitant green from the dormant landscape. She preferred instead to stay in the attic, her small, solitary figure framed against the dormer window, engaged in long, murmured conversations with Emily that the mother could sometimes hear through the floor of her own bedroom. The low, indistinct voices would continue long after she'd tucked the child into bed, a soft, rhythmic cadence that was never quite clear enough to make out, yet reminded the mother of the whisper of silk against cold stone, or the faint, rustling sound of pages turning in a very old, forgotten book. The child's changes became more pronounced, more unsettling, as the days lengthened into the deceptive warmth of the early summer. Her movements took on an unsettling grace, each gesture precise and deliberate, as if she were a dancer performing in some ancient, forgotten ceremony. She developed peculiar habits that seemed pulled from another century, another era entirely. She insisted on taking her afternoon tea with an exact, almost ritualistic precision, her small fingers curling around the fragile porcelain cup with an unnervingly delicate grip. She would correct the mother's table manners with gentle, unwavering disapproval, her eyes holding a faint but persistent glint of condescension. She began folding her clothes in complex, intricate patterns that the mother, with all her adult dexterity, would find impossible to replicate. "One must maintain standards," the child would say, her voice carrying echoes of someone else's intonation, a voice both youthful and ancient. "Emily says proper behavior is the mark of a refined soul." The morning the mother found the child meticulously polishing the family silver at 5 o'clock in the morning, humming a waltz that had last been popular in a bygone era nearly 2 centuries past. Something inside her finally broke. Her daughter's small hands moved with a practiced efficiency, a fluid confidence, following patterns learned from someone who had last drawn breath when a queen reigned supreme over a distant empire. The silver service itself was another mystery. The mother had never bought it, had never even seen it before that morning. Yet the child handled each piece with familiar, almost reverent care, her movements precise and unhesitating. "The roses need extra attention," the child said, without looking up, her voice distant and dreamy, a whisper from a forgotten dream. "Emily says the thorns must be kept sharp or they won't serve their purpose." Later, on a rainy afternoon, while the child sat quietly colouring at the kitchen table, she mentioned, in a voice as casual as if discussing the weather, "The lady who lived here before the Great War used to cry at night. Emily says she lost her baby and never had another one. That's why she painted the nursery black before she left." The mother had, At first, dismissed it as a morbid flight of imagination, another unsettling story from Emily's repertoire. But then, driven by a nagging unease, she had found the evidence herself. Beneath the cheerful yellow paint she'd chosen for the child's room, a layer of deep, impenetrable black paint had been revealed, sending a shiver of icy dread down her spine, a silent confirmation of a secret buried for generations. The house itself, a venerable structure of settled timbers and ancient stone, seemed to change around them, though the mother would have been hard-pressed to explain exactly how. It wasn't a physical renovation, not a structural shift, but something far more insidious, affecting the very air and light within its walls. Rooms felt different at different times of day, their dimensions subtly altered when viewed from certain angles, like a trick of the eye that persisted even when she focused. The grand parlour, in the late afternoon, often seemed to grow longer, stretching away from the tall windows like a shadow reaching for an unseen darkness, making the distance to the far wall feel vast and unbridgeable. Conversely, the kitchen, a space usually filled with the comforting echoes of domestic life, would sometimes shrink in the mornings, its walls pressing inward until the mother could barely breathe, a subtle claustrophobia that vanished the moment she looked away, only to return when her attention drifted. The attic, in particular, seemed to defy the very laws of space and dimension that the mother's mind had stubbornly clung to. On cloudy days, its furthest corners retreated into shadows that didn't quite match the angle of the weak sunlight filtering through the eaves, creating pockets of gloom that felt colder, denser than the surrounding air. The single round window, which she knew faced east, sometimes appeared to face west when she climbed the creaking ladder, though she could never catch the precise moment of transition, only the unnerving aftermath. The heavy ceiling beams, dark with age, shifted positions between visits, forming new, disorienting patterns that made her eyes ache if she looked at them too long, as if her brain was struggling to reconcile what it saw with what it knew to be fixed. Small object, too, began to migrate, following unseen paths that seemed to mock the very laws of physics and probability. The mother would place her keys on the kitchen counter, their familiar jingle a comfort, only to find them hours later on the dusty floor of the attic, cold to the touch despite the warmth of the day, and utterly free of the accumulated dust that coated everything else up there. The child's school books, carefully packed in her satchel, would vanish from her room and reappear on the top shelf of her closet, their pages marked not by ordinary bookmarks, but by pressed flowers the mother had never seen in their own garden. These pale blooms, brittle with age, seemed to glow faintly in the encroaching dark, and carried a delicate, cloying scent of ancient perfume, a fragrance both sweet and unsettling. Time itself began to move strangely within the house's thick walls, as if the very fabric of moments was stretching and snapping. Clocks would run backwards for hours at a time, their hands moving with deliberate purpose against their nature, a silent defiance of mechanical order. The antique grandfather clock in the hall, a majestic piece with a sonorous chime, once struck the hour of 3-4 times in a single afternoon, each chime coming from a slightly different, impossible location, despite the clock never moving an inch from its appointed corner. Sometimes, the mother would look up from her work, a task she had just begun. To find entire afternoons had passed in what felt like mere minutes, while at other times, the space between a single tick and talk stretched like pulled taffy, seconds expanding into small eternities, filled with an unbearable quiet. Winter gave way to the hesitant blush of spring with a reluctance that seemed to mirror the old house's growing hold on them. The child spent less and less time outdoors. Despite the warming days and the brightening sun that coaxed hesitant green from the dormant landscape, she preferred instead to stay in the attic, her small, solitary figure framed against the dormer window, engaged in long, murmured conversations with Emily that the mother could sometimes hear through the floor of her own bedroom. The low, indistinct voices would continue long after she'd tucked the child into bed, a soft, rhythmic cadence that was never quite clear enough to make out, yet reminded the mother of the whisper of silk against cold stone, or the faint, rustling sound of pages turning in a very old, forgotten book. The child's changes became more pronounced, more unsettling, as the days lengthened into the deceptive warmth of the early summer. Her movements took on an unsettling grace, each gesture precise and deliberate, as if she were a dancer performing in some ancient, forgotten ceremony. She developed peculiar habits that seemed pulled from another century, another era entirely. She insisted on taking her afternoon tea with an exact, almost ritualistic precision, her small fingers curling around the fragile porcelain cup with an unnervingly delicate grip. She would correct the mother's table manners with gentle, unwavering disapproval, her eyes holding a faint but persistent glint of condescension. She began folding her clothes in complex, intricate patterns that the mother, with all her adult dexterity, would find impossible to replicate. One must maintain standards, the child would say, her voice carrying echoes of someone else's intonation, a voice both youthful and ancient. Emily says proper behavior is the mark of a refined soul. The morning the mother found the child meticulously polishing the family silver at 5 o'clock in the morning, humming a waltz that had last been popular in a bygone era nearly 2 centuries past. Something inside her finally broke. Her daughter's small hands moved with a practiced efficiency, a fluid confidence, following patterns learned from someone who had last drawn breath when a queen reigned supreme over a distant empire. The silver service itself was another mystery. The mother had never bought it, had never even seen it before that morning. Yet the child handled each piece with familiar, almost reverent care, her movements precise and unhesitating. "The roses need extra attention," the child said without looking up, her voice distant and dreamy, a whisper from a forgotten dream. "Emily says the thorns must be kept sharp or they won't serve their purpose." Later, on a rainy afternoon, while the child sat quietly colouring at the kitchen table, she mentioned, in a voice as casual as if discussing the weather, "The lady who lived here before the Great War used to cry at night. Emily says she lost her baby and never had another one. That's why she painted the nursery black before she left." The mother had, at first, dismissed it as a morbid flight of imagination, another unsettling story from Emily's repertoire. But then, driven by a nagging unease, she had found the evidence herself. Beneath the cheerful yellow paint she'd chosen for the child's room, a layer of deep, impenetrable black paint had been revealed, sending a shiver of icy dread down her spine. a silent confirmation of a secret buried for generations. The sound of footsteps overhead drew the mother's attention back to the present, a present now so saturated with dread that it felt more like a lingering past. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, suffocating quiet of the attic. The floorboards creaked above her head, but she was in the attic. There was nowhere higher for anyone to walk, no hidden loft or secret passage. Her mind, usually so rational, reeled, struggling to process this impossibility, this outright defiance of physical space. The footsteps moved again, a soft, shuffling sound, like brittle leaves being dragged across rough planks. This time, they were accompanied by a child's laugh, a light, airy sound that should have been innocent, sweet, but instead made the mother's skin crawl, made every nerve-ending shriek in silent alarm. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a disembodied chorus swirling through the dust-laden air of the attic, echoing off the sloping walls, seeping into her very bones. The mother spun in place, the sepia-toned photograph clutched so tightly to her chest that its ragged edges bit into her skin. The late afternoon light, usually a comforting, golden glow, now filtering through the attic's single round window, had taken on a strange, sickly quality. It was too thick, too yellow, like light trapped and dying within amber, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to pulse with an unnatural life of their own. "My child," she called out, her voice barely a whisper, swallowed almost entirely by the oppressive silence that descended the moment her words left her lips. She tried again, louder, "My child." But the laughter came again, and this time it sounded profoundly wrong. Not one voice, but too many, layered together like a choir of forgotten children, all slightly out of sync, their joyous notes twisting into something discordant, something that plucked at the threads of her sanity. It was a cacophony of innocent mirth turned sinister, a sound that promised joy but delivered only a deep, primal fear. The mother stumbled backward, her heel catching on something solid and unexpected. She looked down, her breath still hitched in her throat, and found an old steamer trunk she didn't remember seeing before. It sat in a prominent spot, as if it had always been there, waiting. Its brass fixtures were dark with age, dulled to a verdigris green, and its leather covering, once rich and supple, was cracked and peeling in the patterns that resembled ancient, forgotten maps. As she watched, paralyzed by a dread that rooted her to the spot, the trunk's lid slowly, agonizingly, began to rise. A faint, almost imperceptible groan accompanied its ascent, a sound like old wood complaining, like a sigh held for centuries, finally released. Now, standing in the oppressive stillness of the attic, the impossible photograph still trembling in her hands, the strange trunk slowly opening at her feet, the mother forced herself to look more closely at the image she held. The girl in the photograph, the one whose features were identical to her own child's, the one who bore the unsettling resemblance, stood slightly apart from her family. It wasn't just a casual separation, but a deliberate distancing, almost staged, as if she intentionally wished to be observed as an entity unto herself. Her eyes, those wide-set, dark eyes that mirrored her child's, held something that didn't belong in a young girl's gaze. It was a patient, calculating intelligence, a wisdom too ancient, too cold for a child, an expression that made the mother's skin crawl with an instinctive revulsion, a quiet, knowing malice that seemed to look not at the camera, but through it, and perhaps through time itself. The trunk's lid continued to rise, a slow, deliberate ascent that seemed to defy the laws of gravity, an agonizing slowness that stretched the seconds into eternities. From within its dark, gaping maw came the sound of something shifting, a rustling, a subtle scraping, something much larger than the trunk's dimensions should have possibly allowed. The sound was faint at first, a whisper of movement, but it grew steadily, taking on a weight and presence that made the air in the attic vibrate, a promise of revelation, a warning of what was about to emerge. The price had been undeniably right, a lure impossible for the mother to resist. And the child's enthusiasm had bloomed with each visit, a vibrant, almost feverish excitement, until the day they finally moved in. The mother had initially attributed it to the natural allure of a grand old house to an imaginative child. What young one, after all, wouldn't be enchanted by the sweep of curved banisters, the hidden nooks of window seats, and the promise of mysterious doors leading to unexpected places? Yet, now, standing in that same attic many months later, a cold tendril of unease began to coil in the mother's gut. She wondered if she should have paid more attention to the real estate agent's subtle discomfort, to the way the woman's anxious eyes had darted towards the ceiling whenever the attic was mentioned. Should she have pressed for more answers about the house's history? Noticed how the previous owner's disclosure forms had skated over certain details with a careful, almost deliberate vagueness, and why had 3 different families owned this house in the past decade, none staying longer than 18 months. These were questions that now clung to the mother's thoughts like cobwebs, unseen but persistently there. The first few weeks had been deceptively peaceful. The child had seemed to blossom in the sprawling new environment, her natural curiosity unfurling like a delicate fern. She spent hours exploring the house's myriad nooks and crannies with the singular, detailed attention only a young child can muster, creating elaborate, careful maps of the rooms in her looping, childish hand, marking spots she declared interesting with bold red crayon stars. Most of these crimson constellations clustered around the entrance to the attic, a gravitational pull she couldn't explain but felt with quiet intensity. The attic itself had demanded significant effort before the mother would allow the child to play there. Years of accumulated dust had coated every surface in a thick, grey blanket, and the air had carried a peculiar, almost cloying sweetness, a scent that reminded the mother faintly of dried flowers and long-forgotten perfume, clashing subtly with the ancient smell of timber and disuse. She had spent a full weekend up there, working against the pervasive gloom, sorting through abandoned belongings, and sweeping away cobwebs that seemed to reappear, impossibly, as soon as her back was turned. When the child first mentioned Emily, the mother hadn't worried. The literature on children and the dissolution of family structures was clear. Imaginary friends were a normal coping mechanism, particularly for only children processing major life changes. The recent transition had been difficult for the child. If she needed to create a companion to help her navigate the turbulent waters of change, the mother would not discourage it. It was a harmless balm, she reasoned, a soft landing for a wounded heart. But Emily wasn't quite like other imaginary friends. Was she? The mother's fingers tightened around the sepia photograph, its brittle edges almost cutting into her palm. As memories from the past months flickered through her mind like disjointed images from a broken film projector. The changes had been so gradual, so subtly woven into the fabric of their days, that she had almost convinced herself they weren't happening at all. Almost. It had started with the child's speech patterns. Small things at first, easily dismissed. An unusual word choice here. An unexpectedly formally structured sentence there. The kind of nuances that might make a mother proudly think her child was simply reading above her grade level. An unexpected sign of precociousness. But the changes accumulated, slowly, inexorably, like snow building into a drift too deep and wide to be ignored. One simply doesn't wear ribbons with this style of collar, the child had announced one morning, smoothing her newly severe hairstyle with small hands that moved in patterns the mother found strangely unfamiliar, almost borrowed. Emily says it simply isn't done. The words, delivered with quiet, unwavering certainty, were like a soft chime of a bell in the hollow quiet of the house, signaling a shift she couldn't quite define. Then came the toys. They began to appear, materializing in the child's room like strange artifacts surfacing in disturbed soil. First, a porcelain doll. Unsettlingly realistic glass eyes staring blankly from its cream-colored dress, yellowed with decades of age. The mother had found it sitting primly on the child's dresser one morning, though she knew with absolute certainty she had cleared the attic of all such items during their initial cleaning. The doll's serene expression seemed to shift when viewed from different angles, its painted lips either smiling or frowning, depending on how the filtered light struck them. An unnerving ambiguity. "Emily gave her to me," the child had said when questioned, her voice taking on that dreamy, faraway quality that had become increasingly common. "She says I'm ready to take proper care of her things now, just like the others were." Something in her daughter's phrasing, "just like the others were," made the mother's skin prickle with a cold dread. But the child had already turned away, humming a tune the mother almost recognized, a melody from somewhere very, very long ago. More toys followed, each appearing without explanation or discernible source. A tin soldier with a painted uniform whose colors matched no army the mother could identify, stood rigid guard on the child's windowsill, his tiny rifle pointed not outward at imaginary enemies, but inward, towards the room itself, towards the child. A mechanical monkey, whose clockwork innards produced a discordant, grating tune that set the mother's teeth on edge, appeared on the bookshelf, its brass key turning slowly, almost imperceptibly, on its own when no one was watching. And a miniature tea set, delicate porcelain cups adorned with hand-painted roses whose thorns, impossibly, somehow drew drops of blood no matter how carefully one handled them, leaving rust-colored stains that never quite washed away, materialized in the corner cabinet. Each time, the child had the same unwavering explanation. They were Emily's toys, she would say, her eyes wide and placid, shared with her special friend. Each time, the mother searched the attic, but found no source for these antique playthings. They seemed to materialize from the house's deepest shadows, each one carrying the weight of decades, perhaps centuries, in its worn surfaces and faded colours, a silent, tangible history brought forth by an unseen hand. The mother began to notice other changes in her child, subtle shifts in demeanour and presence that were harder to articulate but impossible to ignore. The child's movements became more deliberate, her gestures carrying a strange, archaic grace that seemed borrowed from another time, another era. She developed peculiar habits, small rituals that felt out of place in their modern life. She insisted on wearing high-collared dresses she chose herself, taking her afternoon tea with milk but no sugar, her small pinky finger raised in a gesture of refined elegance. She arranged her hair with methodical precision each morning, a severe, almost adult style that framed her pale face with an unnerving formality. Small things, perhaps, but they accumulated, adding up to something that made the mother's maternal instinct scream in silent warning, a visceral alarm she couldn't rationalize away. Then came the knowledge, things the child couldn't possibly know, yet spoke of with casual, unsettling certainty. The child's father cried for weeks when he lost his purple rabbit at the park when he was little. The child had said, one morning over breakfast, stirring her oatmeal in perfect, concentric circles, Emily says it made him sad for years and years. He used to dream about finding it, but he never did. The mother had nearly dropped her coffee cup. Her former spouse had never, in all their years together, mentioned any lost toy from his childhood. But when she had called him, ostensibly to ask about a trivial matter, his shocked silence when she subtly introduced the topic had confirmed the chilling truth. How could the child possibly have known that had been the first incident? A crack in the mother's carefully constructed reality. But it was not the last. The child began speaking of things she couldn't have known about the old house, about the quiet town, about their own family history, fragmented memories and long buried secrets. Each revelation, each unsettling detail came wrapped in the same explanation, delivered with the child's serene, unchanging gaze. Emily told me. The price had been undeniably right, a lure impossible for the mother to resist, and the child's enthusiasm had bloomed with each visit, a vibrant, almost feverish excitement, until the day they finally moved in. The mother had initially attributed it to the natural allure of a grand old house to an imaginative child. What young one, after all, wouldn't be enchanted by the sweep of curved banisters, the hidden nooks of window seats, and the promise of mysterious doors leading to unexpected places? Yet, now, standing in that same attic many months later, a cold tendril of unease began to coil in the mother's gut. She wondered if she should have paid more attention to the real estate agent's subtle discomfort, to the way the woman's anxious eyes had darted towards the ceiling whenever the attic was mentioned. Should she have pressed for more answers about the house's history? Noticed how the previous owner's disclosure forms had skated over certain details with a careful, almost deliberate vagueness? And why had 3 different families owned this house in the past decade, none staying longer than 18 months? These were questions that now clung to the mother's thoughts like cobwebs, unseen but persistently there. The first few weeks had been deceptively peaceful. The child had seemed to blossom in the sprawling new environment, her natural curiosity unfurling like a delicate fern. She spent hours exploring the house's myriad nooks and crannies with the singular, detailed attention only a young child can muster. creating elaborate, careful maps of the rooms in her looping, childish hand, marking spots she declared interesting with bold red crayon stars. Most of these crimson constellations clustered around the entrance to the attic, a gravitational pull she couldn't explain but felt with quiet intensity. The attic itself had demanded significant effort before the mother would allow the child to play there. Years of accumulated dust had coated every surface in a thick, grey blanket, and the air had carried a peculiar, almost cloying sweetness, a scent that reminded the mother faintly of dried flowers and long-forgotten perfume, clashing subtly with the ancient smell of timber and disuse. She had spent a full weekend up there, working against the pervasive gloom, sorting through abandoned belongings and sweeping away cobwebs that seemed to reappear, impossibly, as soon as her back was turned. When the child first mentioned Emily, the mother hadn't worried. The literature on children and the dissolution of family structures was clear. Imaginary friends were a normal coping mechanism, particularly for only children processing major life changes. The recent transition had been difficult for the child. If she needed to create a companion to help her navigate the turbulent waters of change, the mother would not discourage it. It was a harmless balm, she reasoned, a soft landing for a wounded heart. But Emily wasn't quite like other imaginary friends. Was she? The mother's fingers tightened around the sepia photograph, its brittle edges almost cutting into her palm, as memories from the past months flickered through her mind like disjointed images from a broken film projector. The changes had been so gradual, so subtly woven into the fabric of their days, that she had almost convinced herself they weren't happening at all. Almost. It had started with the child's speech patterns, small things at first, easily dismissed, an unusual word choice here, an unexpectedly formally structured sentence there, the kind of nuances that might make a mother proudly think her child was simply reading above her grade level, an unexpected sign of precociousness. But the changes accumulated, slowly, inexorably, like snow building into a drift too deep and wide to be ignored. One simply doesn't wear ribbons with this style of collar, the child had announced one morning, smoothing her newly severe hairstyle with small hands that moved in patterns the mother found strangely unfamiliar, almost borrowed. Emily says it simply isn't done. The words, delivered with quiet, unwavering certainty, were like a soft chime of a bell in the hollow quiet of the house, signaling a shift she couldn't quite define. Then came the toys. They began to appear, materializing in the child's room, like strange artifacts surfacing in disturbed soil. First, a porcelain doll. Unsettlingly realistic glass eyes staring blankly from its cream-colored dress, yellowed with decades of age. The mother had found it sitting primly on the child's dresser one morning, though she knew with absolute certainty she had cleared the attic of all such items during their initial cleaning. The doll's serene expression seemed to shift when viewed from different angles, its painted lips either smiling or frowning, depending on how the filtered light struck them. An unnerving ambiguity. "Emily gave her to me," the child had said when questioned, her voice taking on that dreamy, faraway quality that had become increasingly common. "She says I'm ready to take proper care of her things now, just like the others were." Something in her daughter's phrasing, "just like the others were," made the mother's skin prickle with a cold dread. but the child had already turned away, humming a tune the mother almost recognized, a melody from somewhere very, very long ago. More toys followed, each appearing without explanation or discernible source. A tin soldier with a painted uniform whose colors matched no army the mother could identify stood rigid guard on the child's windowsill. His tiny rifle pointed not outward at imaginary enemies, but inward, towards the room itself, towards the child. A mechanical monkey, whose clockwork innards produced a discordant, grating tune that set the mother's teeth on edge, appeared on the bookshelf, its brass key turning slowly, almost imperceptibly, on its own when no one was watching. And a miniature tea set, delicate porcelain cups adorned with hand-painted roses whose thorns, impossibly, somehow drew drops of blood no matter how carefully one handled them, leaving rust-colored stains that never quite washed away, materialized in the corner cabinet. Each time, the child had the same unwavering explanation. They were Emily's toys, she would say, her eyes wide and placid, shared with her special friend. Each time, the mother searched the attic, but found no source for these antique playthings. They seemed to materialize from the house's deepest shadows, each one carrying the weight of decades, perhaps centuries, in its worn surfaces and faded colors. A silent, tangible history brought forth by an unseen hand. The mother began to notice other changes in her child, subtle shifts in demeanor and presence that were harder to articulate but impossible to ignore. The child's movements became more deliberate, her gestures carrying a strange, archaic grace that seemed borrowed from another time, another era. She developed peculiar habits, small rituals that felt out of place in their modern life. She insisted on wearing high-collared dresses she chose herself, taking her afternoon tea with milk but no sugar, her small pinky finger raised in a gesture of refined elegance. She arranged her hair with methodical precision each morning, a severe, almost adult style that framed her pale face with an unnerving formality. Small things, and perhaps, but they accumulated, adding up to something that made the mother's maternal instinct scream in silent warning, a visceral alarm she couldn't rationalize away. Then came the knowledge, things the child couldn't possibly know, yet spoke of with casual, unsettling certainty. The child's father cried for weeks when he lost his purple rabbit at the park when he was little. The child had said one morning over breakfast, stirring her oatmeal in perfect, concentric circles. Emily says it made him sad for years and years. He used to dream about finding it, but he never did. The mother had nearly dropped her coffee cup. Her former spouse had never, in all their years together, mentioned any lost toy from his childhood. But when she had called him, ostensibly to ask about a trivial matter, his shocked silence when she subtly introduced the topic had confirmed the chilling truth. How could the child possibly have known that had been the first incident, a crack in the mother's carefully constructed reality? But it was not the last. The child began speaking of things she couldn't have known about the old house, about the quiet town, about their own family history, fragmented memories and long-buried secrets. Each revelation, each unsettling detail came wrapped in the same explanation, delivered with the child's serene, unchanging gaze. Emily told me, a faint, almost imperceptible shift, a whisper of movement from the space above. drew the mother's attention back to the present moment, yanking her from the labyrinth of memory. She froze, her breath catching in her throat, a frantic bird beating against her ribs. The attic floorboards creaked again, directly above her head, a soft, protesting groan of ancient timber. But it was impossible. She was in the attic. There was nowhere higher for anyone to walk. The thought, cold and sharp, sliced through the fog of her fear. The footsteps moved once more, hesitant, then gathering a strange, buoyant lightness. This time, they were accompanied by a child's laugh, a sound that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing in the confined space, wrapping around her like a physical embrace of impossible sound. The mother spun in place. The brittle sepia photograph still clutched to her chest, its ragged edges pressing painfully into her palm. The late afternoon light, usually a comforting gold, now filtered through the attic's round window with a strange, sickly quality, too thick and yellow, like light trapped in ancient amber, distorting the familiar shapes of stacked boxes and draped furniture into grotesque, watchful forms. "The child," she called out, her voice barely a whisper, a threadbare sound lost in the vastness of the room. The laughter came again, closer now, but it was wrong, terribly wrong. Too many voices, layered together, a discordant choir of unseen children, all slightly out of sync, a cacophony that pricked at the mother's ears and sent a fresh wave of ice through her veins. She stumbled backward, her heel catching on something solid and unexpected. She looked down, her gaze blurring, then sharpening, to find an old steamer trunk she didn't remember seeing before. Its brass fixtures were dark with the patina of forgotten years, its leather covering cracked and peeling like sunburnt skin. As she watched, transfixed, the trunk's lid began to rise, slowly, agonizingly, as if some unseen force were prying it open from within. A deliberate, torturous reveal. Standing there in the attic, the inexplicable photograph trembling in her hands, the strange trunk at her feet. The mother forced herself to look more closely at the image she held. The girl in the photograph, the one whose face was an unsettling echo of her own child's, stood slightly apart from her family, her pose deliberate, almost staged, her eyes wide and unnervingly still, held something that didn't belong in a child's gaze, a patient, calculating intelligence, ancient and knowing, that made the mother's skin crawl. The trunk's lid continued its slow, inexorable ascent, the creak of old hinges a dry, rasping breath in the suffocating quiet. From within came the distinct sound of something shifting, something much larger than the trunk's dimensions should have allowed. A displacement of mass that defied logic and physics. "Mother," a voice called from downstairs, the familiar cadence of her own child, yet imbued with a hollow, distant quality, as if it were coming from across a vast, echoing chasm. "Mother, the entity wants to show you something important." The words, though seemingly innocent, carried an undercurrent of forced compliance, a chilling politeness. The mother's fingers, now numb, brushed against writing on the back of the photograph. She turned it over, her hands shaking so badly she could barely make out the faded inscription. It named a family from an old record, dated a past century. Then, the most unsettling part, and the entity visiting. The last word. Visiting. had been underlined several times, the pen strokes sharp and aggressive, gouging into the aged paper. Below it, in a different handwriting, one that looked unsettlingly fresh, were more words, chilling in their stark simplicity. It comes to visit. It always comes to visit, but it never leaves alone. The trunk lid slammed fully open then, with a sound like a thunderclap ripping through the fabric of the silent house, making the mother gasp and stumble backward. The photograph falling from her nerveless fingers to clatter softly on the dusty floor. From within the trunk, a figure rose, floating upward with the fluid grace of smoke. It was a young girl in a high-collared dress, her dark hair pulled severely back from her pale, unnervingly still face, her feet never quite touching the floor. She hovered there, a silent, ancient child, filling the space where logic had once resided. "Do you like what I've done with her?" the figure asked, its voice a chilling chorus of 1,000 layered children's voices, soft yet piercing. The child, she's almost ready now, almost perfect. The entity, for it was unmistakably the entity her child had called Emily, smiled, and in that smile, the mother saw ancient, yellowed teeth, sharp and pointed, like rows of tiny needles, just like all the others were almost perfect. But she's the closest match yet. "The child," the mother called out, her voice breaking, fractured by terror and a dawning, terrible understanding. "The child, where are you?" "Oh, she's here," the entity said, drifting closer, its form flickering like a candle flame, sometimes appearing as the innocent girl from the photograph, sometimes as something far older, far more terrible. Its true, ancient nature momentarily exposed. She's always been here. All of them have been here. "Would you like to see?" The entity gestured towards the trunk. Its interior, impossibly, suddenly seemed to stretch downward into depths that defied spatial logic. The mother caught glimpses of small, pale faces in the swirling darkness within. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, each wearing the same expression of patient, hungry anticipation. Each one bore some resemblance to the girl in the photograph, a disturbing echo, though none had achieved the chillingly perfect mimicry that her own child's features now displayed. They weren't quite right, the entity said, its voice imbued with an ancient sadness that was almost convincing. But the child, oh, the child's special. When the change is complete, she'll be perfect, a perfect echo, a perfect companion. The spirit's form wavered again, revealing something beneath its childlike appearance that made the mother's mind recoil, a fleeting glimpse of geometries that should not exist. And you'll have the comfort of knowing she'll never be lonely again. She'll stay here with me, just like all the others, forever and ever and ever. Ati, from somewhere far below, distant but drawing inexorably closer, came the sound of the child's footsteps on the stairs, climbing slowly, deliberately toward the attic. But the steps sounded wrong now, too heavy, too purposeful, too unyielding, not like a child's steps at all. "Mother," the child's voice called again, closer now, imbued with that same hollow, distant quality, yet carrying a new, chilling certainty. "The entity says it's time. The entity says I'm ready." The attic door, heavy and dark, began to open, slowly, with an air of quiet, inevitable finality. The routine had become as natural to the old woman as breathing itself, though she would later struggle to pinpoint precisely when it had begun. She suspected it might have been shortly after her beloved's passing, during those first bewildering weeks when time seemed to lose all meaning, flowing like treacle one moment and racing past the next. The distinction between sleeping and waking had grown peculiarly thin then, and she had taken to walking early in the morning, when the world felt somehow more substantial, more real. Each morning she would wake precisely at 6 or 17 a time that held no particular significance she could recall, yet seemed impossibly important, and perform her ablutions with methodical care. The ritual of it was soothing, a small anchor against the creeping chaos, washing her face with cold water, arranging her steel-grey hair in its customary style, selecting one of her carefully pressed blouses. The final touch was always her worn raincoat, regardless of the weather, its familiar weight a small comfort against the unpredictable chill of the bustling metropolis. The walk itself followed an equally precise route. From her quiet residence on the old residential street, she would make her way past the ancient wells that had lent the thoroughfare its name, their iron-stained stones bearing silent witness to centuries of the city's history. Then up the main thoroughfare, where the early morning workers were just beginning to unlock shop doors and raise metal shutters, their movements carrying the drowsy automatism of long habit, a low hum of industry slowly coming to life. The route took her through the winding paths of the expansive parkland, where the pale dawn light filtered through ancient oaks in ways that never quite matched her memories of previous mornings, painting shifting patterns on the dew-kissed grass. She would pass the murky pond, where ducks traced meaningless patterns on the surface and occasionally dove for reasons known only to themselves, leaving expanding ripples that seemed to linger too long. Finally, after exactly 27 minutes of walking, she had timed it once, though she couldn't now remember why. Only the compulsion to adhere to the precise duration, she would reach the derelict bus stop on the distant road. The stop itself was a curious anomaly, a relic that seemed to exist outside of regular maintenance schedules and transit authority records, forgotten by the relentless march of modern infrastructure. The old woman had once attempted to look up its status, spending an afternoon at the local library, poring over transit maps and route histories, only to find conflicting information. According to one faded document, the stop had been decommissioned decades ago. Another listed it as pending review for just as long. A third made no mention of it at all, though it detailed every other stop along the distant road with pedantic precision. The physical structure bore similar contradictions. The schedule board had been stripped bare, save for a few defiant scraps of laminated paper, their text long since bleached illegible by sun and rain, a ghostly whisper of forgotten journeys. Yet the bench, a sturdy iron affair with Art Deco flourishes, showed no sign of rust or wear despite the city's notoriously damp weather. The concrete platform was neither cracked nor stained, and no weeds grew through its seams, though the surrounding pavement was riddled with both, as if some invisible force maintained its pristine solitude. And then there was him. Every morning without fail, he would be there, ramrod straight in his impeccable charcoal suit, pocket square perfectly arranged, gleaming polished shoes unmarred by the perpetual drizzle of the city. His appearance never varied in the slightest detail, the same three-piece suit, the same sterling silver tie-pin, the same immaculate black leather briefcase resting beside his right foot, its surface reflecting the dim light with unnerving clarity. Even the angle at which he stood seemed precisely calculated, as though he were a figure in a technical drawing rather than a living man, a testament to an unbearable static perfection. She had taken to calling him the presence in her mind, though she knew this was something of a misnomer. In all the months she had observed him, not once had she seen him board a bus. Indeed, no bus ever seemed to stop there anymore, save for the occasional out-of-service vehicle whose driver had pulled over to consult a map or take a hurried cigarette break. These drivers never acknowledged the presence. Though the old woman noticed, they never stayed long, and their hands shook slightly as they restarted their engines. A fleeting tremor of unease. The silent figure simply stood unwavering, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the ancient oaks that lined the road, a horizon invisible to her. His stillness was absolute, almost artificial, like one of those living statues that populated tourist areas, though the old woman had never seen one quite so convincing, nor so unsettling in its perfection. There was something in his pose that suggested not just stillness, but an absence of the need to move, as though motion itself were a concept foreign to his nature, an irrelevant distraction. The air around him seemed to thicken, muting the distant city sounds, creating a small, unnerving pocket of absolute calm. She had tried speaking to the silent figure once, early on, when the profound isolation of mourning and her own raw loneliness had momentarily overwhelmed her natural reserve. A cheerful good morning had died in the thick air between them, absorbed by the peculiar quality of silence that seemed to surround him like an invisible barrier. A pocket of absolute stillness in the heart of the bustling metropolis. The words had felt wrong even as she spoke them, like trying to make polite conversation in a hushed cathedral during Mass, or laughing aloud at a solemn funeral. After that singular, ill-fated attempt, she had relegated herself to furtive glances as she passed, telling herself that her growing obsession with the strange, unmoving form was merely the natural result of too much time alone since her beloved's passing, a widow's lonely fixation. Yet, even as she meticulously constructed these rationalizations, she knew them for the convenient fictions they were, fragile constructs against a deeper, unsettling truth. There was something more here, something that tugged insistently at the frayed edges of her understanding, like a half-remembered fragment of a dream, persistently reasserting itself. She began to notice other details, small discrepancies that, in isolation, seemed insignificant, easily dismissed as tricks of light or age, but, when considered together, they formed a disturbing, almost deliberate, pattern. The way the dense morning fog, which often swallowed the expansive parkland whole, seemed to recoil from him, leaving a perfect, unblemished circle of clarity in which he stood, as if protected by an unseen force. How the fallen leaves that littered the damp pavement never quite reached his gleaming, polished shoes, held at bay by an invisible, unspoken boundary. Most curious of all was the fact that she had never, in all her months of observation, seen him arrive at or depart from his post. He was simply there each morning, a silent, static fixture. And then, presumably, not there at some unspecified point after she had passed. A momentary blank in the world's continuous flow. Most troubling of all were the insidious changes she began to notice in herself. Her morning walks, once a healthy, therapeutic response to widowhood, had taken on the chilling character of a compulsion. She found herself utterly unable to vary her route or timing, a rigid adherence that felt less like choice and more like programmed obedience. She grew acutely anxious, if anything. Even a stray cat crossing her path delayed her usual departure by a single minute. Her dreams, once a refuge, became populated with endless bus stops and intricate schedules, with ceaseless waits for vehicles that never, ever arrived, their phantom presence more real than the waking world. Sometimes, in those liminal moments between sleeping and waking, she could hear the distant, heavy thrum of diesel engines and the pneumatic hiss of air brakes, sounds that had no place on her quiet residential street, yet vibrated in the very bones of her old house. The early autumn weather had turned unseasonably cold when the first truly undeniable change occurred. The morning had started normally enough, though the fog was thicker than usual, a swirling, opaque blanket that reduced the familiar landscape of the expansive parkland to indistinct, shifting shapes, like half-formed thoughts in a dream. The old woman had dressed with her usual meticulous care, her fingers fumbling slightly with the buttons, noting absently that her blouse, the pale blue one her beloved had always favoured, seemed looser than she remembered, a subtle hollowness she couldn't quite place. Her walk had proceeded according to routine until she reached the murky pond, its usually restless surface now hidden beneath the heavy shroud of mist. There, something made her pause, a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. The pond's visible surface, a small patch of slate-grey water where the fog momentarily thinned, was perfectly, unnaturally still. A sheet of glass unusual for a morning that elsewhere showed subtle signs of a brisk, unseen wind. As she watched, transfixed, a single ripple appeared in the exact center, expanding outward in slow, deliberate concentric circles that seemed to move with a strange, viscous languor, as though the water itself had become impossibly thick. When these mesmerizing ripples finally reached the mossy shore, she noticed that the wavelets didn't break naturally against the bank. Instead, they reversed direction, drawing back in on themselves, creating a momentary, impossible pattern that resembled nothing so much as the spokes of an enormous, unseen wheel, turning slowly in the depths. The sight disturbed her in a profound way she couldn't quite articulate, a creeping unease that settled deep in her chest. She hurried on toward the bus stop, her comfortable shoes making no sound on the damp, leaf-strewn pavement, as if her own footsteps were being muffled by the unnatural quiet. The silent figure was in his usual place, a monument to unyielding patience, but something was subtly, terrifyingly different. His head was inclined slightly, no more than a fraction of a degree from its customary rigid position. Yet the change was as shocking to the old woman as if he had suddenly thrown his arms wide and begun to dance a frantic jig. It was then, as she tried to reconcile this infinitesimal shift, that she noticed his reflection in a small, still puddle near his gleaming polished shoes, while the silent figure himself remained perfectly, absolutely still. His reflection seemed to move independently, slowly, deliberately. It turned its head, its mirrored eyes following her progress along the pavement, a silent, knowing gaze. The movement was so subtle, so almost imperceptible, that it could have been imagination, a trick of the fog and her own frayed nerves. But once observed, it was unmistakable, chillingly real. The old woman found herself utterly unable to look away, her feet rooted to the spot, even as her mind struggled to process this profound impossibility, this violation of the natural order. The incident left her deeply shaken, her composure fractured. That afternoon found her seeking refuge in the warm, dusty quiet of the local library, ostensibly researching her family genealogy, though in truth she found the heavy silence and the comforting scent of old paper more palatable than her empty flat. The library had always been a sanctuary, its tall windows filtering the pale autumn light into something softer, more manageable, less revealing. The microfiche reader hummed quietly in its corner, a gentle, mechanical drone that reminded her of earlier days when her beloved would spend hours researching obscure historical topics. His enthusiasm for detail, something she had both loved and gently mocked. It was while paging through grainy microfiche copies of the local historical archives that she first saw his face. The photograph was indistinct, as news photos from decades ago tended to be, a blurry window into a bygone era. Yet, there was no mistaking those sharp, unyielding features, that impossibly rigid posture. City broker among victims in tragic bus accident. The faded headline declared, its black ink a stark contrast to the yellowed paper. A pronouncement from the grave. The logical part of her mind, the part that still balanced meticulous checkbooks and remembered to water her exotic plants, insisted there must be some mistake, perhaps a passing resemblance, nothing more. But she knew, with the same inexplicable certainty that tells us we are being watched in an empty, quiet room, that the man in the faded newsprint photograph was her silent figure, her perpetual passenger. The details were too precise, the posture too utterly unique. She did not sleep that night, her thoughts churning ceaselessly like autumn leaves caught in a stagnant gutter, circling and recircling the same impossible facts. By morning, a stark, chilling conviction had solidified in her mind. Confrontation was the only path forward. Whatever this thing was, a spectral presence, a trick of a traumatized mind, or something else entirely, something beyond classification. She would face it directly. She would demand answers from the unmoving silence. One particularly bitter morning in late autumn, the air thick with the promise of winter, the old woman noticed that her wristwatch, her beloved's last cherished gift to her, had begun to behave with an unsettling capriciousness. The second hand, a slender, golden sliver, would occasionally move backwards for brief, impossible intervals, or skip forward in irregular, jerky jumps, defying the very laws of time it was meant to measure. She had taken it to 3 different jewelers, their faces growing increasingly perplexed with each examination. None could find anything mechanically wrong with it. No broken gears, no faulty spring, nothing that explained its defiant movements. The third jeweler, an elderly man with thick, magnified glasses and trembling hands that spoke of years spent bent over delicate mechanisms, had examined it for nearly an hour before handing it back with an expression she couldn't quite interpret, a blend of pity and unspoken knowledge. Some watches, he had said, his voice barely above a whisper, raspy with age. Develop peculiar habits, like living things. You understand. They become acclimated to certain patterns of time. He had refused to elaborate further, merely shaking his head slowly. But as she left his small, bell-jingled shop, she heard him muttering something under his breath about his own grandfather's experiences as a railway timekeeper and the strange behaviours of station clocks just before terrible accidents. The incident with the watch marked the insidious beginning of what the old woman would later think of as the dissolution period, though at the time she had no name for the subtle, creeping wrongness that began to pervade her days, blurring the edges of her once ordered reality. Her morning walks, once a precise ritual, took on a dreamlike, almost hallucinatory quality. Familiar landmarks appeared in impossible orders or materialized in places that defied the geography of her memory. She would find herself passing the same ancient tree 3 or 4 times, its gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers, though she was certain she had maintained a perfectly straight path. The murky pond, a somber presence at the edge of the parkland, seemed to change size and shape daily, its waters sometimes reflecting a sky that bore no relation to the pale, shifting grey one overhead. The silent figure, her passenger, too, began to exhibit new behaviours, though behaviours was perhaps the wrong word for such minimal, yet profoundly disturbing, changes. His customary stillness remained, an unyielding core of absolute immobility, but now it seemed to extend beyond his physical form, creating patches of unnatural calm in the very air around him. Birds would fall silent mid-song as they flew overhead, their delicate wings beating through a pocket of utter quiet. The ever-present, distant drone of the capital's traffic noise became muted and distant, dissolving into a hollow hush within a certain, invisible radius of his position. Most troubling, most disorienting, were the moments when he appeared to occupy multiple positions simultaneously, not moving between them, but somehow existing in 2 or 3 places at once, each version identical down to the precise angle of his tie-pin. A perfect, unnerving synchronicity. She began to notice others watching him as well. Not the regular morning commuters, who seemed as utterly blind to his presence as ever, their faces locked in the grim determination of their daily routines, but different observers, figures who would appear at odd, unexpected moments just at the periphery of her vision. A woman in a nurse's uniform that might have been current during the Great War, standing motionless and perfectly still behind a gnarled tree, her gaze fixed on the silent figure. A young man in the distinctive, vibrant clothes of decades past, perpetually tying his shoelace on a distant bench, his movements frozen in an endless loop. An elderly gentleman, dressed in the formal attire of a forgotten era, endlessly adjusting his pocket watch while half hidden in the deep shadow of the parkland's ancient oaks. None of these figures ever acknowledged the old woman directly, yet she had the distinct impression they were acutely aware of her attention, their unseen eyes tracking her furtive glances. Her research at the local library took on a more focused, almost frantic quality. She began meticulously tracking weather patterns associated with disappearances in the area, noting correlations with unusual astronomical events and inexplicable variations in public conveyance schedules. The librarians, once chatty, no longer brought her tea. though she occasionally found cups of it cooling at her elbow with no memory of their arrival. A small, unsettling mystery in itself. Her notebooks multiplied, their margins filling with frantic calculations and complex diagrams that seemed perfectly logical, perfectly coherent, while she was drawing them, but became utterly indecipherable. A chaotic scramble of lines and numbers. Hours later, it was during this period that she began to notice changes in her flat as well. The layout remained the same, the familiar arrangement of rooms a comforting constant, but distances between them seemed to vary unpredictably. The hallway to her bedroom might require 15 measured steps one evening and 23 the next, as if the very fabric of space was stretching and contracting around her. Objects would subtly shift positions when she wasn't looking directly at them, though always in such subtle ways that could almost be attributed to poor memory, to the unreliable nature of an aging mind. Her beloved's photographs, in particular, seemed resistant to remaining in one fixed place, and their contents began to change in minor, yet profoundly disturbing ways. The rational part of her mind, the part that still balanced meticulous checkbooks and remembered to water her exotic plants, insisted there must be some mistake, perhaps a passing resemblance, nothing more. But she knew, with the same inexplicable certainty that tells us we are being watched in an empty, quiet room, that the man in the faded newsprint photograph was her silent figure, her perpetual passenger. The details were too precise, the posture too utterly unique. She did not sleep that night, her thoughts churning ceaselessly, like autumn leaves caught in a stagnant gutter, circling and recircling the same impossible facts. By morning, a stark, chilling conviction had solidified in her mind. Confrontation was the only path forward. Whatever this thing was, a spectral presence, a trick of a traumatized mind, or something else entirely, something beyond classification, she would face it directly. She would demand answers from the unmoving silence. One particularly bitter morning in late autumn, the air thick with the promise of winter, the old woman noticed that her wristwatch, her beloved's last, cherished gift to her, had begun to behave with an unsettling capriciousness. The second hand, a slender golden sliver, would occasionally move backwards for brief, impossible intervals, or skip forward in irregular, jerky jumps, defying the very laws of time it was meant to measure. She had taken it to 3 different jewelers, their faces growing increasingly perplexed with each examination. None could find anything mechanically wrong with it. No broken gears, no faulty spring, nothing that explained its defiant movements. The third jeweler, an elderly man with thick, magnified glasses and trembling hands that spoke of years spent bent over delicate mechanisms, had examined it for nearly an hour before handing it back with an expression she couldn't quite interpret, a blend of pity and unspoken knowledge. "Some watches," he had said, his voice barely above a whisper, raspy with age, "develop peculiar habits, like living things. You understand? They become acclimated to certain patterns of time." He had refused to elaborate further, merely shaking his head slowly. But as she left his small, bell-jingled shop, she heard him muttering something under his breath about his own grandfather's experiences as a railway timekeeper and the strange behaviors of station clocks just before terrible accidents. The incident with the watch marked the insidious beginning of what the old woman would later think of as the dissolution period. though at the time she had no name for the subtle, creeping wrongness that began to pervade her days, blurring the edges of her once ordered reality. Her morning walks, once a precise ritual, took on a dreamlike, almost hallucinatory quality. Familiar landmarks appeared in impossible orders or materialized in places that defied the geography of her memory. She would find herself passing the same ancient tree 3 or 4 times, its gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers, though she was certain she had maintained a perfectly straight path. The murky pond, a somber presence at the edge of the parkland, seemed to change size and shape daily, its waters sometimes reflecting a sky that bore no relation to the pale, shifting grey one overhead. The silent figure, her passenger, too began to exhibit new behaviours, though behaviours was perhaps the wrong word for such minimal, yet profoundly disturbing, changes. His customary stillness remained, an unyielding core of absolute immobility. But now it seemed to extend beyond his physical form, creating patches of unnatural calm in the very air around him. Birds would fall silent mid-song as they flew overhead, their delicate wings beating through a pocket of utter quiet. The ever-present, distant drone of the capital's traffic noise became muted and distant, dissolving into a hollow hush within a certain, invisible radius of his position. Most troubling, most disorienting, were the moments when he appeared to occupy multiple positions simultaneously, not moving between them, but somehow existing in 2 or 3 places at once, each version identical down to the precise angle of his tie-pin. A perfect, unnerving synchronicity. She began to notice others watching him as well, not the regular morning commuters, who seemed as utterly blind to his presence as ever, their faces locked in the grim determination of their daily routines, but different observers, figures who would appear at odd, unexpected moments, just at the periphery of her vision. A woman in a nurse's uniform that might have been current during the Great War, standing motionless and perfectly still behind a gnarled tree, her gaze fixed on the silent figure. A young man in the distinctive, vibrant clothes of decades past, perpetually tying his shoelace on a distant bench, his movements frozen in an endless loop. An elderly gentleman, dressed in the formal attire of a forgotten era, endlessly adjusting his pocket watch while half hidden in the deep shadow of the parkland's ancient oaks. None of these figures ever acknowledged the old woman directly, yet she had the distinct impression they were acutely aware of her attention, their unseen eyes tracking her furtive glances. Her research at the local library took on a more focused, almost frantic quality. She began meticulously tracking weather patterns associated with disappearances in the area, noting correlations with unusual astronomical events and inexplicable variations in public conveyance schedules. The librarians, once chatty, no longer brought her tea, though she occasionally found cups of it cooling at her elbow with no memory of their arrival. A small, unsettling mystery in itself. Her notebooks multiplied, their margins filling with frantic calculations and complex diagrams that seemed perfectly logical, perfectly coherent, while she was drawing them, but became utterly indecipherable. A chaotic scramble of lines and numbers. Hours later, it was during this period that she began to notice changes in her flat as well. The layout remained the same, the familiar arrangement of rooms a comforting constant, but distances between them seemed to vary unpredictably. The hallway to her bedroom might require 15 measured steps one evening, and 23 the next, as if the very fabric of space was stretching and contracting around her. Objects would subtly shift positions when she wasn't looking directly at them, though always in such subtle ways that could almost be attributed to poor memory, to the unreliable nature of an aging mind. Her beloved's photographs, in particular, seemed resistant to remaining in one fixed place, and their contents began to change in minor, yet profoundly disturbing ways. The breaking point, the moment when the carefully constructed architecture of her disbelief finally shattered, came on a biting morning in early winter. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, an unusual severity for the nascent year, and a dense, unnatural fog had settled over the ancient parkland, muffling the world in a shroud of white. The old woman had woken at her customary time, a precise habit ingrained by years of ritual, only to find her beloved's wristwatch, his last cherished gift to her, showing a startling 8:47, though the quality of light struggling through her windows suggested a much earlier hour. The watch had resisted all attempts to adjust it, its delicate crown spinning freely, impotent against the unseen forces that held its hands captive. As she performed her morning routine, a series of subtle disjunctions began to fray the edges of her reality. The water from her taps ran slightly too slowly, as though fighting against some invisible, viscous resistance in the pipes. The mirror above her wash basin showed reflections that lagged noticeably behind her movements, a fraction of a second out of sync, and occasionally, unsettlingly, included fleeting figures standing just behind her, forms that vanished the instant she turned to look. Her clothing, meticulously laid out the night before, seemed to have aged decades overnight, the fabric possessing a curious, anachronistic quality, as though it had existed in some other time stream before being returned to her present, perfectly preserved, but profoundly wrong. The walk to the desolate thoroughfare that morning felt simultaneously longer and impossibly shorter than usual. The quiet lanes were utterly empty of both people and vehicles, yet she could distinctly hear the distant sounds of traffic and conversation, just at the very edge of audibility, like a whisper from another dimension. The fog itself seemed to move with a strange, purposeful intelligence, swirling and coalescing into patterns that suggested architectural features from different periods of the capital's long history. The ghostly outlines of Victorian smokestacks, the ethereal spires of medieval churches, even the nascent forms of future structures she had no context for, but recognized somehow with a chilling certainty as inevitable. When she reached the murky pond, she found it frozen solid. This was impossible, for while the air was undeniably cold, it was nowhere near the freezing point required for such a profound transformation. The surface was mirror smooth, reflecting not the pale, grey January sky above, but rather a complex, glowing pattern of intersecting lines, like an elaborate map of public conveyance routes, their paths shining faintly from within the ice. As she watched, shadows moved beneath the surface, not of fish or underwater plants, but of vehicles and passengers, all seemingly engaged in endless, silent journeys through the frozen medium. "I know who you are," she managed at last, the words emerging from her throat as a ragged whisper. barely audible above the profound silence that clung to the scene. "I know what happened to you." For the very first time in all the months she had observed him, the silent figure moved. The motion was smooth, almost liquid, as he turned to face her fully. His features were exactly as they had appeared in the faded newsprint photograph. Not a day older, yet somehow wrong in a way she couldn't quite define. Like a word repeated too many times until it loses all meaning and becomes a hollow echo. "You missed your stop," he said, his voice carrying the peculiar, disembodied quality of a distant radio broadcast, crackling with static that seemed to exist just behind the sound. "But it's coming back around." The old woman felt something cold settle in the deepest pit of her stomach, a block of ice forming in her core. She opened her mouth to respond, but no sound emerged, her throat suddenly constricting, refusing to cooperate. The silent figure's smile widened fractionally, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift that nevertheless revealed teeth that seemed too numerous, too perfectly aligned, too sharp. "Time is funny that way," he continued, his words taking on an echo-like quality, resonating not just in the air, but within the very bones of the ancient parkland itself. "It's not the straight line everyone thinks it is, more like a circle, or perhaps a Mobius strip, endlessly turning back on itself, showing the same path, but always different." He paused, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that pierced through her fear. "Your beloved sends his regards," he said, and the old woman felt the world tilt sideways, her carefully constructed reality sliding out of alignment. She stumbled home somehow, though the journey remained a blur in her memory, a series of disjointed, dreamlike images. The rest of the day passed in a fog of disconnected moments, tea gone cold in her favorite cup, the telephone ringing unanswered with a shrill, insistent urgency, shadows lengthening across her sitting room floor in impossible, unsettling directions. It was only as evening approached, casting long, purple hues across the quiet lanes, that she noticed her wristwatch. Her beloved's last gift to her had stopped. The hands were frozen at precisely 8:47, the exact time listed in the accident report from all those years ago. She tried winding it, but the crown simply spun freely, producing no movement in the mechanism, a dead thing in her trembling fingers. The sound came then, slicing through the deepening twilight, the distinctive hydraulic hiss of air brakes, followed by the deep, resonant idle of a diesel engine. Through her window, she could see the bus, its white paint gleaming impossibly bright in the gathering dusk, almost luminescent against the fading light. The destination board was illuminated but empty, displaying no route number or terminus, a blank slate of infinite possibility. The doors opened with a pneumatic sigh, a sound like a breath exhaled after a long, patient wait. The silent figure, her passenger, stood on the bottom step, one hand extended in a gesture of welcome. Behind him, through windows that seemed to look out onto somewhere else entirely, onto a realm beyond the capital's familiar streets, she could discern other figures. Their features were indistinct, blurred by distance and shadow, but one of them, seated near the back, raised a hand in a familiar gesture. Her beloved had always waved that way, his fingers splayed like a child's, a farewell that had never truly ended. The old woman found herself moving toward the door of her flat, her feet carrying her forward of their own accord. a compulsion she could not resist. The distant ticking in her ears had returned, but now it was accompanied by other sounds, a soft murmur of conversation, the rustle of unseen newspaper pages, the quiet, gentle laughter of reunited friends. She understood now, with a clarity that was both terrible and profoundly peaceful, why the silent figure had waited all those months. Time might indeed move in circles, but some circuits took longer to complete than others. Some passengers needed more time to realize they had missed their connection, that their journey was not yet truly over. The night air was cool against her face as she stepped outside, carrying the faint, sweet scent of rain-soaked earth. The bus idled patiently, its headlights cutting through the gathering fog like beacons. Or perhaps they were cutting through something else entirely, the thin membrane between what was and what might be, between the linear world of schedules and appointments and the stranger, more malleable realm that lay beyond. The old woman took a deep, shuddering breath, tasting diesel fumes and something else, something older and more profound, something that smelled of forgotten paths and endless journeys. She thought of all the mornings she had passed the silent figure, all the silent exchanges that had led to this moment. Had she known somehow, had some part of her recognized the truth from the very beginning, a deep, primal knowing buried beneath the veneer of ordinary life? The silent figure's hand remained extended, patient and unwavering. Behind him, the indistinct figures on the bus seemed to lean forward slightly, as though in anticipation. The ticking in her ears had reached a crescendo, drowning out all other sounds, save for the steady, hypnotic idle of the engine. She took a step forward, then another. The pavement beneath her feet seemed to shift and flow like water disturbed by a passing current. Above her, the street lights flickered and dimmed, their light receding until only the bus remained, a luminous beacon in the growing darkness. "Better hurry," the silent figure said, his voice carrying that same radioactive quality, distorted and distant. "We wouldn't want you to miss it again." The old woman reached for his extended hand. His fingers were cool and dry, with the same peculiar smoothness she had noticed in his features, like polished stone. As they closed around hers, she felt a subtle shift in the world around her, as though reality itself were being gently realigned, folding in upon itself. The last thing she saw as she mounted the steps was her own reflection in the bus's side mirror, a figure in a worn coat, her features already beginning to take on that same perfect, unsettling stillness she had observed in the silent figure all those months ago. Then the doors closed with a final, decisive hiss, sealing her within, and the bus began to move. They say in that part of the ancient parkland that sometimes, in the early morning hours, when the fog rolls in from the murky pond, you might catch a glimpse of two figures standing at the derelict public conveyance stop, a man in an impeccable charcoal suit and a woman in a worn coat. They never speak, never move, never board any of the occasional vehicles that still pass by. They simply wait, watching the road with infinite patience, perhaps looking for other passengers who have missed their stop, who need to be reminded that the route is circular, and the bus always comes back around, just not always to the same reality they left behind. On the morning of her mother's funeral, the narrator found herself engaged in a peculiar, almost compulsive act straightening the collection of silver frame photographs that adorned the mantelpiece in the old family home. Each image, capturing her mother at various stages of life, seemed to betray a subtle, unsettling consistency, always positioned slightly to the left of center, always wearing that same distant, enigmatic expression that had become a familiar fixture in her later years. In the most recent photograph, taken barely 6 months prior at the narrator's own gentle insistence, her mother had aged into someone almost unrecognizable, a small, suspicious woman who seemed to fold in on herself, as if actively trying to occupy the least possible space in the vast, indifferent world. The house itself felt profoundly different that morning, altered in ways the narrator couldn't quite articulate. Perhaps it was the quality of the light, streaming through windows that hadn't known a proper cleaning in years, too bright, too insistent, stripping away the familiar warmth and leaving a stark, unforgiving illumination. Or perhaps it was the silence, which now seemed to possess a tangible weight, pressing against her eardrums like tightly packed cotton wool, muffling the world in an unnatural hush. Her mother had never been a particularly noisy person, but her very presence had filled the house in countless other ways, the soft, rhythmic shuffle of her slippers gliding across the polished hardwood floors, the delicate whisper of pages turning in whatever book had captured her fleeting attention, the barely audible murmur of her voice when she spoke to herself, or to whatever unseen entity she believed herself to be conversing with up in the dusty reaches of the attic. The narrator had spent the entire past week deliberately avoiding the uppermost floor, focusing instead on the more manageable, concrete tasks that death demanded, meticulously arranging the funeral, sifting through mountains of forgotten papers, accepting the endless parade of covered dishes from well-meaning neighbors who remembered her mother from brighter, more vital days. But now, with the funeral rites concluded and the last casserole safely ensconced in the icy depths of the freezer, an irresistible pull drew her towards her mother's bedroom, specifically to the heavy mahogany jewelry box that had rested on her dresser for as long as the narrator could remember. The box itself was a relic, its interior lined with faded blue velvet, the contents arranged with the same meticulous attention to order that had characterized nearly everything her mother ever did. Each piece occupied its own designated place, the string of lustrous pearls her grandmother had bequeathed to her, the garnet brooch her mother wore unfailingly to weekly services, the delicate silver charm bracelet she had added to each Christmas, a tradition that continued until the narrator, at 16, had loftily declared herself far too old for such childish trinkets. Beneath the false bottom of the jewelry tray, nestled within a yellowed handkerchief that still clung stubbornly to faint traces of her mother's lavender perfume, lay a small, brass key. The narrator recognized it instantly, though she hadn't laid eyes on it in decades. It was the attic key. Her mother had hidden it away one summer, when the narrator was barely 11 years old, after finding her exploring the forbidden reaches of the attic for the 3rd time in a single week. Some places aren't meant for children, her mother had said, her voice carrying a peculiar, chilling blend of fear and authority that the narrator would come to associate with all her mother's strictest prohibitions. "Promise me you'll never go up there alone again." She had promised, of course. Children make promises with effortless ease, rarely comprehending the true weight they carry. But now, standing in her mother's empty room, the cool, solid brass key resting heavily in her palm. She remembered the other rules her mother had repeated so often. They had become a kind of hushed, ritualistic liturgy. Never go up there alone, never open the windows, and never, under any circumstances, remove the black velvet sheet from the mirror in the far corner. The stairs leading to the third floor rose at an unnervingly steep angle, each step slightly narrower than it should have been, as if the very architecture of the house itself were imbued with a subtle reluctance, hesitant to grant access to its highest, most mysterious level. The narrator paused at the bottom for several long, silent moments, one hand resting on the smooth banister. The wood felt surprisingly warm beneath her palm, a strange contrast to the pervasive autumn chill that seemed to seep into every other corner of the house. Her grandmother had always insisted on keeping this banister polished to an almost blinding sheen, spending hours every Sunday afternoon meticulously working beeswax into the dark wood with patient, circular motions. The habit, like so many others, had passed to her mother, though in her later years, her mother had taken to muttering softly under her breath as she worked, her hands moving faster and faster, a frantic energy possessing them until the polishing cloth sometimes slipped entirely from her trembling grip. She began to climb slowly, deliberately, testing each tread with the ball of her sensible black pump before committing her full weight. The sound of her footsteps against the wood seemed unnaturally loud in the empty house, echoing back to her in a way that made her glance over her shoulder more than once, a prickle of unease tracing its way up her spine. Each ascending step brought with it a fresh wave of memory, her mother's voice, distant and clear, calling her down to dinner, the faint, unsettling scrape of furniture being moved across the attic floor late at night, long after the house should have fallen silent, the soft, unintelligible murmur of conversations she was never meant to hear, drifting down from above like fragmented dreams. The lock on the attic door resisted at first, stiff with years of disuse, but then, with a sharp, resonant click that seemed to ripple through the profound silence of the house, it yielded. The door itself required a specific, almost ritualistic maneuver to open pressure applied in exactly the right spot, just above the handle, combined with a slight, upward thrust. This familiar resistance, a ghost from childhood mischief, brought back a sudden rush of memories, sun-drenched summer afternoons spent secretly exploring the forbidden confines of the attic while her mother was at church. The delicious thrill of disobedience mingling with a deeper, stranger excitement she had never been able to name. The attic air hit her like a physical presence, thick with the accumulated dust of generations and a peculiar, cloying staleness that settles only in rooms long closed, long forgotten. A single shaft of sunlight, narrow and ethereal, filtered through the lone dormer window, carving a luminous path through the encompassing gloom. Dust motes danced within this beam, moving in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost meaningful, as if engaged in a silent, cosmic ballet. If only she could gaze upon them long enough to decipher their ancient language. The vast space was crowded, a veritable museum of the physical remnants of 4 generations of her family's life-battered trunks and cardboard boxes stacked precariously, forgotten furniture draped in ghost-like white sheets, precarious towers of yellowing magazines tied with brittle twine. Each object, each silent sentinel, cast its own particular, elongated shadow, creating a disorienting geography of darkness that seemed to shift and change whenever her gaze drifted, refusing to hold a consistent form. The effect was profoundly unsettling, making the familiar dimensions of the room feel somehow wrong, as if the very corners didn't quite meet at proper right angles, as if the space itself defied the logical laws of geometry. She stood just inside the doorway, a silent observer, allowing her eyes to slowly adjust to the profound dimness, her senses reaching out into the unknown. The air in the attic was not merely stale. It possessed a peculiar, almost physical weight, pressing against my skin with the intimate touch of damp silk. It carried a scent too, an elusive perfume I couldn't quite identify, something beyond the expected mustiness of old wood and forgotten cloth. It was a smell that twisted memory, reminding me of the hushed stillness in my mother's room during her final days. Lavender and medication. Yes, but underneath that, something else entirely. Something that evoked the lingering chill of winter afternoons when the sun retreated too early, of empty rooms waiting, breath held to be filled by an unseen presence, moving with deliberate, almost reverent care through the intricate maze of stored memories. My fingers brushed against forgotten relics, the smooth, cool wood of my childhood rocking horse, its painted eye catching a sliver of the lone dormer light. And for a fleeting, unsettling moment, I could have sworn it followed my movement, a trick of light and shadow. Of course, nothing more. Yet a tiny shiver traced its path down my spine. Then, the rough, ancient carpet covering an old steamer trunk, its cool brass fittings hinting at distant journeys never taken. Each contact stirred small, silvery clouds of dust into the heavy air, contributing to the strange, thick quality of the atmosphere, making it feel less like air and more like a suspended, particulate thought. And there, in the deepest, most shadowed corner, stood the shape I had both sought and instinctively avoided. It was tall, broad, and draped in a shroud of black velvet so profound it seemed to absorb the meager light that dared to fall upon it, drawing the gloom deeper into its folds. The mirror. It had been a silent, imposing presence throughout my childhood, a dark secret lurking at the edge of my awareness. I had only ever seen it uncovered once, a day much like this one, when the house had been filled with the particular, suffocating silence that follows in the wake of a funeral. I was barely 7 years old then, a small, curious figure navigating a world suddenly made strange by the absence of a beloved grandparent. My grandmother had just passed away, leaving a hollow echo in the grand, old home. I remembered finding my mother up here, in this very attic, standing before the uncovered mirror. Her hand had been pressed flat against its polished surface, as if she were desperately trying to reach through to something, or someone, on the other side, when she caught sight of my small reflection appearing behind her own. She had whirled around with such abrupt, raw violence that I stumbled backward, a startled gasp catching in my throat, knocking over a precarious stack of old, brittle magazines. The sudden, sharp clatter they made hitting the dusty floor had resonated through the attic's heavy silence like a series of unexpected gunshots, shattering the fragile stillness. That was the day my mother had first laid down her immutable rules about this place, her voice shaking with an emotion I couldn't then identify. It was a tremor that hinted at something deeper than mere anger or frustration. Later, much later, I would recognize it for what it truly was: fear. Not the ordinary, understandable fear of a parent for a child's safety, but something far more profound, more primal. The fear of something vast and incomprehensible, something that waited patiently, infinitely, behind reflective surfaces, wearing familiar faces like masks. I remembered how, in the disorienting weeks that followed that incident, my mother had begun a strange, methodical ritual covering all the mirrors in the house at night. To let them rest, she would explain, her voice hushed. When I, in my childlike innocence, dared to ask, as if mirrors, like people, grew tired from the endless task of reflecting. I had found her more than once, long past midnight, a lone figure in the silent hallway, methodically hanging dark cloths over every reflective surface, the framed prints, the polished silver trays, even the dark, unlit television screen. She would sometimes pause, her head tilted slightly, as if listening intently to something I couldn't hear, before moving on to the next mirror, the next window pane, the next glass-covered picture frame, driven by an unseen compulsion. Standing before the draped mirror now, in the muted afternoon light of the attic, I noticed a subtle, unsettling detail. The black velvet sheet seemed to ripple slightly, almost imperceptibly, though there was no discernible breeze in the stale attic air. My fingers, hesitantly reaching out, trembled as they brushed against the fabric. It was soft, so impossibly soft, despite its years of undisturbed rest, a luxurious darkness that seemed to hum with a quiet, waiting energy. My mother's voice, a distant echo from memory's deep corridors, whispered a warning. Promise me you'll never uncover it. Child, some reflections are better left unseen. The rational part of my mind, the part that had carefully chosen a secure career path over artistic passion, that had slowly, irrevocably transformed me into the kind of woman who wore sensible shoes and kept her hair in a practical style, insisted with unshakable certainty that it was just a mirror, an old, undoubtedly valuable antique, perhaps, but nothing more than polished glass and carved wood. Yet something deeper within me, something that remembered the profound, unsettling look in my mother's eyes when she spoke of it, whispered a different truth. Some promises were made for reasons beyond our simple, waking understanding. I found myself beginning to pace back and forth in front of the covered mirror, 5 steps to the left, 5 steps to the right, a familiar, almost unconscious rhythm. It was the same anxious pattern my mother used to follow outside my bedroom door when I was sick with childhood fevers, her worry manifesting in those quiet, repetitive movements. The floorboards beneath my sensible shoes creaked in familiar patterns, a mournful symphony of old wood. Had they, I wondered, memorized our family's anxious movements over generations, absorbing every restless step, every hesitant pause? I imagined the sound traveling down through the very layers of the house, through my mother's now empty bedroom, through the formal parlor where we had hosted her somber wake, down into the silent foundations where the oldest, most sedimented parts of our family history had finally come to rest, watching, waiting, forever. The rational part of my mind, the part that had meticulously chosen a path of structured numbers over the wild brushstrokes of creation, a secure, predictable future over the fleeting brilliance of artistic passion, the very part that had, over years, subtly reshaped me into the kind of woman who favored sensible shoes and kept her hair in a practical, unadorned style. That part insisted, with unshakable certainty, that it was merely a mirror. An old mirror, yes, likely a valuable antique, but ultimately nothing more than polished glass and carved wood. Yet something deeper within me, something that vibrated with the unsettling memory of my mother's profound, inexplicable fear whenever she spoke of it, whispered a different truth. It suggested that some promises, uttered in the quiet intimacy of childhood, were made for reasons far beyond our simple, waking comprehension, for fears that transcended logic. A restless energy began to prickle beneath my skin, an urge to move, to disturb the heavy stillness. I found myself beginning to pace, back and forth, 5 deliberate steps to the left, then 5 equally measured steps to the right, a familiar, almost unconscious rhythm. It was the same anxious pattern my mother used to follow outside my bedroom door when I was confined by childhood fevers. Her worry a tangible presence in those quiet, repetitive movements. The floorboards beneath my sensible shoes creaked in their well-worn, familiar patterns, a mournful symphony of old wood groaning under the weight of generations. Had they, I wondered, truly memorized our family's anxious movements over the decades, absorbing every restless step, every hesitant pause, every unspoken fear? I imagined the soft, complaining sounds traveling downward through the very layers of the old house, through my mother's now empty bedroom below, through the formal parlor where we had hosted her recent somber wake, down into the silent foundations where the oldest, most sedimented parts of our family history had finally settled to rest, watching, waiting, forever. The journal, tucked deep within the leather confines of my purse, seemed to grow heavier with each pass I made in front of the draped mirror. I could feel its insistent weight, pressing against my hip through the soft leather of the bag, as palpable and persistent as an unspoken thought. Something, some unseen force, had compelled me to bring it up here, into this dust-laden sanctuary of forgotten things. Perhaps it was the same indefinable impulse that had made me slip it into my bag before leaving for the funeral. Though I hadn't yet brought myself to read more than a few scattered, almost accidental entries. Now, with hands that didn't feel quite steady, I withdrew the journal. The leather cover was warm to the touch, unsettlingly so, as if it had absorbed some of my mother's own feverish energy in her final, confused days. As I opened it, a pressed flower, a dried violet perhaps, or something that had once held the delicate hue of violet, fluttered from between the pages. It crumbled silently to dust even before it reached the floor, a tiny, ephemeral whisper of memory. The sight, so fragile and fleeting, made me think of my mother's once meticulously tended garden, now sadly overgrown with weeds that seemed to arrange themselves with an almost purposeful, defiant wildness. I opened the journal randomly, my fingers trembling slightly as they moved across the yellowed pages. My mother's handwriting, usually so precise, shifted dramatically from entry to entry. Some passages were penned in her customary careful script, each letter neatly formed, while others were scrawled urgently across the page, as if she couldn't get the words out fast enough. A torrent of thought struggling against the confines of ink and paper. The dates jumped erratically, March 15th, then abruptly February 3rd, then April 29th, a chaotic mosaic of time, as if she had been desperately trying to piece together some cryptic pattern that only made sense within the increasingly fragmented landscape of her own mind. One particular passage, its ink darker and more deeply pressed than the rest, as if she had leaned down with unusual force, caught my eye. The mirror never shows the truth. It read, the words a chilling echo of a forgotten voice. That's what my mother told me, and what her mother told her. It shows what might have been, what could still be, what lurks beneath the surface of our choices. The daughter doesn't understand yet. She's too young, too full of defiance, but she will learn, as I did, that some reflections are warnings, and some are prophecies, and some are hungry things that wait patiently behind the glass, wearing our faces like masks. I trace my finger along the uneven words, feeling the deep indentations her pen had left in the paper, a physical testament to the urgency of her message. The next few pages were starkly blank, a sudden, unnerving void, as if whatever she had witnessed in the mirror that day had utterly silenced her for a time, stolen her words. Then the writing resumed, smaller now, more controlled, yet imbued with a frantic, underlying energy that made the letters blur together. A restless whisper on the page. I watch her sometimes, the daughter, when she thinks I'm not looking. She moves through the house like a stranger, like someone trying to avoid leaving footprints in the dust of her own life. She thinks I don't see how she glances at her reflection, in windows, in polished silverware, in the dark, unlit screen of her phone. Always just a quick, furtive look, as if she's afraid of what might look back. She has her grandmother's way of turning her head just so when she passes a reflective surface. They never understood that avoiding reflections only makes them hunger more. The words seem to blur and shift on the page, like the shimmering dance of dust motes caught in a sunbeam, like the shadows that writhed and gathered in the corners of the room. I closed the journal with more force than necessary, the sound sharp and sudden in the thick, waiting air of the attic. My heart was hammering against my ribs, its rhythm too fast, too insistent, and I could feel a cold sweat gathering at the nape of my neck. Despite the autumn chill that permeated the ancient space, I closed the journal abruptly, the sudden snap of it loud and jarring in the suffocating quiet of the attic. My heart, a frantic drum against my ribs, hammered out a rhythm far too fast, too insistent for the stillness around me. A clammy, cold sweat prickled at the nape of my neck, clinging despite the raw autumn chill that seeped from the old timbers of the room. My gaze, drawn by an unsettling intuition, drifted down to my hands. I found myself really looking at them, perhaps for the very first time in years, truly seeing the landscape of my own skin. They were her hands. I realized with a sudden, chilling clarity, my mother's hands, the same prominent veins, like faint blue rivers tracing maps beneath the pale skin, the same subtle, anxious tremor that would sometimes betray her calm facade, the same unconscious tendency to twist and intertwine when apprehension tightened its grip. When had this transformation begun so subtly, so gradually, that I hadn't even noticed? When had my own gestures begun to mirror hers? The precise tilt of my head when listening, as if straining to catch a whisper no one else could hear. The particular pursing of my lips, a delicate expression of disapproval I had once, in my fierce youth, sworn I would never, ever emulate. The thought sent a cold tendril of dread creeping up my spine. My eyes were drawn back to the veiled mirror, that silent, draped monolith in the corner. The shape beneath the heavy velvet seemed different now, larger, somehow more imposing, or perhaps simply closer, though I knew I hadn't taken a single step. The narrow shaft of sunlight, once illuminating the heart of the gloom, had shifted with the sun's slow arc, abandoning the corner to a deeper, more profound shadow. Yet there was still enough light, a wan, bruised light to distinguish forms, to make choices, or perhaps enough shadow to conceal oneself, to hide away, just as my mother had hidden, just as her mother before her had hidden. A silent, generational turning away from one's own reflection, a legacy of women retreating from the glass. Mother was gone now, her physical presence dissolved, her myriad rules buried with her beneath the rich, dark soil of the ancient lands. And I, a woman of 45 years, was surely too old, too grounded, to be bound by the whispered promises of childhood, by the lingering superstitions of a forgotten era. Yet, as I stood there, rooted to the dusty floorboards, a parade of small, protective gestures flickered through my mind. The covered mirrors, the perpetually closed curtains, the way she would sometimes, almost frantically, hurry me past sunlit shop windows on overcast days, as if reflections held a peculiar sharpness, a predatory attention she feared. Without conscious command, my hand, that hand now so unnervingly like hers, began to move, slowly, inexorably. It reached toward the velvet drape, my fingers brushing against the fabric. It felt soft, impossibly soft, like the caress of sleep, yet almost alive, almost warm to the touch. The contact sent a shiver, cold and profound, through my entire being, a tremor that had nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with the attic's chill. Behind the heavy material, something seemed to subtly shift, to adjust itself, a barely perceptible rustle, like a person smoothing their clothes, taking a deep breath, before calmly opening a door. The mirror that emerged from beneath its shroud was breathtakingly beautiful, in a way that tightened my chest with a strange, aching sorrow. Its frame, a masterpiece of carved oak, was darkened with the patina of centuries, depicting twining vines and fantastical flowers that, in the periphery of my vision, seemed to writhe and sway with a subtle, unnerving life of their own. The glass itself was utterly flawless, impossibly clear for its age, a liquid surface reflecting the attic behind me with a perfect, almost brutal clarity. The stacked boxes, the silent, draped furniture, even the shaft of sunlight that now pierced the gloom seemed to fall at an angle that defied the actual position of the window. An optical impossibility, but it wasn't the strange, impossible quality of the light that stole my breath, that made my heart leap into my throat. It was my reflection, or rather, what should have been my reflection. The woman who gazed back at me from the depths of the polished glass was not the same woman I had seen in my bathroom mirror that very morning. She was younger, perhaps 25, with hair the rich, fiery hue of autumn leaves, tumbling in soft waves past her shoulders, unbound by the practical, unadorned style I now maintained. She wore a dress of deep emerald velvet, a garment I remembered with a sudden, vivid pang of recognition. I had worn that dress to my very first gallery opening, so many years ago, before I had quietly, deliberately, abandoned the vibrant, messy world of painting for the neat, structured, sensible career in numbers, before I had, in essence, begun to become the responsible daughter my mother had always, perhaps unknowingly, desired. Yet, it was more than just the stark physical differences that made my breath catch, that brought a cold knot of apprehension to my stomach. There was something about her eyes, my eyes, undeniably, but no longer quite mine. They held a clarity of purpose, a fierce, defiant spark I had, through years of practical decisions and careful compromises, utterly forgotten I once possessed. A raw, unyielding determination that had been slowly, incrementally, worn away, like stone eroded by an endless, patient tide. The young woman's expression was unnervingly blank, a perfectly smooth, unreadable canvas. As I slowly, hesitantly, raised my own hand to touch the cold glass, she remained utterly motionless, a silent, painted tableau. But then, a flicker of memory, sharp and sudden as a shard of ice, pierced through the haze of years. I remembered this exact moment, this precise tableau from 2 decades ago, standing before this very mirror, my hand outstretched, my heart brimming with a fierce, untamed determination. I had just sold my first painting. I had just secured a small studio space in a downtown area of the city. The world had, in that bright, heady moment, seemed infinitely full of possibility, each blank canvas a door, waiting, aching to be thrown open. Then, with agonizing slowness, with a deliberate, almost ritualistic grace, she lifted her own hand, not to mirror mine, but to press her palm flat against her side of the glass. And as her skin met the surface, a chilling mist began to bloom, spreading outward from her fingers like frost on a winter window, obscuring the flawless clarity. Her breath, a visible plume in the cold, still air, clouded the glass further. And then, her finger began to move, tracing letters that appeared with a terrible, crystalline clarity. "You promised." I watched, mesmerized, as the words took shape, each letter emerging as if carved in ice upon the mirrored surface. The movements of my younger self were precise, deliberate, her eyes never once leaving mine as she wrote, a silent, unblinking accusation. This was not a mere reflection, a simple mimicry of my actions. This was memory given tangible form, purpose made flesh. This was the self I had so carefully, so diligently packed away, like the vibrant, forgotten paintings stacked in the dust-laden corner beneath yellowing sheets, like the audacious dreams I had folded and stored in anonymous boxes, meticulously labelled with the sterile, unforgiving terms of practical considerations and reality. I took a hesitant step back, my heel catching on an uneven floorboard, the subtle creak of protest in the heavy silence. The younger me continued her silent, desperate message, her movements growing more frantic, each word appearing as if scratched into the surface of the glass with diamond-sharp clarity. "You promised you would never forget. You promised you would never become her. The words burned in the air between us, each letter seeming to pulse with its own internal frigid light. I remembered that promise, a vow made in this very spot on another autumn afternoon, when the sun's pale gold had fallen just so, when the air itself had thrummed with the same electric, charged quality. I had stood before this silent observer then, after the elder woman, my parent, had tried to convince me to take the numbers job, to relinquish the small studio space, to be realistic about my future. I had sworn with the fierce, unyielding certainty of youth, with all the righteous, burning anger of someone who couldn't fathom ever becoming the thing they despised, that I would never let fear, that cold, insidious companion, rule my life the way it had so visibly ruled hers. Never let caution, a dull, pragmatic hand, steal the vibrant color from my world. Never let practicality, a heavy, silencing cloak, dim the inherent brightness of my wildest dreams. My heart, a frantic captive in my ribs, hammered out a rhythm that matched the trembling of my younger self's hand as she etched those words onto the glass. The mirror's surface, once flawless, now rippled like water disturbed by an unseen current, making the reflection waver and shift, blurring the edges of my two existences. For a fleeting, disorienting moment, I saw her face, the elder woman's face, superimposed over my own, a ghostly overlay, not the aged, fearful visage of her final years, but the young woman I barely remembered from faded photographs, the one who had once played the piano at grand receptions, whose dreams had stretched to distant concert halls, before the heavy cloak of responsibility and the creeping tendrils of fear had transformed her into someone who started at shadows and spoke only in dire warnings. The journal, dislodged by my earlier stumble, lay splayed open at my feet, its pages fanned out like the fragile wings of a fallen bird against the dusty floorboards. My eyes, drawn by an invisible thread, caught another passage. This entry, dated just weeks before my parents' passing, was different. The handwriting was steadier here, almost peaceful, as if she had, in those final moments, finally grasped a truth that had eluded her for years. I should have understood sooner. The mirror doesn't show what we fear. It shows what we fear becoming. Each generation of our family has faced it, has made their choice. I chose fear. I chose safety. I chose to become my parent. And in doing so, I may have condemned my child to the same fate. The words seemed to pulse on the page, a slow, mournful beat, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of my own hammering heart. In the mirror, my younger self had ceased her frantic writing. She stood perfectly still now, silent tears streaming down her face, leaving tracks that seemed to glow faintly in the impossible light of that reflected space. Behind her, or perhaps behind me, the distinction was becoming terrifyingly blurred. Shadows moved and coalesced, taking on shapes that made my eyes ache to focus, to comprehend their shifting geometries. I found myself thinking of all the times I had heard my parent up here alone, her voice a soft, urgent murmur, carried on the stale, heavy air. Had she been speaking to her own reflection, to the younger version of herself, the one who had once dreamed of being a concert pianist before the inexorable pull of responsibility and the icy grip of fear had reshaped her into someone who flinched at every shadow and spoke only in hushed, ominous warnings? The air in the attic grew thicker, charged with a palpable, humming possibility, as if the very atoms were rearranging themselves. My reflection began to change, shifting like water, showing me fleeting glimpses of other lives, other paths. Myself at an easel, strands of silver streaking my still long hair, teaching art to children in a sun-drenched studio, standing before a gallery wall, ablaze with vibrant canvases of my own creation. Each image flickered and faded, replaced by another, while the shadows behind the glass swirled and danced like drops of paint dissolving in water, creating new, unsettling patterns. I understood then, with a sudden, chilling clarity that pierced through decades of carefully constructed denial, what my parent had never truly grasped. The mirror wasn't a warning, nor was it a curse. It was a reminder, a window, not into a terrifying other world, but into the self we leave behind, the forgotten promises we made, the ones we broke, and the ones we could, perhaps, still remake. The realization descended upon me with a weight that felt like waking from a long, unsettling dream, or perhaps like falling headlong into one. As I stood there, a silent observer to the shifting, changing versions of myself in the glass, I became acutely aware of subtle alterations in the attic around me. The air had taken on a peculiar, almost electric quality, like the moment just before a summer storm, when everything goes preternaturally still and bright. The dust motes, once dancing with deliberate purpose, had stopped their ethereal ballet entirely, hanging suspended as if waiting for a cue. Even the ancient shadows seemed to hold their breath. My reflection steadied, resolving into my current self, yet subtly, profoundly changed. My practical, sensible Bob was now shot through with streaks of shimmering silver. My face, once marked by worry and careful compromise, was now etched with the fine lines of years of laughter. Paint stained my fingers, a vibrant, rebellious smudge of blue across my cheek, a mark I had never dared to allow in my rigidly ordered life in the world of numbers. Behind me, the swirling shadows had resolved into recognizable forms, easels, canvases, the nascent, shimmering ghosts of paintings yet to be created. They were as clear now as the mundane boxes and draped furniture of the real attic, as if two worlds had briefly aligned, showing me what had always existed just beneath the surface of things, waiting to be seen. I found myself thinking of the way my parent used to describe her music in those rare, fragile moments when she would speak of her past. It wasn't just playing notes, she would say, her fingers moving unconsciously through the air as if touching invisible keys. It was opening a door between what is and what could be. I had never quite understood what she meant, not truly, until this very moment. Watching the light shift and change in the mirror's unsettling depths, new words appeared on the glass. This time, they were written not in desperate haste, but with deliberate, tender care. It's time to keep your promise. The letters had a different quality now, not the biting cold of frost, nor the fiery urgency of accusation, but something like starlight, something that spoke of infinite possibility, of gentle invitation. My younger self, the one who had embodied all the hope I had once possessed, all the audacious dreams I had so carefully packed away in this very attic, smiled a small, sad, yet profoundly knowing smile. I reached for the black velvet sheet, that heavy shroud of forgotten promises. But I did not cover the mirror. Instead, I let it fall to the floor, watching as the dust motes danced in the shaft of sunlight that now fell, unimpeded, across the polished glass. The velvet pooled at my feet like spilled ink, like gathered shadows, heavy and silent. And for a single, breathtaking moment, I could have sworn I saw my parents' hands, younger, more supple, folding it carefully away in reverse, not hiding, but unfolding possibilities instead. The reflection showed me as I was, as I could be, as I might become, all possibilities existing simultaneously, like layers of paint building depth on a canvas, each nuance revealing a deeper truth. The mirror's surface seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting almost imperceptibly, as if it were a living thing, slowly, languidly waking from a long, deep sleep. The carved vines in the frame, once mere tricks of light and shadow, had begun to move more openly now, shedding their pretense. They twisted and grew, reaching with subtle, sinuous movements toward the ceiling beams, where more shadows gathered and shifted, forming new, complex patterns. The attic itself seemed to be changing, responding to something in the air, or perhaps to something profound stirring within me. The stacked boxes and draped furniture, once inert, began to take on new forms in my peripheral vision. An old steamer trunk's brass fittings gleamed like fresh paint on a palette, its surface hinting at colors yet to be mixed. A sheet-covered chair revealed itself as an easel, patiently waiting to be uncovered, to be put to its true purpose. Even the dust in the air, once mundane, had transformed, becoming more like shimmering particles of pigment suspended in light, waiting to settle into new patterns, new meanings, new creations. I found myself moving through the space differently now, each step deliberate, considered, as if I were learning a forgotten dance. The floorboards, once creaking warnings beneath my feet, now seemed to hum with a quiet, resonant possibility. Here and there, patches of the late afternoon sunlight fell in shapes that reminded me of canvases I had once dreamed of painting. Abstract forms that spoke of movement and raw emotion, rather than the careful, accountable reality I had chosen. My parents' journal still lay open at my feet, and I could see now that the seemingly random dates of her entries, once so bewildering, formed a pattern of their own. She had been mapping something through these pages, tracking the mirror's mysterious cycles like a meticulous astronomer, charting the movements of distant, enigmatic stars. The entries spiraled through the book, each one a step, leading to that final, profound understanding she had reached only at the very end. I spent that afternoon in the attic, letting the hours slip by, watching the light change as the sun moved its slow arc across the sky. Each subtle shift in illumination revealed new aspects of the space, new possibilities hidden within familiar shapes and shadows. The mirror remained uncovered, a silent, watchful presence. As I worked at clearing away years of accumulated dust and neglect, a gentle activity that felt like an act of reverence. I could feel it watching, not with malice or judgment, but with a patient, infinite anticipation. Sometimes, when my gaze drifted to its depths, I saw myself as I was, here and now. Other times, I caught glimpses of other selves, other possibilities, all of them waiting like blank canvases, poised for the first stroke of paint. in the deepening afternoon light, a soft, amber glow that seeped through the dormer window. I began to uncover things I had long forgotten. A box of oil paints, the tubes still soft and viable despite their years of dusty storage, their colours muted but potent. Brushes, wrapped carefully in a silk scarf, their handles worn smooth by hands that had known exactly how to hold them, how to coax life from pigment. Canvases in the various states of completion, each one a window into who I had been, who I might have become. The colours seemed more vivid than they should have been, as if they had been storing up light and memory all these years, waiting for someone to finally notice them again. The mirror reflected each discovery with perfect clarity, but somehow altered, showing not just what was, but what could be. A half-finished landscape became a completed masterpiece, its colours vibrant, alive. A preliminary sketch of a figure evolved into a full series of portraits, rich with character and emotion. A single tube of cobalt blue transformed into an entire palette of possibilities. A universe of hues waiting to be explored. Behind each reflection, shadows continued to move and change, swirling like thoughts taking shape just before they become words, before they manifest into being. My parents' last journal entry, written the day before she died, lay open before me now. The words, once so concrete, seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as I read, revealing deeper layers of meaning. The mirror shows us what we need to see when we need to see it. I hope my child understands this before it's too late, before she spends her life hiding from reflections instead of learning from them. We think we're protecting ourselves by turning away, by choosing the safer path. But some promises need to be kept. Some reflections need to be faced. Some doors need to be opened no matter what waits on the other side. The writing changed as it continued, becoming stronger, more certain, infused with a newfound resolve. I hear her sometimes, my younger self, still playing her melodies in empty rooms, her music echoing through the spaces between what is and what could have been. She's not angry anymore, not accusing. She's waiting, the way the mirror waits, the way art waits in blank canvases and music waits in untouched keys. She knows, as I know now, that it's never too late to keep a promise, never too late to open a door you thought was closed forever. I stayed in the attic until midnight, surrounded by the ghosts of abandoned dreams and the thrilling promise of new ones. When I finally descended the stairs, the old wood groaning softly under my feet, I left the mirror uncovered. Some reflections I had learned need to be faced in the clear, unapologetic light of day. They need to be studied and understood, not hidden away beneath black velvet and years of carefully cultivated fear. The very next morning, with a new lightness in my step, I gave notice at the numbers firm, the sterile world of figures suddenly dull and lifeless. By afternoon, I had enrolled in art classes at the nearby academy, a vibrant, hopeful step into the unknown. And that evening, in the fading light, I set up an easel in the attic, positioning it directly across from the mirror, where I could watch my reflection paint alongside me. Sometimes younger, sometimes older, but always true to the promise I had made 20 years ago. My parent was right about one thing. The mirror never reflects the truth. But perhaps that's because the truth isn't found in reflections at all. It is found in the choices we make when we finally stop looking away from them The first awareness of a sound, a distinct breathing, was easily dismissed. My mind, a murky landscape recovering from the deep excavation it had endured, was still shrouded in the peculiar fog that often lingers after a major surgery. It was a liminal state, a delicate space where the edges of reality seemed to drift, ever so slightly, out of their usual alignment. The titanium plate, a silent, unyielding guest now housed within the delicate architecture of my own skull, felt like an alien presence. Its cool, metallic edges would occasionally catch the light in fleeting, unwelcome ways, causing me to pause mid-motion, arrested by the chilling thought that something manufactured, something deliberately engineered, had become an intrinsic part of my very being. This strange, dissociative state, where the self felt fragmented and distant, was, after all, precisely the kind of anomaly a prominent specialist had warned me about. His office, a sanctuary of hushed authority, practically telegraphed medical gravitas. Leather-bound journals, their spines marching in a steady, gold-embossed procession of neurological terminology, lined the shelves. His massive mahogany desk, a relic that surely predated both of us, bore the careful, overlapping rings of decades of countless coffee cups, each mark a silent testament to the long hours of contemplation and diagnosis. Post-operative recovery can often be disorienting, he had explained, leaning back in his chair with the casual, practiced authority that comes from delivering such news 1,000 times before. The brain, he'd elaborated, his voice a low, reassuring rumble, often responds to trauma with a constellation of peculiar symptoms: temporal displacement, auditory phantoms, even dreams that feel far more substantial than waking life itself. He had listed these unsettling possibilities with a practiced, almost surgical precision, each potential side effect weighted with just enough gravity to command respect, yet carefully calibrated not to inspire undue anxiety. I had nodded along, a diligent student of my own affliction, already well versed in the academic literature. When one spends years immersed in museum conservation, as I had, or rather, did before the incident, one naturally develops a certain scholarly, almost detached approach to everything, even to the most intimate and alarming of one's own medical conditions. I had dedicated the weeks leading up to my surgery to devouring every journal article I could find on cranial trauma and its labyrinthine aftermath. The titanium plate they were preparing to install, I discovered, possessed a fascinating, if unsettling, history, tracing its origins back to the grim exigencies of a world war. I had found a strange, almost macabre comfort in such dry, technical details, a small anchor against the rising tide of personal terror. My apartment, nestled within the sturdy walls of a pre-war building on a bustling urban street, had always been a sanctuary of sorts, a meticulously curated refuge where I could surround myself with the artifacts and delightful oddities I had accumulated over years of dedicated work at a vast metropolitan museum. The thick, pre-war walls absorbed the relentless symphony of the city, muting its clamour until the sounds arrived as if through layers of thick cotton, distant and indistinct. The antique radiators, with their own peculiar, unpredictable schedules, marked the passage of time with mechanical sighs and groans. Sounds I had, over the years, grown to find almost companionable, Each room possessed its own distinct character, its subtle personality the study, with its overcrowded bookshelves and a reading chair positioned just so, to catch the fleeting afternoon light. The kitchen, with its original painstakingly restored 1920s tiles. The living room, a carefully curated gallery of ancient bronzes that my colleagues occasionally borrowed for their own comparative analyses. The bedroom, however, had always remained spartanly furnished, almost monastic in its simplicity, just the bed, a functional dresser, and the massive Victorian mirror I had inherited from my grandmother. That mirror, an imposing sentinel, dominated one entire wall, its ornate frame a riot of carved details that seemed to subtly shift and change, their patterns twisting and reforming depending on the quality of light filtering into the room. I had spent countless hours over the years studying those intricate patterns, tracing their convolutions, attempting to decode the silent, ancient story they might be telling. My grandmother, I remembered, had claimed the mirror came from an estate sale in a coastal town, though she had never specified precisely which estate. Some things, she used to say, her voice soft and knowing, are simply better left unexamined too closely. My loyal companion, a majestic German shepherd, had been a recent, welcome addition to this carefully curated solitude. The museum's head of security, a gruff but well-meaning man, had subtly suggested I get a dog after the incident, though he tactfully avoided using that more unsettling word. The incident, he'd called it, as if by choosing a more neutral, clinical term, he could somehow soften the harsh reality of what had truly happened in the echoing basement storage area that chilling night, as if mere language could erase the memory of waking up on the cold concrete floor, a slick, dark pool of blood slowly spreading beneath my head, surrounded by the silent, ancient witnesses of centuries-old artifacts. The security cameras, he'd reported, had failed that night, a fact that still troubled the lead investigator more than it did me. He had shown me the grainy footage, multiple times normal activity, until precisely 2:47 a.m. Then nothing but a harsh, unwavering static until the morning guard, his face a mask of shock, had found me at 6:15. Electronics, I had told him, my voice still hoarse from the trauma, can be funny around old things. I had thought of the countless times our delicate conservation equipment had inexplicably malfunctioned in the presence of certain artifacts, ancient and resonant with unseen energies. He had not, I recalled, appreciated that observation. The first few weeks after my eventual return home from the sterile confines of the medical center had passed in a disorienting blur of prescription medications and an endless procession of follow-up appointments. Each day, with its carefully scheduled rituals, took on a strange, almost ceremonial quality. Mornings would begin with a meticulous cataloguing of my physical and mental state in a leather-bound journal, the very same type I had once used to document newly acquired artifacts at the museum. I noted everything the particular quality of light that seemed to linger too long, unnaturally, in the corners of my rooms, the unsettling way my own reflection would occasionally appear to move with a subtle, almost imperceptible delay, as if transmitted from somewhere infinitely far away. The headaches, unwelcome visitors that came and went, each unique in its character, yet slowly beginning to follow patterns I was reluctantly starting to recognize. I developed routines, as one does when attempting to reconstruct a life shattered by trauma. The morning pills were arranged in a precise semicircle on my bedside table each night. The evening medications formed a mirror image, an unsettling counterpoint, on the opposite side. Between these pharmaceutical bookends, I would pace my apartment with the meticulous attention of a curator studying an unfamiliar collection, noting subtle, unsettling changes in my environment that I simply could not explain. Books that seemed to have shifted position overnight. Objects that caught the light at impossible, unnatural angles. The faint, but persistent, scent of lily of the valley that would appear and disappear without warning or logical reason. My loyal companion adapted to our new routine with remarkable, almost preternatural efficiency. He would escort me on my prescribed daily walks, maintaining a protective proximity that, somehow, never felt oppressive. His solid, reassuring presence had a grounding effect. Whenever I found myself drifting into uncertain mental territory, his warmth against my leg would gently, firmly, pull me back to the stark reality of the present moment. At night, he would assume a vigilant post by my bedroom door, his dark form aligned with military precision along the threshold, a silent guardian. I found his unwavering presence deeply reassuring, even if I sometimes caught him staring fixedly at empty corners with an intensity that made the fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle and rise. The breathing began on the 7th night after my return home. I remember this precisely, with the kind of crystalline clarity that trauma often etches into memory, because I had just finished updating my recovery journal, noting with a fragile satisfaction that the incision site was healing nicely and that the headaches had, mercifully, begun to follow a predictable pattern. The entry ended at precisely 11:42 p.m. I was always exact about recording times, a habit formed through years of rigorous conservation work, where even the most minute changes in temperature or humidity needed to be documented with scientific, unwavering precision. My evening routine had, by then, acquired an almost ceremonial quality, a meticulous dance against the encroaching uncertainty. The medications, each pill a small, precisely formulated anchor against the internal storms, were taken in a specific, unwavering order. Each one first examined under the soft glow of the bedside lamp, as if it were a rare, delicate artifact before being carefully swallowed. The windows, thick panes guarding against the city's ceaseless hum, were checked and rechecked, their latches tested with a thoroughness that might have seemed obsessive, even paranoid, to an outside observer. But a career spent meticulously preserving priceless artifacts, ensuring their environment was perfectly controlled, had ingrained in me a profound attention to detail. Such vigilance had long since become second nature, a quiet, necessary ritual. The bedroom itself, usually a space of spare comfort, had begun to feel profoundly different after sunset. During the day, it was simply a room, Spartan, yet undeniably functional, its few pieces of furniture arranged with careful consideration for both space and purpose. But as the last tendrils of daylight receded, and the city outside dissolved into a tapestry of distant lights and muffled sounds, something subtle, unsettling, about the room's proportions seemed to shift. It was as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting, or perhaps listening. The massive Victorian mirror, an heirloom from my grandmother, took on an entirely different character in the dim, encroaching light. its ornate frame, a labyrinth of carved details, now cast shadows that never quite match the objects casting them, ephemeral and shifting, hinting at depths the physical glass should not possess. I arranged myself carefully among the pillows that now seemed necessary for even a semblance of comfort. One nestled beneath my neck, another supporting the still tender spot where the titanium plate met bone, a third tucked against my side in the precise position a prominent specialist had recommended for optimal blood flow and a fragile sense of security. My loyal companion had already assumed his silent post by the door, his dark, unwavering form, a reassuring silhouette against the faint, uncertain light that bled in from the hallway. Sleep, against all logical expectation, came with surprising ease that night. Perhaps it was the newly adjusted medication dosage, a carefully calibrated chemical lullaby, or maybe simply the cumulative, bone-deep exhaustion of recovery, finally claiming its due. I drifted off, my gaze fixed on the ceiling, tracing the play of streetlight filtering through the window, noting how it seemed to move in patterns that didn't quite correspond to the traffic below, a subtle disjunction that now felt strangely normal. At precisely 3:11 a.m., an exactitude etched forever into my memory. I awoke, not with a jolt or a gasp, but with a slow, dawning awareness of a sound beside my bed. The sound itself was deceptively ordinary slow, measured inhalations and exhalations, the steady rhythm one might associate with deep meditation or the profound, undisturbed sleep of another. But what made it extraordinary? What tightened a cold knot of dread in my stomach? Was its clarity, its unsettling immediacy, and the absolute unshakable certainty that it did not belong to either myself or my companion. The breathing had a quality that, even now, I would struggle to fully describe in my recovery journal, a record I kept with the fastidious precision of a scholar cataloguing the unknown. It was simultaneously intimate and profoundly alien, as if the breather was standing mere inches from my face, their presence a palpable weight in the darkness, yet somehow occupying a space that existed at a right angle to normal reality, just outside the known dimensions of my room. I kept my eyes tightly closed, forcing every muscle in my body to remain utterly motionless, compelling myself to analyze the sound with the professional detachment of a conservator faced with an inexplicable anomaly. The disciplined academic within me took over, mentally cataloguing every aspect of this chilling auditory phenomenon. The breathing followed a rhythm of almost inhuman precision, exactly 2 seconds for inhalation, 3 for exhalation, with a half-second pause, a tiny, unsettling beat of silence between each cycle. It was as regular as a metronome, too regular. I immediately noted, for a truly sleeping person, too unnervingly steady for someone consciously trying to control their breath. My first desperate thought was that the building's ancient ventilation system had developed some peculiar organic resonance. After all, pre-war buildings were notorious for their acoustic quirks, their old pipes capable of producing remarkably lifelike sounds as air moved through their long forgotten pathways. But in my 15 years of residence, I had never, not once, heard anything remotely similar. Besides, this breathing possessed a distinctly localized quality. It was emanating from a specific, undeniable point in space roughly 3 feet to my left, at approximately the height where a human face would be if they were standing silently beside the bed. The possibility of an intruder, a flesh and blood presence, seemed simultaneously the most logical and the least likely explanation. My security system, a state-of-the-art marvel, a necessity given my occasional responsibility for housing priceless museum pieces overnight, would have alerted me to any conventional break-in. And my loyal companion, a watchful guardian against any tangible threat, remained unnervingly silent at his post, a fact that in itself was deeply disturbing. Yet, the breathing was undeniably there, as real and concrete as the cool air flowing from the vintage radiator in the corner, or the distant, muffled sound of late-night traffic weaving through the major avenues of the city. It was my companion's reaction, in retrospect, that served as the first true indication that something truly unusual, something profoundly other, was occurring. He made no sound, no deep warning bark, no plaintive whimper. But when I finally, with a slow, agonizing effort, gathered the courage to open my eyes, I found him rigid at his post by the door, his massive form utterly still, staring fixedly, with an almost terrifying intensity, at the corner near my antique wardrobe. His lips were drawn back, not in a growl, but in a silent snarl, revealing teeth that gleamed dully, unsettlingly, in the ambient light filtering up from the street below. There was something profoundly unsettling about his silence, a quiet terror that transcended the usual reactions of his kind. A majestic German shepherd is not typically quiet in the face of perceived threats. His stillness, his absolute unmoving vigilance, suggested a comprehension of something far beyond ordinary canine understanding, a silent recognition of an unseen presence that chilled me to the bone. The breathing continued, maintaining its metronomic, unnatural precision, until exactly 4:11. I know this with absolute certainty, because I watched every minute tick by on the small clock radio beside my bed, its red digits burning themselves into my retinas as I lay there, perfectly still, analyzing every aspect of the sound with the desperate thoroughness of someone trying, with every fiber of their being, to maintain their grip on rationality. The numbers themselves, I noticed, seemed to pulse slightly with each digit change, a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker, though I told myself this was simply eye strain, a natural result of staring too long at illuminated figures in the dark, a small distortion of a mind already frayed at the edges. When morning finally arrived, not with the abrupt shock of an alarm, but heralded by the first tentative, hopeful calls of sparrows nesting in the building's ornate cornices, I did what any scholar, any conservator dedicated to understanding the unknown, would do. I began to research. The building's official history, painstakingly retrieved from municipal archives, revealed nothing particularly noteworthy. No tragic deaths, no mysterious disappearances, none of the usual folklore that tends to accumulate around older city properties like dust. The land records, which I accessed through a former colleague at the city archives, showed nothing more interesting than the usual progression of ownership from early settlers onward. I expanded my investigation to include the surrounding neighborhood, spending hours in the local historical society's reading room, a place that held the hushed secrets of generations, hoping to uncover some hidden clue, some forgotten narrative that might explain the unseen presence in my bedroom. I might have, with the stubborn logic of a mind trained in empirical observation, dismissed the entire chilling episode as merely a peculiar after-effect of my surgery, a transient fog lingering from the depths of recovery. Had it not repeated itself? But it did. The following night, and the next, and the next, the rhythmic breathing returned with an unyielding precision that defied all natural explanation. Always at precisely 3:11 a.m., heralded not by an alarm but by an internal shudder that resonated deep within my very bones, it would begin, always lasting exactly 1 hour, a relentless 60 minutes of unseen presence, and always it was accompanied by the unwavering, silent vigilance of my loyal companion, his rigid stillness a more profound terror than any growl or bark. The sheer mathematical exactitude of it, the clockwork regularity of its onset and conclusion, was almost as disturbing as the phenomenon itself. Nature, in all its chaotic glory, tends towards variation, towards subtle, organic irregularities. There are no perfect circles in the forest, no flawlessly symmetrical patterns in the swirl of a cloud. Only manufactured things, creations of human design or perhaps something far colder and more deliberate, maintain such flawless timing. This precision spoke of an intent, a purpose, that my scientific mind recoiled from yet could not ignore. It was during this period, this unsettling routine of nightly visitations, that I began to notice other, smaller irregularities bleeding into the daylight hours. The meticulously ordered arrangement of my books, a comforting bastion of intellectual discipline, would shift subtly overnight. Volumes on abstract concepts like temporal theory and quantum mechanics, subjects I had no recollection of ever acquiring, would migrate to prominent positions on my shelves, their spines catching the morning light with an unnerving insistence. And my carefully organized research notes, the bedrock of my methodical investigations, would be found scattered across my desk in the mornings, no longer neatly stacked but arranged in cryptic patterns that almost suggested meaning, like some arcane form of divination, or a message written in a language I could not quite decipher. A faint but persistent scent of lily of the valley, a fragrance so specific it always caught at a forgotten corner of my memory, would appear and disappear without warning or reason, clinging to the air in my apartment before dissipating like smoke. Sometimes it would manifest in places that made no logical sense, inside my closed wardrobe, or emanating from the yellowed pages of books I hadn't opened in years. Each time, a whisper of a forgotten past, a fleeting echo that left me with a profound sense of loss, a hollow ache where a memory should have been. But it was the antique mirror, a massive, ornate piece of Victorian craftsmanship, an heirloom from my grandmother that dominated one entire wall of my bedroom, that became the most unsettling canvas for these creeping anomalies. It began to reflect scenes that didn't quite align with the reality of my room. At first, the discrepancies were so exquisitely subtle that I questioned my own perception, attributing them to a mind still recovering from trauma, to the tricks of light and shadow in a dim room. A book on my nightstand, for example, would appear slightly different in the reflection, open instead of closed, or perhaps showing a different colored bookmark than the one I had just placed there. The fold of my bed sheets, precisely arranged before I left the room, didn't always match their actual arrangement in the mirrored image. A minor disjunction in the fabric of domestic order. Small things, easily dismissed in isolation, but accumulating, building a quiet dissonance. But as the days bled into weeks, the inconsistencies became more pronounced, more insistent. One morning, while meticulously dressing for a follow-up appointment with my attending physician, my fingers fumbling with the buttons of my shirt, I noticed something that made the blood drain from my face. My reflection's movements seemed to anticipate my own, not in a synchronous mirroring, but by a fraction of a second. When I raised my arm to adjust my collar, the mirrored version of myself had already completed the gesture, a fleeting, ghost-like prelude to my own action, before I had even consciously begun it. The effect was so profoundly disorienting, so utterly contrary to the fundamental laws of optics and physics, that I had to sit down abruptly on the edge of my bed, my head swimming with possibilities that my scientific training, the very foundation of my rational mind, vehemently refused to acknowledge. A cold sweat gathered on my brow, and the titanium plate in my skull, usually an inert presence, now seemed to hum with a subtle vibration, as if resonating with the impossible scene unfolding before me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm against the metronomic calm of the unseen breathing that had haunted my nights. I closed my eyes, trying to re-establish a sense of normal, of real. When I opened them again, the reflection was perfectly synchronized, a flawless, if terrifying, echo of my own movements. But the seed of doubt, of a deeper, darker understanding, had been irrevocably planted. From that moment, I began documenting these temporal anomalies, these creeping distortions of reality, in a separate journal. It was a new, leather-bound volume, chosen for its gravitas, its pages ready to bear witness to the impossible. I employed the same meticulous methodology I'd always used in my museum work, the same rigorous attention to detail that preserved fragile antiquities for generations. Each entry was dated, timed to the minute, and exhaustively cross-referenced with my medication schedule, the local weather conditions, noting the density of the fog, the direction of the wind, and even the subtle shifting phases of the moon. The inherent researcher in me, the part that craved pattern and logic above all else, insisted there must be some underlying structure, some hidden, terrifying logic to these increasingly frequent and unsettling events. But the more data I collected, the more unsettling the implications became, each new observation peeling back another layer of sanity, revealing a truth far more profound and infinitely more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. I found myself drawn to the vast, ornate looking glass, an heirloom from my grandmother that commanded an entire wall of my sleeping chamber. During these increasingly frequent and unsettling episodes, my gaze, usually so rational and discerning, became fixated, studying my reflection with an intensity that bordered on a feverish obsession. There was something about the very quality of light in the reflected room that was not merely dim, but profoundly, subtly wrong. It possessed an amber hue, thick and viscous, as if trapped within the glass itself, refusing to mingle with the wan daylight filtering through my real windows. Shadows, instead of falling with predictable geometry, stretched and deepened at impossible angles, creating an unsettling cartography of gloom. And sometimes, just at the periphery of my vision, I could have sworn I saw movement in the deeper, darker recesses of that mirrored space, not a flicker of my own shifting form, but something independent, something that suggested the reflection extended far beyond the familiar physical confines of my actual room into a space unknown and vast. One quiet afternoon, as a muted light filtered through the panes, casting the room in a contemplative grey, I was meticulously tracing the intricate, intertwining carvings of the looking glass's ornate frame, searching for any subtle sign of hidden mechanisms or unusual construction that my museum training might recognize. My fingertips, calloused from years of handling delicate antiquities, brushed against a concealed recess behind one of the decorative corbels. There, tucked away, as if meant to be lost to time, I discovered a small, brittle envelope. The paper was yellowed and fragile with age, crackling softly under my touch, and the flowing, distinctive script adorning its face was immediately, viscerally recognizable. It was my mother's handwriting, a familiar presence from a past I had largely compartmentalized, a ghost whispered onto paper. My hands, though usually steady, trembled as I carefully, almost reverently, withdrew a single sheet of paper from within. It was covered in what appeared to be a dense tapestry of mathematical equations, their elegant symbols interspersed with fragments of text written in multiple, esoteric languages. At the very bottom, scrawled with a particular emphasis, was a note in my mother's hand. Each word resonated with a chilling, unsettling clarity, as if spoken directly into the quiet of my room. The looking glass is more than a mere reflection. It is a window. Time pools in certain places, in certain objects. I found one. When you are ready, you will understand. The paper, thin and brittle, rustled in my grasp, a whisper of a secret long kept, now suddenly unleashed. The equations themselves were unlike anything I had ever encountered in my extensive academic studies, a complex web of symbols and notations that defied conventional understanding. Yet, despite their alien nature, something about them resonated deeply within me, a profound and uncomfortable familiarity. It was a sensation akin to the strange, subtle vibrations I'd sometimes feel emanating from the titanium plate embedded within my skull, particularly during those harrowing nighttime breathing episodes. A low hum, a faint tremor, as if the very metal within my being was attuned to the frequencies of these impossible calculations. When, with a burgeoning sense of dread and fascination, I held the aged paper up to the surface of the looking glass, a startling phenomenon occurred. The reflected version of the document appeared to display entirely different equations, a new layer of information, cryptic and tantalizing, as if the looking glass itself was actively revealing another, deeper stratum of my mother's hidden calculations. During this period of disquieting discoveries and escalating anomalies, a scholar from the museum's Department of Ancient Studies, a man of precise intellect whom I shall simply call Professor Eldrin, had become a rather frequent visitor during my convalescence. His appearances, however, were growing increasingly erratic, sometimes arriving unannounced at odd hours, his tweed jacket perpetually dusted with that peculiar, evocative mix of chalk and ancient paper that seemed to cling to all of the museum's manuscript specialists. His official reason for these visits was always the same: to keep me updated on mundane museum matters. But I sensed an underlying, almost desperate urgency in his tone and demeanor that belied their supposed casualness. He found me one afternoon, hunched over my desk, surrounded by stacks of medical journals and technical specifications for cranial implants, feverishly searching for something I couldn't quite articulate, a missing piece in a puzzle that was rapidly expanding beyond the scientific. The titanium plate in my skull had, by now, become less a medical necessity and more a consuming obsession. I had delved into its intricate manufacturing history, painstakingly studied its molecular structure, and in my increasingly fragmented moments of lucidity, had begun to suspect that its precise atomic arrangement might possess properties far beyond its purely medical purpose. Perhaps a conduit, a receiver, for the impossible. The mind creates patterns, Professor Eldrin observed carefully, his voice a low, scholarly drone, as he moved a stack of papers to sit in my reading chair. The old leather creaked beneath him, a sound that seemed to echo the very settling groans of the building itself. It's what we do. We are meaning-making machines. Sometimes, after trauma, those patterns can become rather baroque. I could not bring myself to tell him about the breathing, about the nightly visitations. Instead, I diverted the conversation, asking him about temporal theory, about the medieval understanding of time as something less rigid, less linear than our modern, constrained conception. He warmed to the topic immediately, as academics often do when presented with their beloved specialty. The medieval mind, he explained, settling into what I recognized as his characteristic lecture pose, fingers steepled thoughtfully beneath his chin, saw time as permeable, malleable, more like a fabric that could fold upon itself than a river flowing in one immutable direction. There are manuscripts, rather obscure ones, mind you, that speak of individuals who could move between moments as easily as we move between rooms. As he spoke, his eyes, usually so focused behind their wire-rimmed spectacles, flickered almost imperceptibly towards the Victorian looking-glass, and something in his expression shifted. For a fleeting, disquieting moment, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of recognition there, as if he too, for just an instant, had noticed something profoundly unusual within its depths. But before I could press him, before I could articulate the questions that seethed within me, his attention was caught by an old, forgotten handheld camera on my desk, a device I had stumbled upon while belatedly organizing my closet. "Documented," he said, his voice now imbued with an odd, almost urgent command. "Whatever you're experiencing, record it. Remove the mystery." He paused, his gaze returning to me, then added, more quietly, almost a whisper, "Some phenomena, you see, require objective observation to fully manifest." His words, intended to ground me in the empirical, instead sent a shiver down my spine, suggesting a complicity, a knowing, that I found far more unsettling than any outright supernatural claim. That night, acting on his counsel, I meticulously set up the camera on my dresser, positioning it with precise angles to capture both my bed and that particular corner that seemed to hold such an unyielding fascination for my loyal companion. The familiar, rhythmic routine of technical preparation, checking the battery, adjusting the night vision settings, ensuring the frame was perfectly level, provided a small, fleeting comfort, a brief anchor in the rising tide of unreality. It was, after all, not so different from documenting a newly acquired antiquity for the museum's meticulously kept archives, a process of order and control in a world rapidly losing both. The camera, a silent sentinel on my dresser, had indeed recorded everything. I spent the next morning cloistered in the dim light of my apartment, reviewing the footage frame by agonizing frame, my academic training asserting itself with a desperate, almost violent, insistence in the face of such profound impossibility. There was no flicker, no distortion, no gradual materialization. The woman's appearance was instantaneous, simply absence, followed by presence, as if she had stepped from a fold in reality itself. For exactly 1 hour, the recording confirmed, she had stood beside my bed, her form unmoving, her breathing a precise measured rhythm that had, with a terrifying swiftness, become the new, unsettling soundtrack to my nights. But it was a single, elusive detail captured in the mirror's reflection, almost an oversight, that sent me stumbling to the small adjoining bathroom, my stomach churning, to retch up my morning coffee. In that mirrored image, partially obscured by the smiling visage of my spectral doppelganger, I could just make out a small white rectangle, a card, clutched in her reflective hand, almost too faint to decipher. With trembling fingers, I enhanced the image on the camera's small screen, pushing the digital clarity to its absolute limit until the blurred text resolved into a chilling, unmistakable truth. It read, "The Great City Medical Center, the ward for troubled minds, patient designation 311, and the photograph on that ID card, a faded, sepia-toned image from an earlier era, showed the woman's face, exactly as it had appeared beside my bed, serene and terrible, her eyes holding that same unearthly concentration. A cold, methodical panic began to settle in my chest, a counterpoint to the scientific curiosity that had always defined me. I spent the next 3 weeks in a research frenzy, a blur of frantic energy that would have undoubtedly impressed even my most demanding doctoral advisors. The vast public archives of the city became my second home, its antiquated machines humming with a low, persistent drone that, to my increasingly frayed nerves, sounded uncomfortably like the measured breathing that now punctuated my sleep. The reading room itself felt like a temporal anomaly, a space seemingly unchanged since the mid-century, with its towering metal filing cabinets and flickering fluorescent lights that cast strange, shifting shadows on the institutional green walls. The head research librarian, a thin woman with wire-rimmed spectacles and an air of quiet efficiency, initially regarded my escalating requests with professional detachment. Her eyes, magnified behind the glass, seemed to glide over me rather than truly seeing. But as my inquiries grew more specific, hospital records from the early decades of the previous century, architectural plans for the Great City Medical Center's original ward for troubled minds, newspaper articles about missing persons who had last been seen watching others sleep. Her manner shifted subtly. It was a change I felt more than observed, a tightening around her mouth, a slight tremor in her otherwise steady hands. She began leaving relevant materials on my preferred desk before I even arrived each morning, a silent, unsettling acknowledgement of my unspoken routine, though I had never once divulged my schedule. "You're not the first, you know," she murmured one evening, her voice barely a whisper, as I was packing up my meticulously arranged notes. The statement was delivered with an unnerving casualness, but something in her tone, a hidden depth, made me pause, my hand frozen mid-air. Every few decades, someone comes in here looking for the same information. They all have that look about them, like they're seeing things that exist just at the edge of normal perception. She adjusted her spectacles, studying me with an intensity that made me wonder if she, too, had encountered something that defied conventional explanation, something that lurked beyond the meticulously catalogued order of her archives. And then, as the last vestiges of daylight bled from the vast windows, she locked the archives precisely at sunset each day, no matter how many researchers were still working, a ritualistic finality that spoke of more than just closing hours. The loyal canine companion, which usually maintained a diligent vigil by the bedroom door, had abandoned its post. Instead, it lay perfectly still beneath the massive antique mirror, its eyes gleaming faintly in the near-total darkness, tracking movements that I could only catch fleeting, phantom glimpses of in my peripheral vision. The air in the room, typically a stable, predictable entity, now seemed to ripple with unseen currents, a silent prelude to the inevitable. At precisely 3:11 a.m., when the familiar, measured breathing began to fill the room, I spoke, my eyes still tightly closed, every muscle in my body tensed. The words emerged from me with a certainty that felt both foreign and deeply familiar, as if I were merely reciting lines from a script I had somehow written in another lifetime, another self. "I know who you are," I said to the palpable darkness, my voice sounding strange in my own ears, as if it were reaching me from multiple temporal distances simultaneously, an echo across an unseen chasm. "I know what you're doing." The breathing ceased. The sudden silence that followed was not an absence, but a profound presence, heavy with potential, like the breathless moment before lightning cracks open a summer sky. Then, a voice, soft as pages turning in a forgotten, dust-laden book, responded from the space beside my bed. "No, you know who you are. You've always known." My eyes fluttered open. She stood there, less than a foot from my face, as always, her features composed in an expression of such intense, rapturous concentration that it bordered on the unearthly. Her hospital gown, an anachronism in this modern apartment, was high-necked, adorned with delicate lacework at the collar, a style I now recognized as characteristic of the early decades of the previous century. Her hair, dark and pulled back severely, revealed a face that seemed to exist in multiple temporal states simultaneously, young and ancient, present and distant, immediate and eternal. But it was her hand, now extended towards me, palm up, that truly shattered my carefully maintained composure. Resting in its pale hollow was an identification badge, a small white rectangle from the very medical facility where I had suffered my own injury. Yet, the date emblazoned upon it read not a recent year, but a year from the early 20th century, and the faded sepia-tone photograph on the card showed not her face, but mine, captured in an orderly's uniform, standing against a backdrop that belonged to another, long-vanished century. The image seemed to shift subtly as I looked at it, flickering between versions of myself sometimes as I appeared now, sometimes as I had been then, sometimes as I would be in moments yet to come, a temporal kaleidoscope. "Time isn't what they think it is," she said, her breath carrying the sweet, familiar, yet now profoundly unsettling, scent of lily of the valley. Each word seemed to echo not just in the room, but across decades, rippling outward through layers of reality like stones dropped in still water. It pools, it eddies. Sometimes it catches us in its currents. Sometimes we choose to swim in it. The mirror behind her, the massive Victorian piece I had inherited, had become something else entirely. It was no longer a mere reflection, but a shimmering, liquid window opening onto countless versions of my bedroom. Each one was subtly different, each occupied by variations of myself in different stages of understanding. Some were still sleeping peacefully, utterly unaware of the profound temporal unraveling about to occur. Others were sitting upright, watching us with knowing, complicit expressions. Still others were already standing, their forms poised, ready to step through the glass into whatever lay beyond conventional temporality. In the mirrored depths, my reflection, still clad in those anachronistic medical scrubs, nodded slowly, and suddenly, with a clarity that felt like ice breaking in my skull, I remembered everything. The night rounds in the early 20th century, finding her standing over sleeping patients, the profound recognition in her eyes when she saw me, not just as I was then, but as I would be, as I had been, as I would always be. The chase through the labyrinthine corridors of the early 20th century medical facility that ended not with her capture, but with a choice. The instant at the museum, I said slowly, understanding blooming like a night-flowering vine, its tendrils reaching into every shadowed corner of my mind. I did it to myself, to ensure I would receive the titanium plate, the one that resonates at exactly the right frequency, to let you see through time, she finished, her voice a soft, knowing caress. To let you remember, to help you understand why your mother left. She saw it, too. You know, the way consciousness flows between moments like water through cupped hands. The loyal canine companion, which had been rigid in its silent snarl, now relaxed. It padded over to us and sat calmly, settling at my side as if it had been waiting for this very moment all along, its presence a grounding anchor in the swirling temporal flux. In the mirror, my reflection began to multiply, showing countless versions of myself from different eras, different moments, all wearing that same expression of profound, weary recognition. The choice comes again, she said, her voice now a gentle invitation. Stay here, in this linear progression of moments, or... She extended her hand once more. In the mirror, I watched, mesmerized, as my current self, the academic, the conservator, reached for it, even as I felt my physical arm remain motionless at my side. The distinction between reflection and reality began to blur, like watercolors bleeding together in the rain, the boundaries dissolving into a single, shimmering surface. Why the breathing? I asked. One final question, a desperate plea for a thread of logic before whatever came next. She smiled, and it was my mother's smile, and my smile, and the smile of everyone who had ever truly understood what time really was. Breath is how we measure moments, she said, her words echoing not just in the room, but across the countless mirrored realities. And moments are all we really are. In the mirror, my reflection remained in bed, watching as we, the figures of present and past, of choice and inevitability, faded away like morning mist, becoming one with the light and shadow. Outside, the great city began to stir, unaware that in apartment after apartment, in moment after moment, we were standing over sleepers, breathing in their dreams, collecting consciousness like precious stones, swimming in the infinite, swirling pool of time. And somewhere, in every moment between 3:11 and 4:11 a loyal canine companion howls at something its human masters cannot quite see, and a camera records nothing but static, an unblinking witness to absence. And the faint scent of lily of the valley drifts through the air like a memory of what never was and always will be. The next morning, they found my bed empty, though I had never truly left it. In the mirror, my reflection sometimes waves to passers-by, though I am not there to wave. And in the hidden archives of the great city medical center, in a dusty file that technically doesn't exist, there is a faded photograph of an orderly from the early 20th century, standing next to a patient in a high-neck gown with delicate lacework at the collar. We are both smiling, we are both breathing, we are both exactly where we chose to be. And if you wake at 3:11 to the sound of breathing beside your bed, keep your eyes closed or don't. The choice, as always, is yours. Just know that somewhere in the infinite reflections of time, you've already made it. The brush felt strangely foreign in her hand now, its weight somehow different from what she remembered, heavier, yet insubstantial. She held it up to the waning light, filtering through the dust-moted window of her small cottage in a coastal village, watching how the late afternoon sun caught the dried remnants of paint still clinging to the metal ferrule, a ghost of colours long forgotten. 37 years had passed since she'd last held a brush with any true artistic intention. The retirement gift from her old workplace, a modest easel and a set of watercolours, had sat unopened for 3 silent months, a poignant reminder of a past life. But it wasn't the unopened gift that had finally driven her up the narrow, protesting stairs to the attic. It was the sound, a soft, persistent scraping, like sandpaper against aged wood, a whisper that came only in the deep, quiet hours of the night, when the old cottage settled around her like arthritic bones. It was too rhythmic for mice, too deliberate, too purposeful for mere settling timbers. It came in gentle, measured strokes, with tiny, almost imperceptible pauses between each, the unmistakable rhythm of a brush moving against a canvas. The attic ladder creaked loudly under her weight as she ascended, a small, battery-powered lantern clutched in her trembling hand. She hadn't been up here since her late husband's funeral 5 years ago. The air of the confined space pressed in, thick with the smell of old timber, dry dust, and something sharp and metallic that caught at her throat, making her cough softly. There, propped carelessly against the far wall, half hidden behind her husband's forgotten photography equipment, was the canvas. It was substantial, perhaps 3 feet by 4, stretched taut on a professional frame. A stark, pale rectangle in the gloom. The surface was predominantly blank, a field of primed white, showing only the barest suggestion of a composition, hastily sketched in charcoal. A landscape, perhaps, with the vague outline of a building in the middle distance, and what might have been a solitary figure in the foreground. Yet the lines were so faint, so hesitant, that she couldn't be certain. She didn't remember it. Not at all. She prided herself on her memory, a sharp, precise thing that had served her well through years of teaching and, before that, a brief but intense artistic career. She could recall every piece she'd completed, every brushstroke during those vibrant early years before marriage and children, and the inevitable practicalities of life had intervened. The sweeping coastal views, the intricate still lifes from an ancient city, even the unfinished portrait of her own beloved, lost child, taken by a fever at just 18 months. Every stroke was catalogued in her mind with almost curatorial precision. But this canvas was a stranger, an unwelcome visitor from a forgotten corner of her own past, or perhaps from someone else's. She carried it carefully down to the sitting room, the canvas feeling surprisingly light, yet holding an inexplicable weight of its own. She set it on the modest easel, where it caught the dying light of day. The faint charcoal lines seemed to shift and blur when she looked directly at them, playing tricks on her aging eyes. The building in the sketch had a distinctly church-like quality, with what appeared to be a tall, slender spire reaching towards the heavens. The figure remained little more than a vertical line, with a horizontal stroke that might indicate shoulders, facing away from the viewer towards the enigmatic structure. That night, after a meager dinner of canned soup and yesterday's bread, she found herself irresistibly drawn back to the canvas, in the warmer, softer glow of the reading lamp. The composition seemed slightly more defined, the charcoal lines holding a little more conviction. She picked up one of the new brushes from the retirement gift, a slender one with soft bristles, dipped it in water, then touched it to a pan of pale ochre watercolor, just to see, just to remember the feel of the pigment, the flow of the water. The brush moved with surprising fluency, a muscle memory she thought long lost, laying down a thin, translucent wash over the suggested building. She worked for perhaps 20 minutes, lost in the quiet meditation of creation, before a familiar tiredness, a deep weariness that settled in her bones, finally overtook her. She slept deeply that night, the sleep of physical and emotional exhaustion. Yet she woke once, startled, to that soft, rhythmic scraping sound, emanating from somewhere else in the old house, no longer confined to the attic. Half asleep, she lay listening, a cold dread beginning to coil in her stomach. But it ceased abruptly, as soon as she became fully conscious, leaving only the sound of her own accelerated heartbeat. When she came downstairs for breakfast the following morning, her tea growing cold in its chipped ceramic mug. The canvas had changed. The building, which she had left as a vague, pale wash of ochre, was no longer indistinct. It was now clearly defined, a small, solid stone church with a square Norman tower and narrow, elegant lancet windows. Her pale ochre wash had been overlaid with masterful detail work in sepia and raw umber, executed with breathtaking skill. The brushwork was confident, assured, years of practice, and a deep understanding of light and shadow evident in every single stroke. But she hadn't painted it. The woman stood before the easel, morning tea forgotten, staring at the impossible improvement. The logical, pragmatic part of her mind, the part that had kept her grounded through decades, offered a frantic explanations age forgetfulness. Perhaps she'd worked longer than she remembered in her drowsy state, but she knew her own capabilities, knew the vast, unbridgeable difference between her rusty, hesitant strokes and this masterful, utterly complete rendering. The figure had also gained definition. What had been merely a vertical line now showed the unmistakable form of a woman. Narrow shoulders, hints of long hair falling loosely, a posture speaking of profound contemplation or deep sorrow. The figure faced away towards the church, and something in the elegant turn of her back seemed achingly, impossibly familiar. She spent the day in unsettled distraction, unable to focus on anything, but her eyes kept drifting back to the easel, to the impossible painting. By evening, she had convinced herself she must have worked longer than she thought. It wouldn't be the first time she'd lost track of time while painting. One of her husband's constant, good-natured complaints in their earlier years. That night, she deliberately stayed away from the canvas. She read in bed until nearly midnight, choosing a dense, historical novel to anchor her to reality. Then she lay listening intently to the familiar, comforting sounds of the old house, the wind in the chimney, the soft creak of settling timbers, the gentle tick of the mantel clock. No scraping sound. When she finally drifted into sleep, it was with a relief bordering on triumph. But morning brought fresh impossibility. The church was now complete in every detail, rendered with such intimate knowledge and precision that it felt less like a painting and more like a window into a specific place. She could almost feel the rough texture of the weathered stonework, trace the iron studs on the heavy wooden door, even discern the carved faces of ancient figures in the arched niches. She recognized it now. An ancient stone church in a distant city, visited once years ago on a painting expedition that had never fully materialized, its image stored in some deep, forgotten recess of her mind. How could she remember such specific details, execute them with such startling precision, when she hadn't even consciously remembered the place itself? But the figure disturbed her more deeply than the church. The woman had gained substance, solidity. She wore a dark, old-fashioned coat, cut in a style from another era, with long, unbound grey hair hanging loose down her back. She stood beside what appeared to be a freshly dug grave, marked only by a simple wooden cross, a stark sentinel against the ancient stone of the church. In her hand, barely visible but unmistakably present, was an artist's brush. The woman's hand trembled as she reached towards the canvas, then pulled back, as if burned by the sudden, terrifying recognition that was blossoming in her mind. The brushwork was exquisite, a technical mastery she'd never possessed, not even in her prime. Someone, or something, was completing this painting. But who and how she spent the day checking locks, examining windows, searching for any sign of forced entry. The cottage was secure. There were no footprints in the soft garden earth, no disturbed dust on sills or floors. The silence, now, felt less like peace and more like a predator holding its breath. Waiting, the brush felt strangely foreign in her hand now. Its weight somehow different from what she remembered, heavier, yet insubstantial. She held it up to the waning light, filtering through the dust-moated window of her small cottage in a coastal village, watching how the late afternoon sun caught the dried remnants of paint still clinging to the metal ferrule. A ghost of colours long forgotten. 37 years had passed since she'd last held a brush with any true, artistic intention. The retirement gift from her old workplace, a modest easel and a set of watercolors, had sat unopened for 3 silent months, a poignant reminder of a past life. But it wasn't the unopened gift that had finally driven her up the narrow, protesting stairs to the attic. It was the sound, a soft, persistent scraping, like sandpaper against aged wood, a whisper that came only in the deep, quiet hours of the night, when the old cottage settled around her like arthritic bones. It was too rhythmic for mice, too deliberate, too purposeful for mere settling timbers. It came in gentle, measured strokes, with tiny, almost imperceptible pauses between each, the unmistakable rhythm of a brush moving against a canvas. The attic ladder creaked loudly under her weight as she ascended. A small, battery-powered lantern clutched in her trembling hand. She hadn't been up here since her late husband's funeral 5 years ago. The air of the confined space pressed in, thick with the smell of old timber, dry dust, and something sharp and metallic that caught at her throat, making her cough softly. There, propped carelessly against the far wall, half hidden behind her husband's forgotten photography equipment, was the canvas. It was substantial, perhaps 3 feet by 4, stretched taut on a professional frame, a stark, pale rectangle in the gloom. The surface was predominantly blank, a field of primed white, showing only the barest suggestion of a composition, hastily sketched in charcoal. A landscape, perhaps, with the vague outline of a building in the middle distance, and what might have been a solitary figure in the foreground. Yet the lines were so faint, so hesitant, that she couldn't be certain. She didn't remember it, not at all. She prided herself on her memory, a sharp, precise thing that had served her well through years of teaching and, before that, a brief but intense artistic career. She could recall every piece she'd completed, every brushstroke during those vibrant early years before marriage and children, and the inevitable practicalities of life had intervened. The sweeping coastal views, the intricate still lifes from an ancient city, even the unfinished portrait of her own beloved, lost child, taken by a fever at just 18 months. Every stroke was catalogued in her mind with almost curatorial precision. But this canvas was a stranger, an unwelcome visitor from a forgotten corner of her own past, or perhaps from someone else's. She carried it carefully down to the sitting room, the canvas feeling surprisingly light, yet holding an inexplicable weight of its own. She set it on the modest easel, where it caught the dying light of day. The faint charcoal lines seemed to shift and blur when she looked directly at them, playing tricks on her aging eyes. The building in the sketch had a distinctly church-like quality, with what appeared to be a tall, slender spire reaching towards the heavens. The figure remained little more than a vertical line, with a horizontal stroke that might indicate shoulders, facing away from the viewer, towards the enigmatic structure. That night, after a meager dinner of canned soup and yesterday's bread, she found herself irresistibly drawn back to the canvas, in the warmer, softer glow of the reading lamp. The composition seemed slightly more defined, the charcoal lines holding a little more conviction. She picked up one of the new brushes from the retirement gift, a slender one with soft bristles, dipped it in water, then touched it to a pan of pale ochre watercolor, just to see, just to remember the feel of the pigment, the flow of the water, The brush moved with surprising fluency, a muscle memory she thought long lost, laying down a thin, translucent wash over the suggested building. She worked for perhaps 20 minutes, lost in the quiet meditation of creation, before a familiar tiredness, a deep weariness that settled in her bones, finally overtook her. She slept deeply that night, the sleep of physical and emotional exhaustion. Yet she woke once, startled, to that soft, rhythmic scraping sound, emanating from somewhere else in the old house, no longer confined to the attic. Half asleep, she lay listening, a cold dread beginning to coil in her stomach. But it ceased abruptly as soon as she became fully conscious, leaving only the sound of her own accelerated heartbeat. When she came downstairs for breakfast, the following morning, her tea growing cold in its chipped ceramic mug, the canvas had changed. The building, which she had left as a vague, pale wash of ochre, was no longer indistinct. It was now clearly defined, a small, solid stone church with a square Norman tower and narrow, elegant lancet windows. Her pale ochre wash had been overlaid with masterful detail work in sepia and raw umber, executed with breathtaking skill. The brushwork was confident, assured, years of practice and a deep understanding of light and shadow evident in every single stroke. But she hadn't painted it. The woman stood before the easel, morning tea forgotten, staring at the impossible improvement. The logical, pragmatic part of her mind, the part that had kept her grounded through decades, offered frantic explanations age, forgetfulness. Perhaps she'd worked longer than she remembered in her drowsy state, but she knew her own capabilities, knew the vast, unbridgeable difference between her rusty, hesitant strokes and this masterful, utterly complete rendering. The figure had also gained definition. What had been merely a vertical line now showed the unmistakable form of a woman. Narrow shoulders, hints of long hair falling loosely, a posture speaking of profound contemplation or deep sorrow. The figure faced away, towards the church, and something in the elegant turn of her back seemed achingly, impossibly familiar. She spent the day in unsettled distraction, unable to focus on anything, but her eyes kept drifting back to the easel, to the impossible painting. By evening, she had convinced herself she must have worked longer than she thought. It wouldn't be the first time she'd lost track of time while painting. One of her husband's constant, good-natured complaints in their earlier years. That night, she deliberately stayed away from the canvas. She read in bed until nearly midnight, choosing a dense, historical novel to anchor her to reality. Then she lay listening intently to the familiar, comforting sounds of the old house, the wind in the chimney, the soft creak of settling timbers, the gentle tick of the mantel clock. No scraping sound. When she finally drifted into sleep, it was with a relief bordering on triumph. But morning brought fresh impossibility. The church was now complete in every detail, rendered with such intimate knowledge and precision that it felt less like a painting and more like a window into a specific place. She could almost feel the rough texture of the weathered stonework, trace the iron studs on the heavy wooden door, even discern the carved faces of ancient figures in the arched niches. She recognized it now, an ancient stone church in a distant city, visited once years ago on a painting expedition that had never fully materialized, its image stored in some deep, forgotten recess of her mind. How could she remember such specific details execute them with such startling precision, when she hadn't even consciously remembered the place itself. But the figure disturbed her more deeply than the church. The woman had gained substance, solidity. She wore a dark and old-fashioned coat, cut in a style from another era, with long, unbound grey hair hanging loose down her back. She stood beside what appeared to be a freshly dug grave, marked only by a simple wooden cross, a stark sentinel against the ancient stone of the church. In her hand, barely visible but unmistakably present, was an artist's brush. The woman's hand trembled as she reached towards the canvas, then pulled back, as if burned by the sudden, terrifying recognition that was blossoming in her mind. The brushwork was exquisite, a technical mastery she'd never possessed, not even in her prime. Someone, or something, was completing this painting, but who and how she spent the day checking locks, examining windows, searching for any sign of forced entry. The cottage was secure. There were no footprints in the soft garden earth, no disturbed dust on sills or floors. The silence, now, felt less like peace and more like a predator holding its breath, waiting. As twilight deepened, painting the sky outside her window in bruised purples and greys, the woman found herself once again drawn to the painting. The gentle glow of the reading lamp, casting long, dancing shadows, seemed to bestow a subtle, unsettling animation upon the canvas. In that shifting light, the figure standing by the grave appeared almost to stir, to breathe. It was an illusion, of course, a trick of shadow and reflection playing upon a mind already frayed, but it sent a fresh tremor of ice down her spine, making her heart beat with a frantic, uneven rhythm. That night, sleep offered no true escape. Instead, it brought with it dreams, vivid and insistent, that blurred the edges of waking life. She found herself walking through an ancient churchyard, the kind with gnarled, forgotten headstones leaning at odd angles under a perpetually grey sky. Her feet, heavy and slow, crunched softly on a thick carpet of fallen leaves, each step accompanied by a dry, papery rustle that sounded almost like whispered secrets. The air was heavy, cloying with the smell of decay, of damp earth, and something else, something metallic and acrid, like old iron or distant tears. Somewhere far off, beyond the shifting mist that clung to the ancient stones, she heard a sound, a soft, rhythmic scraping, metal against stone, a sound that she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to her core, yet could not place. Ahead, on the winding path that snaked between the silent sentinels of the dead, a figure emerged from the gloom. A woman, draped in a dark, heavy coat, moved with a slow, deliberate grace, a gait that tugged at a half-forgotten memory. Long, unbound grey hair spilled down her back, catching the faint, spectral light. There was something in the set of her shoulders, a familiar slump, a curve that spoke of burdens carried for too long, that twisted a knot in the woman's stomach. She tried to call out, to speak a name that trembled on the precipice of her awareness, but her voice was trapped, a fragile moth beating against the confines of her throat. The figure didn't turn. It continued its slow, inexorable journey towards an ancient church, its spire a jagged silhouette against the bruised sky. And then she saw it, a freshly dug grave, raw and dark against the pale earth, materializing on the path where moments before there had been only undisturbed grass and stones. The figure that paused beside it, and in her pale, almost translucent hand, barely distinguishable against the dark fabric of her coat, was an artist's brush, its bristles stained with something dark and ancient. The moment she woke, the first tentative slivers of dawn light struggling to penetrate the cottage window, the scraping sound was immediate, present, and horrifyingly clear. It was no longer a distant whisper from the attic. Now, it resonated from directly below her, from the very sitting room where the easel stood, where the impossible painting waited. She lay utterly still, every nerve ending screaming, her breath held captive in her chest. The sound continued, stroke after careful stroke, each imbued with a chilling familiarity, punctuated by those tiny, almost imperceptible pauses that spoke of an artist at work, lost in the meditative rhythm of creation. It was the sound of purpose, of something being meticulously crafted, piece by agonizing piece. A desperate urge to rise, to creep to the edge of the stairs and peer down into the dimly lit room below, surged through her. But it was immediately met by an equally powerful, paralyzing fear. A fear that had no name, no tangible source, yet was as real and suffocating as a cold, damp shroud. It held her captive in her bed, muscles rigid, eyes wide and fixed on the ceiling, listening to the relentless, gentle scrape-pause scrape from downstairs. The scraping continued for an eternity, minutes stretching into hours in the suffocating silence of the pre-dawn. Then, as abruptly as it began, it ceased. The silence that descended was absolute, a void that pressed against her eardrums with physical weight, as if the very air had been sucked from the room. It was heavier, colder than any silence she had ever known. A profound stillness that vibrated with unspoken dread. When she finally found the courage, her legs felt like lead, each step on the creaking wooden stairs an act of sheer will. The sitting room was bathed in the pale, hesitant light of early morning, and her eyes immediately found the easel. The painting. It had changed once more. The figure standing beside the grave had turned, not completely, still largely in profile, still facing the ancient stone church in the background. But enough to reveal the delicate curve of her cheek, the precise line of her nose, and, where an eye should have been, only a hollow shadow, an empty space that seemed to absorb the light, drawing it in. It was a detail so subtle, yet so profoundly unsettling, that it made her stomach clench. The resemblance was no longer a vague suggestion, no longer something she could dismiss as a trick of light or an overactive imagination. It was unmistakable, undeniable, terrifyingly clear. The painted woman appeared significantly older than the woman herself, more careworn, her features etched with lines of sorrow and the weight of countless years. Her hair, once a vibrant dark, was now almost entirely white, and her shoulders were stooped, as if bowed by an invisible burden. The hand holding the artist's brush, once smooth and capable, was now gnarled with the unmistakable signs of arthritis, its joints swollen and twisted. It was her. Undeniably, impossibly, her legs, suddenly weak and unresponsive, gave way, and she sank into the nearest armchair, the old fabric sighing under her weight. Her gaze remained fixed on the canvas. The painted woman stood by a grave that bore no headstone, only the simple wooden cross she had seen in her dream. But there was something else. A small bunch of flowers, white roses, lay at the base of the cross, their petals still dewy, impossibly fresh. Someone had placed them there, recently, very recently. And then, in the background, barely visible within the deep, shifting shadow cast by the ancient stone church wall, she discerned another figure, a second person, watching. Its form was indistinct, a mere suggestion of humanity, yet its eyes, dark and unblinking, seemed to follow her gaze, a silent, unnerving presence, a cold dread, sharper and more immediate than anything she had felt before, clenched in her gut. She could not stay, not another moment. The house, once her sanctuary, now felt like a cage, its walls closing in, its silence humming with unseen presences. With a desperate, frantic urgency, she forced her trembling body to move. She dressed quickly, pulling on the first practical clothes her fingers could find, her movements clumsy, driven by an animalistic instinct to flee. Her old car's engine turned over reluctantly, a grumbling protest in the morning chill, but then caught with a cough and a sputter. She backed out of the driveway, the gravel crunching under her tires, and drove without destination through the narrow, winding lanes of the coastal marsh, each turn feeling less like a choice and more like a desperate escape. The countryside was shrouded in a mist so thick it felt like damp cotton, muffling sound and blurring the edges of the world. Familiar landmarks, ancient oak trees and crumbling stone walls, were reduced to ghostly, indistinct suggestions, apparitions in the grey dawn. Yet, almost inevitably, as if guided by an unseen hand, she found herself on the road leading towards a distant city. The small village, when she arrived, still slept, wrapped in the pre-dawn quiet. Its cobbled streets were empty, save for a lone cat perched on a garden wall, watching her with unblinking, luminous yellow eyes. The ancient stone church, the one from the painting, materialized from the mist, standing exactly as it had been rendered on the canvas. Its square Norman tower, the narrow lancet windows, the heavy wooden door studded with iron. Every detail was chillingly accurate. The churchyard surrounding it was older, more overgrown than she remembered. The ancient headstones leaning at drunken angles, many so weathered that their inscriptions had become entirely illegible, erased by centuries of wind and rain. She walked slowly among them, her sensible shoes making soft, almost reverent whispers on the damp earth. She followed the winding path from her dream, though in the harsh light of day, it seemed less defined, choked with brambles and wild growth. She almost missed it. The grave was tucked away, hidden in a far corner, almost swallowed by the drooping branches of an ancient tree whose dark leaves brushed the very ground. It was older than the other graves nearby, its headstone so worn, so smoothed by time, that she had to kneel, her arthritic fingers trembling to trace the letters carved into the cold, damp stone. And there it was, a child, beloved daughter, 1923 to 1924. Sleep well. Little one. Her breath caught in her throat, a sharp, painful gasp. The name, the date. It was impossible. Her own daughter, the child taken by a fever so many years ago, had been born in 1958, not 1923. Her daughter had lived 18 months, not 1 year, and she had been buried in the churchyard of another ancient city, not here, in this forgotten corner where the mist clung to weathered stones like the cold. silent breath of the dead. The woman knelt beside the grave, fingers tracing the cold, rough letters again and again, as if to impress their impossible truth upon her skin. The stone was real, undeniably solid, chillingly cold to the touch. The dates were clear, cruelly distinct despite the weathering. And there, at the base of the headstone, nestled against the ancient earth, was a small bunch of flowers, white roses, impossibly fresh, their petals still clinging to dew. Someone had been here, recently, very recently. The drive back to her coastal cottage was a blur of confusion and mounting dread. Her hands shook uncontrollably on the steering wheel, and twice she had to pull over to the side of the narrow, twisting lane, clutching the wheel, battling a wave of nausea. The grave couldn't exist. The dates were wrong. The name was wrong. Everything was wrong, except for the terrible, cold certainty that, somehow, it was all true. Her small cottage crouched against the brightening landscape, its windows dark, like vacant eyes, despite the lifting mist and the tentative blush of dawn in the sky. She sat in her car, the engine now silent, staring at it, a profound unwillingness to face what waited inside, a primal fear of the unknown. But the insistent, creeping chill of the morning air eventually drove her from the deceptive safety of her vehicle, pushing her up the winding garden path, each step heavy with foreboding. The moment she entered the sitting room, her gaze was drawn, as if by an invisible thread, to the easel. The painting. It had progressed. The second figure, once a mere shadow, a suggestion of a presence lurking in the churchyard's gloom, had now emerged fully into the light. It was a woman, perhaps 40 years old, with dark hair and a face that the woman recognized instantly from old, faded photographs. Herself, as she had been 30 years ago, standing beside the grave, a profound, almost unbearable grief radiating from the canvas, palpable even across the distance of the room. But it was the first figure, the older woman with the long grey hair and the artist's brush clutched in her hand, that truly stole her breath, leaving her gasping in the stale air. She had turned further now, almost fully to face the viewer. Both eyes were visible, dark and piercing, staring directly out of the painting, directly at her. The face was unmistakably her own, but aged far beyond her current years, etched deep with lines of sorrow, of loss, of endurance, and something else, something that flickered in those painted eyes, a desolate, knowing despair that bordered on madness. And in the painted woman's free hand, the one not holding the brush, barely visible against the dark, heavy fabric of her coat, was a piece of paper, a letter, perhaps, or a note. The writing was too small, too delicate to make out from across the room, but something in the way those painted fingers, gnarled and fragile, gripped it, spoke of a desperate, profound importance, an irresistible compulsion, cold and relentless. Drew the woman forward. Her legs moved, trembling, but carrying her closer, closer to the impossible truth held within the canvas. The painted eyes, now fully visible, dark and piercing, seemed to track her slow, hesitant movement, following her with an unsettling intelligence that stole the air from her lungs. She could have sworn, in that charged silence, that the painted lips curved ever so subtly, a silent, knowing smile, attempting to form words she couldn't quite hear. An invisible current, cold and relentless, pulled her forward. She leaned closer, her breath misting faintly on the cool surface of the protective glass, close enough to feel the chill radiating from the canvas, close enough for the faint scent of old paint and something else, something cloyingly sweet and faintly metallic, to fill her nostrils. It was then, in the bottom right corner, barely visible in the shifting lamplight, that she saw it, a signature, executed in the same confident, almost aggressive hand as the rest of the impossible masterpiece. Her name, not as she signed it now, as the wife of a man long gone, but as she had signed her artwork as a young woman, before marriage and motherhood, and the long, slow erosion of her artistic dreams had claimed her gifts. Just an initial, followed by her maiden name, with that distinctive, almost rebellious flourish on the first letter that she had abandoned the day she married. The ink seemed impossibly fresh, still gleaming with a wet sheen, as if it had only just been placed there. The sight hit her like a physical blow, a sudden, blinding shock that rattled her to her very core. She stumbled backward, her trembling leg catching on the small, precarious table beside the easel, sending paints and brushes clattering to the wooden floor. Water and vibrant pigments, like spilled blood and crushed jewels, spread across the polished wood, forming an ever-widening, grotesque stain. A fragile glass jar, holding a handful of her newly acquired brushes, shattered with a sharp, explosive sound echoing through the small cottage like a single, piercing scream. A primal, animalistic terror seized her. It wasn't a conscious decision, not a thought-out plan, but an instinct as old as time, screaming at her to flee. She turned, her limbs clumsy and uncoordinated, and burst through the front door, the old wood groaning in protest. She ran, not knowing where, not caring where, driven only by the desperate need to escape the impossible truth she had just witnessed. Her feet pounded on the gravel path, then the narrow lane leading towards the distant village, carrying her past the silent, closed shops, past the ancient stone walls, past everything familiar, now rendered alien and threatening. Eventually, without conscious direction, she found herself at the gates of a local churchyard, a venerable parish church, its ancient building looming against the bruised pre-dawn sky. How she had arrived there, she couldn't say. The tower, a dark, imposing silhouette, seemed to watch her approach with an indifferent, ancient gaze. Inside, the church was cold, a deep, bone-chilling cold that seeped into her very marrow, and dim, lit only by the pale, hesitant light that filtered through the stained glass windows, the windows, depicting stories of saints and martyrs in jeweled fragments, cast long, distorted shadows that danced with spectral grace across the ancient stone floor. She sank into a hard wooden pew near the altar, her breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the familiar, comforting peace of the ancient stones began to settle around her, easing the frantic pounding in her chest. She had come here often after the loss of her husband, finding in the quiet solemnity, the whispered prayers, a solace that the harsh, demanding modern world could not provide. The church was older than memory, its foundations laid when ancient kings ruled the land. and there was something immensely reassuring about such enduring permanence. But today, that fragile peace felt threatened, besieged by the impossible, horrifying thoughts that circled in her mind like a flock of carrion birds. The painting, the impossible painting, the grave with the wrong dates and the impossibly fresh flowers, the signature that shouldn't exist, yet was undeniably there, still wet on the canvas. "Are you all right, my dear?" The unexpected voice, gentle but clear, made her jump, a small, involuntary cry escaping her lips. She whirled around to find a young clergyman approaching from the vestry, his face creased with genuine concern. He was newly assigned, perhaps, with an earnest compassion that reminded her, with a pang, of some of her former students. "I'm so sorry," she managed, rising clumsily. "I didn't realize anyone was here." "Please don't apologize," he said, his voice soft, reassuring. "The church is always open to those who need sanctuary." He settled onto the pew beside her, uninvited but not unwelcome, his presence a grounding warmth in the icy grip of her fear. "You look troubled. Can I help?" Where could she possibly begin? How could she explain the impossible painting? The grave that defied all logic. The signature that had written itself in wet paint. He would think her mad. Clearly, irrevocably mad. "Clergyman," she said instead, her voice raspy, unfamiliar even to herself. "Do you believe in signs, in messages from beyond?" He considered her question, his youthful face thoughtful. "I believe in the communion of saints," he replied, his gaze distant, "in connections that transcend our understanding of linear time and physical space." "Why? Do you ask?" "There's something in my house," she whispered, the words tumbling out, almost against her will. "Something that shouldn't be there. Something trying to tell me something. But I don't understand what." "What sort of something?" he prompted gently, his voice unwavering, devoid of judgment. And so, she found herself telling him everything. The painting, the chilling, methodical progression of its details, the dream, the distant port town churchyard, the impossibly wrong grave, even the dreams that felt more real than waking life itself. The young clergyman listened without interruption, his expression growing more thoughtful, more solemn. With each impossible detail she recounted, when she finally finished, exhausted, raw, a profound silence settled between them, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind against the ancient stone windows. "There's a theory," he said finally, his voice soft, almost a murmur. "That time isn't linear as we experience it, that past and future exist simultaneously, and sometimes the boundaries become permeable, particularly in places touched by strong, unresolved emotion." "You think I'm seeing into the future?" she asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over her. "My own death." "I think," he said gently, his kind eyes meeting hers, "you're being shown something important, something you need to understand before it's too late." "Too late for what?" she whispered, the question hanging in the cold, still air. But the young clergyman had no answer. Only a profound, sympathetic silence. The woman returned to her cottage as the sun was setting, painting the coastal marsh in breathtaking strokes of gold and amber, reminding her why she had once loved these wild, beautiful landscapes. The cottage waited, patient and silent, like a faithful old dog, its windows beginning to glow with the warm, inviting light of her lamps. The painting had changed again. The scene was complete now. Every detail rendered with a heartbreaking clarity that spoke of intimate knowledge and profound sorrow. The distant port town churchyard, the ancient, leaning stones, the small grave with its simple wooden cross, and the two figures, herself now, the older woman, and herself as she had been 30 years ago, the younger woman with dark hair, standing together in a tableau of shared loss and devastating recognition. But there was something new, something that made her blood turn to ice, a cold dread that seized her heart in its silent grip. The painted figures were no longer alone. There was a third presence, barely visible, translucent as morning mist, yet unmistakably there, clearly defined. A small form, tiny, fragile, standing beside the grave. A child, perhaps 18 months old, with fair, wispy hair and eyes that seemed to hold all the world's ancient wisdom. Her child, the beloved daughter, lost so many years ago to fever and cruel fate. The painted child reached upward, tiny arms extended towards the older painted woman, as if seeking to be lifted, to be held, to be comforted as only a mother could. And the expression on the older woman's painted face, her own face, was one of recognition, profound and terrible, overwhelmed by an infinite, boundless love that transcended time and death. The woman sank to her knees before the easel, her hands pressed tightly to her mouth, stifling the sob that clawed at her throat, threatening to escape into the sudden, heavy silence of the room. The woman returned to her cottage. The sun, a weary artist, was slowly bleeding its last vibrant colors across the sky, painting the vast coastal marsh in breathtaking strokes of gold and amber. Each hue, each fading glimmer, served as a stark, painful reminder of why she had once, so many years ago, found such profound joy in these wild, untamed landscapes. The cottage itself, nestled against the encroaching twilight, waited with a stillness that was almost unnatural, patient and silent, like a faithful old dog anticipating its master's return. Its windows, dark eyes moments before, now began to glow with the warm, inviting light of her lamps, a fragile beacon against the deepening gloom. She pushed open the familiar front door, the old wood sighing softly in protest, a sound that usually comforted her, but tonight felt heavy with unspoken secrets. A strange, almost metallic scent, faint but persistent, clung to the air within, a ghost of paint, perhaps, mixed with something cloyingly sweet, like fading funeral lilies. Her footsteps, soft against the worn rugs, seemed unnaturally loud in the suddenly oppressive silence. Every instinct, every fiber of her being, pulled her towards the sitting room, towards the easel that stood by the window, a dark sentinel against the last vestiges of daylight. The painting. It had changed again. Her breath hitched in her throat, a cold, sharp gasp that seemed to crystallize in the air around her. The scene was complete now, rendered with a heartbreaking, almost brutal clarity that spoke not of artistic talent, but of intimate, terrifying knowledge. Every detail, from the ancient, leaning stones of the distant port town churchyard to the small, simple wooden cross marking a particular grave, was etched with a precision that made her eyes ache. And the two figures she had seen before, herself as she was now, marked by the weight of years and sorrow, and herself as she had been 3 decades ago, vibrant with youthful grief, stood together in a tableau of shared loss and devastating recognition. Their painted forms, frozen in an eternal moment, seemed to vibrate with a silent, profound despair that reached out to clutch at her own heart. But it was not merely the completion of the scene that made her blood turn to ice, a cold dread that seized her heart in its silent, skeletal grip. No, there was something new. A third presence, barely visible, translucent as morning mist catching the first rays of dawn, yet unmistakably there, clearly defined, standing right beside the grave, a small form, tiny, fragile, almost ethereal, yet undeniably solid in its painted reality. A child, perhaps 18 months old, with wispy, fair hair that seemed to shimmer with an inner light, and eyes, oh, those eyes, that held all the world's ancient wisdom, all the unspoken questions of a soul too young to have known suffering, yet carrying its imprint. It was her child, her beloved daughter, the little one, lost so many years ago to a cruel fever and an even crueler fate, the child she had mourned for decades, whose memory she clutched like a broken rosary. The painted child, with an unbearable innocence, reached upward, tiny arms, so delicate, so impossibly real, extended towards the older painted woman, towards her, towards the figure that bore her current face, as if seeking to be lifted, to be held, to be comforted as only a mother, only she could comfort. And the expression on the older woman's painted face, her own face, was one of recognition, profound and terrible, a dawning comprehension that ripped through her very soul. It was a look overwhelmed by an infinite, boundless love, a love that transcended the rigid confines of linear time, defied the cold finality of death, and now, impossibly, made itself manifest in oil and pigment. A strangled sob, raw and guttural, clawed at the back of her throat, threatening to escape, to shatter the heavy silence of the room. The woman sank to her knees before the easel, her legs no longer capable of supporting the sudden, crushing weight of this unbearable revelation. Her hands, gnarled with age and trembling uncontrollably, pressed tightly to her mouth, not to silence the sound, but to try and contain the torrent of grief and impossible hope that threatened to overwhelm her entirely. The painted eyes of her daughter, radiant with an innocent, ancient plea, seemed to bore into her, beckoning, calling, pulling her into a world where the lost could still be found, where time could be unraveled, and where love, however impossible, refused to die. The woman rose slowly, the decision now crystallizing within her with a clarity that felt like a long-forgotten prayer finally answered. Her body, stiff and aching just moments before, now moved with a purpose that transcended physical limitations. She began to move about the small cottage, each action methodical, deliberate, as if she were following an ancient, unspoken ritual. She gathered only what was truly essential: her good coat, the one she had worn to her late husband's funeral, a garment that now felt like a second skin, woven from grief and endurance, her small handbag, containing her identification and the meager sum of money she kept for emergencies, and, finally, the small silver locket, cool and smooth against her fingertips, the only remaining photograph of her lost daughter, a fragile testament to a life consumed by fire and fever. So many years ago, Last, she reached for the retirement gift, the modest watercolor set that had sat unopened for months. Her fingers, gnarled and trembling slightly, selected one of the brushes, the finest one, barely used, its bristles still pristine. Its weight in her hand felt right now, familiar and comforting, a conduit to a part of herself she had thought long buried. The drive to the distant Porttown churchyard was a strange blur, a journey that felt simultaneously endless and fleeting, as if the narrow country lanes beneath the star-strewn sky stretched impossibly, yet somehow yielded to her will. The mist, thick and silent, clung to the ancient hedgerows, transforming familiar landscapes into ghostly suggestions, whispering secrets she almost understood. But eventually, inevitably, she found herself once more at the entrance to the stone churchyard. The wrought iron gate, dark and ornate, stood open, just as she had somehow known it would. It seemed to beckon, inviting her into the hushed, hallowed ground where time itself seemed to fold in on itself. The path between the weathered headstones, so overgrown and indistinct in the morning light, was now clearly visible, illuminated by the pale, ethereal glow of the moon. Her comfortable shoes made no sound on the damp, ancient earth as she followed its winding course. A silent pilgrim guided by a love that defied logic. The grave was exactly where she had found it that morning, tucked away in a secluded corner beneath the ancient yew tree, its drooping branches heavy with unspoken memories. But now there were more flowers, not just the fresh white roses she had seen, but a scattering of delicate daisies, tiny blue forget-me-nots, wisps of baby's breath, and delicate pink rosebuds, the flowers of childhood, of innocence, of a love so profound it transcended all understanding, all reason. Someone had been there, leaving these tender offerings. Someone still remembered. The woman knelt beside the simple headstone, her arthritic joints protesting with sharp pangs, yet her spirit soared with something that might have been joy, pure and unburdened. The cold, damp earth beneath her hands was real, solid, anchoring her to this sacred spot. She could feel the presence now, before she saw it, a sudden warmth in the cold night air, a sense of completion, of a gaping void in her soul finally being filled after 37 years of agonizing absence. Slowly, gradually, like morning mist taking shape in the first rays of dawn, her daughter materialized, not as she had been when the cruel fever had claimed her, a fragile infant, but as she might have grown a young woman of perhaps 25, with her mother's knowing eyes and her late husband's gentle smile, a face both familiar and miraculously new. Her daughter held out her hand, and when the woman took it, the touch was warm, solid, and impossibly real. "I've been waiting, Mama," her daughter said, her voice everything the woman had dreamed it would be, musical, kind, and filled with an infinite, patient love that seemed to stretch across centuries. "I've been waiting such a long time. I'm here now," the woman whispered, her voice raw with emotion, the words echoing in the liminal space between worlds, between life and whatever lay beyond. "I'm here, my darling. I'll never leave you again." The brush, that instrument of her forgotten art, was still clutched in her other hand. She lifted it now, not with the precise movements of an artist, but with the reverence of a priest raising communion. The air around them shimmered, like paint mixing with water, colours swirling in the unseen dimensions. And in that moment, she understood with profound, absolute clarity this was her final masterpiece, not something painted on canvas, confined to a frame, but something painted on the very fabric of existence itself. She had been an artist once, before marriage and motherhood, before long, weary years of teaching other people's children had claimed her gifts. But now, in this luminous moment, between heartbeats, between breaths, between one world and the next, she was an artist again, the greatest who had ever lived, because she was painting herself out of one reality and into another. The brush moved through the air, laying down strokes of pure intention, pure, unadulterated love. Each movement was both an ending and a beginning. Each gesture, a prayer answered, a promise fulfilled. She painted herself beside her daughter, painted them both into a place where time had no meaning, where loss was just another word for love deferred, a temporary separation soon to be undone. 3 days later, the local clergyman, concerned by the woman's absence from the Sunday service, found the cottage. The front door stood ajar, the old wood sighing mournfully in the persistent wind. The sitting room was exactly as she had left it, an undisturbed tableau. The easel still stood by the window, catching the pale, indifferent light of the afternoon. And the painting, it was complete, a masterwork, rendered with such breathtaking skill and emotional depth that it would have been the envy of any prestigious city gallery. It depicted a churchyard scene of heartbreaking beauty, rendered in ethereal shades of pearl and amber, and the deep, rich browns of ancient earth. 2 figures stood beside a small grave marked with a simple wooden cross, an elderly woman with silver hair, an artist's brush held with quiet certainty, and a young woman, her face radiant with joy and profound recognition. Between them, barely visible, translucent as a half-forgotten dream, but unmistakably present, was the suggestion of a third figure small and precious, and loved beyond all measure. The signature in the corner was crisp and clear, etched with confidence and absolute certainty, her maiden name, initial and surname, with the distinctive flourish she had abandoned when she married. The clergyman stood before the painting for a long time, the silence of the cottage pressing in around him. He remembered their conversation about time and permeable boundaries and messages from beyond. He understood now. He then picked up the telephone to call the authorities, though he knew they would find no trace of the woman. She had simply vanished, leaving behind only this impossible painting and a cottage that smelled faintly of turpentine and, inexplicably, fresh roses. In the distant port town churchyard, beneath the ancient yew, fresh flowers appeared daily on the small, hidden grave that most visitors never noticed. White roses and daisies, forget-me-nots, and baby's breath, placed by hands that left no footprints in the soft, damp earth. And sometimes, when the mist rose from the coastal marsh and the boundaries between worlds grew thin and permeable, a careful observer might glimpse 2 figures walking hand in hand among the weathered stones, an elderly woman and a young one, their faces bright with a joy that transcended all earthly understanding. The painting still hangs in the cottage, now maintained as a small museum by the local historical society. Visitors often comment on the extraordinary skill, the way the figures seem almost to move in the changing light. But those with eyes to truly see notice something else, the way the painted women's gazes follow them, the way painted lips curve in smiles of infinite contentment. They have found what they were looking for. They are finally, eternally home. And on quiet nights, when the wind blows just right across the coastal marsh, those who listen carefully, perhaps just on the edge of sleep, might hear the soft, rhythmic sound of a brush against canvas, filled with profound love, the sound of an artist at work, painting herself into forever. The cream-coloured paper arrived on the newcomer's third night in the serene coastal town. A silent whisper beneath her door as she slept. She found it at dawn, its delicate texture rustling against her bare feet like a secret made tangible, plucked from the fleeting dreams of the night. The local literary society cordially invites you to join our monthly gathering. The elegant script declared, "We are a group of mature women who share a passion for literature and the deeper mysteries of the human experience." The handwriting itself was a relic, spidery, distinctly feminine, and imbued with a deliberate precision that spoke of another era entirely. A faint tremor of unease, cool as the morning fog, ran through the newcomer. How had they known her prestigious academic past? The doctorate buried beneath 30 years of corporate climbing was a carefully guarded secret, a forgotten ambition she rarely acknowledged even to herself. And how had they known she was even here, a new arrival in this quiet, insular community? But the coastal town was that kind of place, she supposed, where retired executives sought to bury their failures, and small, tight-knit communities noticed everything. She had come here after all, not for quietude, but to escape the crushing weight of her child's final. Cutting words. "I don't want you in my life anymore. You're a stranger to me. You always have been." 3 years had passed since that door had closed. 3 years of carrying that moment like a jagged stone in the hollow of her chest. Thursday evening found her walking, each step muffled by a fog so thick it felt like cotton wool pressing against her skin, towards the address on a secluded lane. The ancient stone cottage materialized from the swirling mist like something conjured from an old story. A gabled silhouette perched precariously on the bluff overlooking the unseen, murmuring ocean. Warm, soft light, filtered through diamond-paned windows, spilled onto the damp earth. Within, shadows danced, revealing the silhouettes of women against the drawn curtains, their forms indistinct, almost ethereal. The leading woman, an elegant figure of perhaps 70 with silver hair meticulously styled and adorned in an elaborate, shiny black silk dress with jet buttons, opened the door before the newcomer could even raise her hand to knock. It was as if she had been watching, waiting. Her age seemed to shift and shimmer in the lamplight, fluid as the fog outside, making it impossible to pin down. "We've been expecting you," the host said, her voice cultivated, precise, a cadence that had largely vanished from contemporary speech. The parlour beyond was arranged with chairs in an intimate circle around a crackling fire, its flames casting dancing shadows that swallowed the corners of the room. 5 other women turned, their gazes fixing on the newcomer with an intensity that made her feel suddenly, terribly exposed, as if they could see right through her carefully constructed veneer of retirement, past the polished surface to the raw, aching need hidden beneath. There was the blonde woman, with impeccably manicured hands that gestured gracefully even in stillness. The dark-eyed woman, whose deep-set eyes reflected not merely the firelight, but something far older, far more profound. The smiling woman, a delicate curve of her lips revealing teeth too perfect, too uniformly white for her apparent age. The woman with pearls, each lustrous orb gleaming faintly like captured moonlight against her dark dress. And finally, the watchful woman, her stillness bird-like, her eyes missing nothing. We were discussing the elusive nature of the past, the host announced, settling into her chair with an air of absolute possession. The nature of memory, how it intrudes like an unwelcome guest, or a welcome one, the blonde woman added, and something in her tone, a subtle inflection, made the others exchange quick, knowing glances, a silent communication passing between them like a ripple across still water. Memory can be such a burden, all those accumulated regrets. What followed was unlike any book club the newcomer had ever attended. These women discussed literature with an intensity usually reserved for graduate seminars, their words sharp, their insights incisive, but underneath their intellectual discourse, something else lurked, a faint but persistent hunger that transcended mere curiosity, something almost predatory. They spoke of memory not as an abstract concept, but as if it were a living, breathing thing that could be shaped, molded, even surgically removed from the very fabric of the consciousness. We found, the dark-eyed woman whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle crackle of the fire, that certain painful memories can actually be extracted, removed entirely from consciousness. Like surgery, the smiling woman added, her perfect teeth catching the firelight, glinting briefly in the dimness. It sounds impossible, the newcomer heard herself say, the words feeling foreign and small in the echoing room. Yet, a part of her, the raw, vulnerable part that relived her child's rejection nightly, wanted desperately to believe in such impossible things. The host leaned forward, her eyes bright, a complex mix of hunger and a terrible, knowing compassion. Impossible things, she murmured, her voice a soft caress in the quiet room, are simply waiting for the right methodology. Over the following weeks, these Thursday evenings became the newcomer's anchor, a strange, dark ritual in her new, solitary life. The women spoke more openly about their methodology, blending mystical concepts with practical applications in ways that should have been absurd, but somehow resonated with an unsettling logic. Memory, they explained, was energy, a potent, mutable force that could be manipulated, transformed, even transferred. We've been perfecting our techniques for 17 years, the blonde woman explained during one particularly intense evening, her voice low and steady, learning to identify which memories serve us and which merely torment. The newcomer began noticing subtle changes, things she had missed in her initial fog-bound confusion, how their skins seemed to grow more luminous with each passing week, a faint internal glow, how their movements carried a subtle vitality that seemed to increase rather than diminish with age, a grace borrowed from youth, how their eyes, especially, held impossible depths, speaking of experiences that stretched far beyond their apparent years. And then, she began to notice the absences. "Where is the woman with pearls tonight?" she asked during their 6th meeting, the question slipping out before she could check herself. The women exchanged those careful, knowing glances again. "Processing," the dark-eyed woman said, her voice calm, devoid of overt emotion. "The extraction can be demanding. She's resting." "Extraction," the newcomer pressed, a chill beginning to creep up her spine. The woman with pearls removed a childhood trauma. The smiling woman's perfect lips widened, a gesture that was more unsettling than reassuring. Quite successful, but recovery takes time. Before the newcomer could ask more, the host began describing their theoretical framework, her voice taking on the measured cadence of a lecturer. "Traumatic memories," she explained, "create psychic scarring. But unlike physical scars, psychological ones can be excised. The memory must be contained afterward, properly disposed of." The host's face, usually composed, now showed a profound peace, a tranquil emptiness that the newcomer felt a sharp, aching envy for. Walking home through the fog-shrouded streets that night, the newcomer found herself cataloguing her own traumas, the client meetings she had chosen over her daughter's graduation, the years of emotional distance that had grown like a malignant tumor between her and her husband, the creative aspirations, the poetry she had once written by candlelight, all buried under layers of corporate ambition until she could barely remember the passionate young woman she had once been. What, he wondered, would it truly feel like to simply let it all go? The silent invitation arrived on a Tuesday, its cream-colored paper hinting at secrets yet unrevealed. "We believe you are ready," it declared in that elegant, antique script. "If you will trust us completely, surrender a memory that has caused years of pain, we can show you true freedom. Come, a specific evening, at an appointed hour." That specific evening arrived, shrouded in a fog so profoundly thick it felt solid to the touch, pressing against the newcomer's skin, damp and chilling. The ancient stone cottage on the secluded lane materialized with an unnerving abruptness from the swirling vapor, its diamond-paned windows glowing with an inner amber light that seemed to pulse in the gloom. This time, the host was not alone in the doorway. The other women stood behind her, silent figures draped in dark ceremonial robes that seemed to absorb all available light, rendering their forms almost featureless. "Are you prepared?" the host asked, her voice imbued with a grave solemnity that resonated deep within the newcomer's chest, a low thrumming echo of ancient rites. The parlor, usually a space of intimate conversation, had been transformed. Furniture had been pushed back against the walls, creating a wide, empty circle in the center. Candles, tall and white, burned steadily in elaborate candelabras, their flames unwavering despite the subtle, living drafts that moved through the house like unseen breaths. In the heart of this circle, on a small, dark table, rested a large silver bowl. Its surface, smooth and polished, caught the candlelight, fragmenting and multiplying it into 1,000 dancing points that made the newcomer's eyes water, not from tears, but from the sheer intensity of the reflected light. "It is a simple process," the dark-eyed woman explained, her voice soft, almost a lullaby, yet laced with an unsettling precision. "Focus on your most painful memory. Let it fill your mind completely, and we will guide the extraction." "What? What happens to it?" the newcomer heard herself ask, her own voice barely a whisper against the crackle of the fire. Contained, the blonde woman said, her tone smooth as polished stone, utterly devoid of any tremor, neutralized, rendered harmless. The women formed a tight circle, their hands reaching out, joining, fingers cool and firm around the newcomer's own. She felt their collective presence press down on her, a gentle, insistent weight that was both comforting and profoundly suffocating. "Your darkest memory," the host whispered, her voice like silk drawn over velvet. "Let it fill your mind completely, without resistance, without reservation." And just like that, the newcomer was no longer in the flickering parlor. She was there again, standing in the cold light of her child's apartment doorway. The words, sharper and colder than any blade, cut through the fragile space between them, twisting themselves into the very sinews of her being. "I don't want you in my life anymore. You're a stranger to me. You always have been." The memory unfolded with a perfect, terrible clarity, each detail rendered in excruciating slow motion. Her child's face, contorted not with anger, but with a deep, accumulated hurt that years of unspoken resentment had etched there. The careful, measured control in her voice, a practiced tone that spoke of countless therapy sessions, of conversations rehearsed in solitude. And then, the door, closing, slowly, resolutely, the sound echoing in the cavern of her memory, a finality that stretched into 3 agonizing years of silence, 3 years without end. As the memory played, raw and vivid, the women around her began to chant. Their voices, low and rhythmic, rose and fell in words that felt both ancient and eerily familiar, like forgotten melodies from half-remembered dreams. The candle flames in the candelabras grew taller, stretching upward, dancing with an unnatural vigor. In the silver bowl at the center, the liquid surface began to writhe, swirling like molten mercury, reflecting the newcomer's face back to her, but wrong, distorted, fragmented, showing not who she was now, but who she had been in that moment of profound failure. In that excruciating moment of severing, the chanting intensified, a rising tide of sound that vibrated through her bones. Cold fingers, impossibly strong, gripped hers tighter, anchoring her to the present, to the ritual. In the writhing surface of the bowl, her reflection moved independently, a separate entity, acting out her greatest failure with mechanical, relentless precision, her reflected self in that doorway. Her child's face twisted with pain, the door closing again and again and again. Then, something extraordinary, something truly terrifying in its sudden, complete absence, occurred. The pain, that constant, agonizing weight that had rested in her chest for 3 long years, began to lift, not gradually, not slowly easing its grip, but all at once, abruptly, like invisible hands reaching in and removing a heavy, jagged stone. The memory continued to play out in her mind, but it was distant now, muted, like watching someone else's movie from behind a thick pane of glass. Her child's words, once so potent, so deeply wounding, lost their power to inflict anguish. The terrible, suffocating weight of the subsequent silence, the 3 years of emotional exile, simply evaporated. She felt empty, clean, free. A profound, almost dizzying lightness filled the space where the pain had resided. The chanting ceased. The women released her hands, their touch retreating like the last vestiges of a fading dream. In the silver bowl, something lingered on the water's surface, a thin, shimmering film that caught the candlelight, moving with a subtle internal rhythm, almost like a living membrane. "It is done," the host announced, her voice tinged with a quiet, deep satisfaction. "The memory is extracted and contained. You need never be troubled by it again." The newcomer looked around the circle. Each woman seemed to glow with a renewed, almost ethereal vitality, as if the strange process had not drained but nourished them. She felt a profound dizziness, but also a lightness, an unburdening she hadn't experienced in years. The constant, crushing weight of regret was simply gone. "What happens now?" she asked, the words feeling strangely weightless on her tongue. "Now you live," the blonde woman said, her face radiant, a serene, almost beatific smile gracing her lips. "You live without the burden of what can never be changed." The women helped her to a nearby chair, its velvet cool against her skin, and brought her a cup of fragrant herbal tea. They moved with a practiced, almost ritualistic efficiency, cleaning the ceremonial space, gathering the candelabras, but the silver bowl remained untouched. The shimmering film on its surface continued to writhe and shift, a subtle, disturbing motion that, for a fleeting moment, seemed to cloud the newcomer's newly clear mind. "The memory," she gestured, a phantom ache in her chest drawing her hand toward the bowl. "It's still there, contained," the dark-eyed woman assured her, her gaze steady, unwavering, neutralized. "It cannot harm you." But as the newcomer watched, transfixed, the thin film began thickening, slowly, imperceptibly, taking on a faint, spectral dimension. Shapes, vague and wavering, began to form in its depths, faces, fragments of scenes, emotions given a semi-physical, almost viscous form. For a terrifying, heart-stopping moment, she could have sworn she saw her child's eyes looking back at her from within the swirling film. Eyes filled with a hurt so profound, so utterly desolate, that it made her stomach lurch with a visceral, phantom sickness. "Perhaps you should go home," the smiling woman suggested, her tone gentle, but with an underlying firmness that left no room for argument. Extraction can be exhausting. Walking home, the fog had lifted slightly, revealing scattered, distant stars, pinpricks of light in the vast, indifferent expanse of the night sky. She felt different, lighter, yes, but also subtly diminished, as if she had lost something essential, something foundational, along with the pain. It was only when she reached her own cottage and caught her reflection in the hallway mirror that she truly began to understand. She looked younger, somehow more vibrant. The lines etched around her eyes had softened, almost vanished. The strands of grey in her hair seemed less pronounced, receding into the darker tones. She was a woman relieved of a great, terrible burden. Undeniably. The following days passed in a curious, almost surreal contentment. Beach walks were undertaken with a spring in her step she hadn't felt in years. Poetry, once a lost passion, was read with a renewed, almost feverish appreciation. Old songs, long forgotten, hummed themselves unbidden from her lips. The constant, suffocating ache in her chest was simply gone. The silver bowl remained on the table, a silent witness to the ritual. The thin, shimmering film on its surface, once merely a delicate membrane, now began a slow, deliberate thickening, as if drawing substance from the very air of the parlour. Constance watched, mesmerised and repulsed, as subtle dimensions started to assert themselves within its depths. Vague, wavering shapes formed, then dissolved, then reappeared indistinct faces, fleeting fragments of familiar scenes, emotions given a semi-physical, almost viscous form, swirling like trapped smoke. For a terrifying, heart-stopping moment, she could have sworn she saw a child's eyes looking back at her from within the swirling film. Eyes filled with a hurt so profound, so utterly desolate, that it made her stomach lurch with a visceral phantom sickness, a chill spreading through her from the inside out. "Perhaps you should go home," the smiling woman suggested, her tone gentle, but with an underlying firmness that left no room for argument. Extraction can be exhausting. Constance found herself guided toward the door, her steps feeling oddly disconnected from her body. Walking home, the fog had lifted slightly, revealing scattered, distant stars, pinpricks of icy light in the vast, indifferent expanse of the night sky. She felt different, lighter, yes, but also subtly diminished, as if she had indeed lost something essential, something foundational, along with the pain. It was only when she reached her own ancient cottage and caught her reflection in the hallway mirror that she truly began to understand the subtle, unsettling cost. She looked younger, somehow, undeniably more vibrant. The lines etched around her eyes had softened, almost vanished, as if smoothed away by unseen hands. The strands of grey in her hair seemed less pronounced, receding into the darker tones. She was a woman relieved of a great, terrible burden, undeniably, yet the youthfulness felt less like rejuvenation and more like an erasure. The following days passed in a curious, almost surreal contentment. Beach walks were undertaken with a spring in her step she hadn't felt in years. The rhythmic whisper of the waves, a soothing backdrop to her newly unburdened mind. Poetry, once a lost passion, was read with a renewed, almost feverish appreciation. Each verse a fresh discovery. Old songs, long forgotten, hummed themselves unbidden from her lips, their melodies sweet and hollow. The constant, suffocating ache in her chest, the familiar weight of 3 years of sorrow, was simply gone. But in its place, she began to notice gaps, moments where she reached for memories, for anchors of connection to her past, and found only empty pockets, vast, silent spaces. She knew she had a child, a daughter. That much remained clear, a solid, unshakable fact. But the intimate details of their relationship, the specific reasons for their estrangement, the texture of their shared history, slipped away when she tried to focus, dissolving into a frustrating vagueness. Perhaps this was what true healing felt like, she mused. A question more than an affirmation, a whisper of doubt at the edge of her serene new reality. The following Thursday, as dusk began its slow creep across the secluded coastal town, she found the women of the society clustered around the tall windows facing the ancient garden. Their voices were low, urgent, hushed whispers that seemed to vibrate with a tension she hadn't felt since her own extraction. "There," the blonde woman whispered, her manicured finger pointing toward the shadows beneath an ancient, gnarled oak tree. whose branches reached like arthritic fingers into the deepening twilight. Do you see it? Constance peered into the gathering gloom and felt her blood freeze in her veins. A sudden, icy shock. Something moved in the shadows, almost human, but not quite. It stood upright, yes, but its proportions were wrong, elongated, twisted, its form wavering like heat haze above scorched earth. As she watched, transfixed by a terror she couldn't yet name, the thing turned slowly toward the ancient stone cottage, revealing a face. It was familiar, yet impossibly distorted, stretched and blurred as if seen through swirling water. An echo of a face rather than a solid form. Its eyes, deep sockets of shadow, held such profound, aching loss that tears, unbidden, sprang to Constance's own. "What is that?" Constance breathed, the words barely a whisper, caught in her tightening throat. "A revenant," the host replied matter-of-factly, her voice chillingly calm. "They appear when memories are particularly potent. This one formed from fragments of several extractions." The thing moved closer, its distorted form becoming clearer in the shifting light. It was indeed a middle-aged woman's face, but her features were stretched and blurred as if seen through water, her outline shimmering at the edges. Its eyes, though filled with unspeakable sorrow, also held a desperate, searching quality that tore at Constance's heart. "It's looking for something," the dark-eyed woman observed, her voice low, trying to return to its source, to be whole again. "What do we do?" Constance asked, her voice cracking. "Nothing," the smiling woman said simply, her perfect teeth gleaming faintly in the dim light. "They can't harm us inside. Eventually, they fade away." But even as she spoke, more shapes began to emerge from the deepening shadows of the garden. Men and women of various ages, their forms wavering like heat mirages, their faces bearing expressions of desperate, consuming yearning. They pressed against the windows of the cottage with hands that left no marks, their mouths moving in unheard words, silent pleas. "How many?" Constance breathed, a cold dread coiling in her gut. 17 years' worth. The watchful woman spoke for the first time, her voice weighted with a chilling, ancient knowledge. "Every extracted memory takes this form. Eventually, they're drawn back to where they were born." More revenants emerged, their spectral forms filling the garden, a silent, sorrowful crowd. Constance began recognizing fragments: a young man who might have been the dark-eyed woman's child, an elderly woman with the blonde woman's distinct bone structure, a child with the smiling woman's particular blue eyes. "There are pieces of you," Constance whispered, the realization hitting her with the force of a physical blow. "Pieces of all of you. Pieces we chose to discard," the host corrected firmly, her voice sharp as glass, cutting through the growing unease. But as Constance gazed at the desperate figures pressing against the glass, their silent faces etched with an unutterable longing, she understood with terrible clarity that pain and love weren't so easily separated. These revenants didn't look monstrous. They looked like ghosts of relationships, shadows of connections severed not just from memory, but from the very heart itself. "My child," she said suddenly, the words torn from her lips, raw and unexpected. "I had a daughter." The women turned, their expressions carefully neutral, almost blank. And now you don't have to carry that pain, the host said gently, her voice like a silken balm. Isn't that what you wanted? But as those words left the host's lips, something profound, something essential, cracked open in Constance's chest. Not the familiar ache of loss she had carried for so long, but something deeper, far more terrifying. The absence where her child's memory had lived wasn't an empty space, a void of peaceful forgetting. It was a raw, gaping wound, bleeding silence. She hadn't simply lost the pain of estrangement. She had lost the profound, complicated love that gave that pain meaning. She had lost her child entirely, the hollow contentment, the artificial serenity she had been enjoying, shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces. I want it back, she whispered, her voice fierce, desperate, pressing her trembling hands against the cold window pane. On the other side, a small figure, a child with her own dark hair and serious eyes, pressed its translucent hands back against the glass, reaching toward her with desperate, silent fingers. And Constance swore she felt a warmth, faint but undeniable, through the cold, brittle barrier. I invite you back, she whispered, her voice strong, clear, ringing with the fierce certainty of a mother's love reclaiming its truth. All of you, come home. The effect was immediate, shattering the fragile peace of the room with a force that felt both internal and external. The spectre of her child, the revenant of a memory so fiercely longed for, pressed through the glass of the window, not with violence, but with the liquid grace of water seeping through a porous barrier. Its translucent form shimmered, wavered, and then solidified, becoming substantial, real. A cold, damp air rushed in with it, carrying the faint, unsettling scent of earth and forgotten things. Around the room, a chorus of sharp, sudden cries erupted from the other women, voices choked with shock and a deeper, dawning terror for their own discarded memories, now no longer contained, began to seep through the very fabric of the house, through the tall, leaded windows, through the ancient, peeling walls, through the creaking, groaning foundations that seemed to sag under an unbearable weight. The woman felt the return of her own child's memory like a physical blow, a sudden, brutal impact to her chest that stole her breath. It wasn't just the sharp, piercing pain of estrangement that flooded back, but everything leading to it, every intricate thread of their shared life. Her failures as a mother, yes, undeniable and sharp, but also the fierce, complicated love that had made those failures matter so profoundly. The long, silent nights by sickbeds during childhood illnesses, the hushed whispers of comfort and feverish worry, the swelling pride at school plays and piano recitals, the quiet joy of watching a small, beloved figure take tentative steps into the wider world, the fierce protectiveness that had sometimes, too often, manifested as suffocating over-control. How her daughter's bright, clear laugh had once been her favorite sound in the world, a melody that could chase away any shadow. It all flooded back, a torrent of sensation and emotion, complex and overwhelming, filling the gaping wound in her chest, not with emptiness, but with raw, aching truth. Not just pain memory, but love memory, tangled and imperfect and absolutely, devastatingly essential to who she was. Around her, the other women of the society were experiencing their own reunions with their discarded selves. The dark-eyed woman collapsed onto a velvet chair, a gasping sob torn from her throat as a young man's revenant pressed close, its features dissolving into heartbreaking clarity. A terrible recognition dawned in her eyes, a son lost years ago to an overdose, or a sudden accident, or the slow, silent dissolution of a family. The blonde woman began to weep, quiet, racking sobs, as an elderly woman's spectral form merged with her own, years of denied grief etching themselves back onto her artificially smooth features, deepening the lines around her eyes, returning the subtle tremor to her manicured hands. The smiling woman, the watchful woman, and another member, each one reclaimed their avoided pain, and with it, the capacity for the deep, profound feeling that made life more than mere existence. The host, the society's leader, stood at the swirling, chaotic center of the room, watching her carefully constructed sanctuary, her long-held power, crumble before her eyes. Color drained from her face, leaving her skin a waxy, translucent white, and her silver hair seemed to show its true, stark white, stripped of any artifice. But in her eyes, as they met the woman's, the woman saw something she had entirely missed before, something beyond shock or despair. It was relief. The terrible, profound relief of a woman who had carried not just her own burdens, but the discarded memories of her sisters for 17 long years, who had built her subtle, insidious power on their collective refusal to feel. "It's over," the host whispered, her voice a thin, reedy sound, almost grateful. The revenants continued to pour through the house's dissolving barriers, shimmering forms seeking their sources, finding their homes. The ancient cottage filled with the sounds of reunion gasps and sobs, hushed whispers of recognition, the peculiar, pregnant silence that follows the end of long, silent exile. As each memory found its proper owner, the house itself seemed to respond, mirroring the profound shift within its inhabitants. The warm, inviting light that had once filled the parlor flickered and dimmed, revealing the room in its true state shabby, even decrepit. Paint peeled from the walls in long, curling strips. The floorboards showed their true age in deep creaks and subtle sags, no longer masked by whatever subtle glamour the women's collective power had maintained. When the last revenant found its home, its spectral form dissolving into the consciousness of its original host, the woman stood in a room full of women who were now showing their true ages. Lines had returned to artificially smooth faces, etching themselves around eyes and mouths. Hair showed its genuine, variegated color, no longer uniformly silver or blonde. Bodies had resumed the shapes that years and gravity had given them. They looked tired, yes, and aged, undeniably mortal, but they also looked real. They looked profoundly, beautifully human. "Now what?" the dark-eyed woman asked, her voice rough with tears, with the exhaustion of long-delayed grief finally given voice. The woman looked around the circle at these women who had welcomed her, who had offered what seemed like salvation, but had proven to be a different kind of prison. She felt her own child's memories settling deeper into her heart, not comfortably, certainly not painlessly, but with a profound sense of rightness, of absolute necessity. The ache was there again, a constant, sharp awareness of loss and failure, but also a persistent, enduring love. It hurt. It would always hurt, but it was hers, and in its hurting, it affirmed her very being. "Now we live," the woman said, echoing the blonde woman's words from weeks before, but with a meaning entirely, fundamentally different. We live with what we've done and what's been done to us, with our mistakes and our losses and our love. She walked past the empty silver bowl, past the burned down candle stubs that seemed to weep waxen tears. Outside, the thick, persistent fog was finally lifting, revealing the first faint hints of dawn touching the eastern sky, a pale wash of bruised purple and fragile gold. The revenants were gone, not destroyed, but integrated, returned to their proper places within memory's complex and essential geography. Stepping into the cool morning air, the woman felt the full, beautiful weight of her years, her choices, her imperfect love for a child who might never forgive her. It was a heavy burden, yes, but also the indispensable foundation that any authentic life required. Without it, she was nothing but a hollow shell, sustained by borrowed youth and artificial contentment. Behind her, other women began emerging from the ancient stone cottage that had sheltered their long self-exile. They would have to learn living again, not as eternal youths sustained by discarded pain, but as mortal women carrying the full weight of experience. Some might not survive the transition. 17 years of avoided grief was a considerable burden. But those who did, those who learned to carry rather than discard their memories, would find something the society had never offered: the genuine possibility of healing. Not the hollow piece of forgotten pain, but the deeper, more profound satisfaction of integrating experience into wisdom, of transforming suffering into understanding. The woman walked home through streets that were becoming intimately familiar, as they do when you decide to stay, to put down roots, to stop running from what cannot be outrun. She would call her daughter today. The call would probably reach voicemail, as they had for 3 long years. Her daughter might never forgive her, might never agree to rebuild, might never risk hurt again. But the woman would call anyway, because that's what love did. It persisted despite pain. It reached out despite rejection. It hoped despite all contrary evidence. It was the most human thing, this stubborn, imperfect, essential commitment to connection, despite the cost. The fog continued lifting, revealing the morning sea's full, majestic scope. The rhythmic whisper of the waves a constant, ancient lullaby. Somewhere beyond the horizon, life continued in its messy, beautiful complexity. People loved and lost and grieved and tried again, made mistakes, sought forgiveness, learned to carry the weight of their choices with whatever grace they could manage. Not an easy living, but the only way that meant anything. Climbing her cottage steps, the woman felt her daughter's memory settle more fully, more completely within her. Not just the pain of separation, but all of it. The whole complicated, messy history of loving someone imperfectly but truly, of failing them, and of seeking redemption, of discovering that some bonds transcend even the deepest wounds. She would carry it all now, the weight and the wonder, the sorrow and the stubborn hope. Carry it as long as she lived, because that's what being human meant. Holding all of it, the beautiful and the terrible, joy and grief integrated into something greater than the sum of its parts. Behind her, the sun climbed higher into a promising sky, and somewhere in the distance, a phone began to ring. The old theatre in the city centre had been waiting for decades. Its scarred brick facade, a grim testament to the passage of time, seemed to watch the city shift and grow around it with a patient, malevolent gaze. When a man, let's call him David, first saw the building on that grey morning late in autumn, he felt a peculiar stirring in his chest. It wasn't quite hope, not in the way one hoped for something good, but a strange recognition, a feeling that seemed to emanate from a place deeper than memory itself. The real estate agent, a nervous woman who constantly checked her handheld device, fumbled with the keys at a side entrance. "The city has been trying to find someone to take this place for years," she muttered, her voice echoing strangely in the narrow alleyway. The insurance settlement finally cleared, but honestly, most people won't even look at it. David nodded absently, his attention already elsewhere. His gaze was fixed on the building's windows. Most of them boarded up, yet a few on the upper floor seemed to catch the pale, diffused light in an unsettling way, as if something was subtly stirring or moving just behind their dusty panes. The autumn wind, carrying the first icy breath of the approaching winter from the distant large lake, whispered around them, bringing with it a scent David couldn't quite place. It wasn't exactly smoke, nor was it the pungent odor of decay, but something else entirely, something that made the fine hairs on his forearms prickle and stand on end. Fire damage was extensive, the agent continued, finally managing to wrestle the door open. They rebuilt the interior, but... She shrugged, the gesture conveying a world of unspoken explanations, a resigned acceptance of whatever lingering strangeness this place held. The moment David stepped inside, a perceptible chill permeated the air, dropping the temperature by what felt like a full 10 degrees. It wasn't the usual biting cold of an old, unheated building, he told himself, but something more profound. His breath, surprisingly, did not mist, and the cold seemed to press against his skin with an almost tactile weight, a silent, pervasive embrace. A narrow hallway stretched before them, lined with photographs of past theatrical productions. Their glass frames were cracked, like intricate spiderwebs spun over memories, but the images themselves remained eerily visible, capturing faces frozen in dramatic, heightened expressions. "The main auditorium is through here," the agent announced, but her voice had taken on a different quality, now smaller, fainter, as if the very air of the old building were already beginning to absorb and diminish it. David followed her through a labyrinth of corridors that seemed to twist and coil back on themselves, defying his internal sense of direction, which insisted they were walking in a perfectly straight line. The walls were painted a deep, somber burgundy, a shade so dark it appeared almost black in the perpetual gloom filtering through the boarded windows. More photographs adorned these walls, actors in period costumes, their faces caught in moments of theatrical emotion that felt unsettlingly real, too urgent, too alive for mere framed images. When they finally emerged into the main auditorium, David instinctively held his breath. The space was a breathtaking contradiction, magnificent and terrible all at once. Hundreds of seats rose in perfect, curving rows from the orchestra level to the highest balcony. Their red velvet upholstery, surprisingly rich and vibrant, seemed miraculously untouched by the passage of time or the ravages of flame. The stage dominated the far end of the room, its proscenium arch carved with intricate scrollwork that, in the dim, uncertain light, appeared to subtly shift and writhe, hinting at hidden depths. Above it all, a massive chandelier hung suspended, its countless crystal teardrops catching non-existent light and scattering it back in dazzling, fractured patterns that hurt the eye to look at directly, demanding a response. "Beautiful, isn't it?" the agent whispered. But even as she spoke, she was already backing slowly towards the door, a subtle, almost imperceptible retreat. The fire department said the flames never touched the seating area. Amazing, really, considering how hot it got backstage. David began to walk down the central aisle, his footsteps unusually muffled by the plush carpet that felt strangely thick, almost too soft beneath his feet. The silence in the auditorium was absolute, a profound stillness that was more than just the absence of sound. It was aggressive, almost predatory, as if the vast space itself were actively consuming all ambient noise. He could hear his own heart beating, its rhythm unnaturally loud in his ears, and beneath it, something else. A faint, almost imperceptible rhythm, like the slow, measured cadence of breathing. "Tell me about the fire," he said, his voice quiet, without turning around. The agent's voice, and when it came, seemed to drift from much farther away than it should have. It happened decades ago, in October. They were performing a certain cursed play, you know, the one theatre people warn about. The fire started during the final scene. 7 lives were lost, including the lead actor, a man named Reynolds, Gabriel Reynolds. The name struck David with the force of a physical blow. He had never heard it before. He was certain of that. Yet something deep within his chest clenched, a sudden, inexplicable tightening as the agent uttered it. Gabriel Reynolds. The syllables seemed to echo in the cavernous, empty auditorium, bouncing off the walls and returning to him subtly changed, distorted, imbued with a strange, unsettling resonance. What happened to him? David found himself asking, his voice barely a whisper. "Smoke inhalation," they said. The agent replied, her voice growing fainter still. They found him on stage, still in costume. The peculiar thing was, he was the only one they found there. Everyone else died trying to escape. David reached the front row and slowly sat down. The old velvet seat accepted his weight with a soft, almost weary sigh. The stage loomed above him, a dark, vast expanse. For a fleeting moment, he could almost see it, a figure in archaic royal attire, arms outstretched, mouth open in a silent scream that might have been a song. Then the vision dissolved, leaving only the empty wooden boards, and with it, a growing terrible certainty they weren't truly empty at all. "I'll take it," he heard himself say, the words emerging with a strange finality. The agent's relief was almost palpable, a silent wave that rippled through the cold air. "Don't you want to see the rest? The dressing rooms, the upper galleries?" "I'll take it," David repeated, his gaze still fixed on the stage. The paperwork stretched into a tedious 3 hours, and by the time David emerged onto the street, the late autumn sun had already begun its weary descent towards the distant lake. The city skyline pressed against the darkening sky like a row of broken teeth, and the wind carried a faint, almost premature scent of snow, still weeks away. He stood on the sidewalk, looking up at his theatre, and felt something that might have been joy if it hadn't been so sharply edged with such a strange, inexplicable dread, a creeping unease that settled deep in his bones. That night, in his apartment in a quiet residential area, David dreamed of applause. The dream was vivid, consuming, and it repeated itself every night for a week, a persistent rhythmic loop in the quiet hours of sleep. He stood on the stage of the old theatre, but it was no longer the dusty, empty space he had walked through. This stage was alive, pulsing with an inner warmth and a radiant, theatrical light. The auditorium beyond was packed, every seat filled with faces that seemed to shift and blur, dissolving into indistinct blurs whenever he tried to focus on them directly. The applause was thunderous, a vast, rolling wave of sound that washed over him, making his very bones vibrate with its intensity. And always, just at the precise moment before he would stir awake, he would feel someone standing directly behind him, close enough to touch, close enough to whisper a secret. But when he would turn, there was never anything there, only the lingering, undeniable certainty that he was not, and would never be, truly alone in this new space he had claimed. By day, David poured all his waking energy into the arduous task of assembling a theatre company. The Players, he decided to call them, the name arriving in his mind fully formed, as if it had always resided there, patiently waiting for this moment. Within 2 weeks, he had gathered his core group Andrea, a seasoned character actress in her 50s, whose once promising career had quietly stalled after a difficult period in a major eastern city. Michael, a method actor whose classical training was now tempered by a modern neurosis that gave his performances an unsettling edge. Jessica, fresh out of a prestigious acting academy and radiating a palpable hunger for any chance to perform. And Rebecca, a director in her mid-30s with prematurely grey hair and eyes that seemed to perceive more than most. Eyes that held a quiet intensity, a knowing wisdom that set her apart. She had, David learned, been quietly excluded from most of the local playhouses for reasons no one would quite discuss, merely alluded to with knowing glances and hushed tones. Their initial meeting took place in the old theatre's lobby, a space that should have felt cramped with the 5 of them and their nervous energy, but which, paradoxically, seemed to subtly expand, accommodating their presence with an almost eager embrace. David had brought a stack of folding chairs, but they soon abandoned them, settling instead on the cool, unforgiving floor. Their voices, when they spoke, echoed strangely in the curved, cavernous space, each word carrying a faint, lingering reverberation that seemed to multiply and twist upon itself before fading into the encompassing silence. "What's our first production?" Rebecca asked, her voice soft but direct, her gaze sweeping across the darkened auditorium beyond them, a space that seemed to lean in, listening. David opened his mouth, intending to suggest something safe, something classical, perhaps a familiar dramatic work that would ease them into the challenging acoustics of the old building. But the words that emerged were not his own, or at least they felt foreign on his tongue, spoken by a different will. "A certain Scottish play," he heard himself say, the syllables hanging in the cold air like a challenge, a dare whispered into the profound stillness of the playhouse. Andrea shifted uncomfortably on the hard floor, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor passing through her. Michael let out a short, hollow laugh, devoid of any genuine humor, a sound that quickly dissipated, swallowed by the expectant silence. "The cursed play," Jessica murmured, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide. "In a theatre that burned down during a production of the cursed play." "That's just superstition," David asserted, striving for a tone of dismissive rationality, though even as he spoke, he felt the immense weight of the building around them, a palpable presence that seemed to absorb his words, scrutinizing them, as if listening intently for any sign of doubt. "Is it—" Rebecca's voice was even softer now, a mere breath of sound, yet it carried an undeniable conviction. "I've heard things about this place. Stories." "What kind of stories?" David prompted, a prickle of unease beginning to crawl up his spine. Rebecca's gaze drifted to the darkened maw of the auditorium, lingering there for a long moment before returning to the faces of her companions. "The kind that makes sensible people look for other theatres," she replied, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips, a smile that did little to reassure. Despite her words, none of them left. They met again the following week, and the week after that, each session drawing them deeper into the building's silent, watchful embrace. They began with simple read-throughs in the lobby, the echoes of their lines weaving a strange tapestry of sound. Then, one day, they moved onto the stage itself. The first time David stepped onto the ancient wooden planks as an actor, rather than a mere visitor, he felt a profound, almost electric current surge through him. Something seemed to click into place deep within his very being, a sense of rightness, as if he had finally found a missing piece of himself, a vital component that had been absent for years. The role of the play's troubled king fit him with an uncanny perfection, like a custom-made costume tailored not just to his body, but to his very soul. The lines, often so difficult to memorize, came to him with surprising ease, too easily perhaps, flowing from his lips with a fluency that startled everyone, including himself. During the dagger soliloquy, as the iconic words filled the vast, expectant space, David felt the air around him thicken, growing heavy and viscous, almost tangible. For a breathtaking moment, he could have sworn he saw the phantom blade hanging suspended in the space before him, its spectral edges gleaming with reflected light from sources that simply did not exist within the physical confines of the stage. "Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle toward my hand?" His voice, strong and resonant, echoed through the empty auditorium, each syllable a question, a plea, and for just an instant, barely perceptible yet undeniably present, David heard something echo back, not his own voice, not a mere reverberation, but the nuanced cadences of other voices, speaking the exact same words in perfect, chilling synchronization. It was a voice deeper than his own, richer, more resonant, a voice that seemed to emanate not from the physical air, but from the very stage itself, from the ancient timbers beneath his feet. After rehearsal, as the others gathered their belongings, their hurried movements breaking the spell of the performance, David lingered on the stage. The sensation of being watched had intensified daily since he had first set foot in the building. But now it felt less like a detached observation and more like an intimate collaboration, a shared experience. It was as if someone stood just behind him, a silent partner, matching his every movement, breathing precisely when he breathed. Gabriel Reynolds, he said quietly, testing the name in the vast, empty space, letting the syllables roll off his tongue, tasting their forbidden resonance. The auditorium held its breath, the silence stretching on. But it was a different kind of silence now, not empty, but pregnant with anticipation, expectant, awaiting a response. And just as David turned to finally leave, a profound weariness settling upon him. He heard it, a single soft clap, then another, gentle and rhythmic, then another. Applause from the empty seats, delicate and encouraging, like the quiet approval of an old friend, a long-lost confidant. He should have been terrified. His instinct screamed at him to flee, to escape the unnatural phenomenon. Instead, a strange sense of homecoming washed over him, a profound, unsettling peace, as if he had finally found the true audience he had been performing for his entire life, an audience that had been waiting patiently in the shadows for decades. The subtle disturbances began almost imperceptibly, a quiet ripple in the fabric of their rehearsals. First, it was the small props that seemed to migrate overnight. A heavy imitation crown, meant for the play's troubled king, would be found shifted from one side of the prop table to the other, as if an unseen hand had idly rearranged it. A dully gleaming ceremonial sword, intended for a pivotal duel, would change its position, leaning against a different wall, or lying across the floor in a way no one remembered leaving it. These were minor anomalies, easily dismissed by the hurried cast as collective forgetfulness or the quirks of an old building. But David felt a prickle of something colder, something more deliberate. Then came the costumes. One morning, the dressing rooms, which had previously been empty save for a few forgotten hangers, were found to be meticulously arranged. Garments of rich fabric, period-appropriate and exquisitely tailored, hung waiting for each actor, perfectly pressed and ordered. It was as if a silent, invisible wardrobe master had worked through the night. No one could recall ordering them, or even discussing the acquisition of such fine attire within their limited budget. Yet there they were, fitting each player with an uncanny precision, as if crafted specifically for their forms. The air in the dressing rooms, usually thick with the faint scent of dust and old wood, now carried a subtle, almost floral aroma, delicate and unsettling in its unexpected presence. Even the building's ancient heating system, a labyrinth of complaining pipes and temperamental radiators, began to function with a miraculous efficiency. The temperature on stage was always exactly right, a consistent warmth that seemed tailored to the comfort of the performers, banishing the pervasive chill David had initially felt in the vast auditorium. It was a comfort that felt less like luck and more like a carefully considered gift. "It's like the theatre wants to help," Jessica said one evening, her voice hushed with a peculiar awe. She was still sitting in the front row, having shed her elaborate queen's costume for a simple shawl, her face flushed with a kind of deep satisfaction that came from a scene perfectly executed. The dim stage lights, left on after rehearsal, cast long, wavering shadows around her, making her appear almost ethereal in the cavernous space. "Buildings don't want things," Andrea countered, her tone attempting a familiar skepticism. But the conviction in her voice was noticeably absent. She had always been the most grounded, the most resistant to the building's unsettling charm. But even she couldn't deny the palpable shifts around them, the way the acoustics seemed to subtly alter, bending to amplify a whisper or soften a cry, creating the perfect sonic envelope for their voices. The way the lights themselves, even the simple ghost light left glowing on stage, seemed to adjust their intensity, painting the scene with an almost supernatural precision, crafting the ideal mood for each dramatic moment. Michael, ever the method actor, had, by this point, fully embraced the strangeness. He moved through the theatre with a newfound reverence, his usual neuroses momentarily subsumed by a sense of belonging. "Every theatre has its unseen inhabitants," he murmured, carefully hanging up his costume, his movements slow and deliberate, as if performing a private ritual. "The good ones, anyway. We're just fortunate that ours seem to be helpful." David said nothing, but the truth of Michael's words resonated deep within his bones, a chilling certainty that settled in his chest. The presence, for he had begun to think of it not as a phenomenon, but as a distinct, watchful entity, was growing stronger, more defined with each passing day. Sometimes, in the periphery of his vision, in the shadowy wings of the stage, he would catch fleeting glimpses of movement, a figure in antiquated attire, observing their progress with an unnerving stillness, an infinite patience, and always, after their most powerful scenes, after moments of profound emotional resonance, came the soft, rhythmic applause from the empty auditorium. It was gentle and encouraging, a sound like dried leaves rustling in a forgotten corner, or the quiet approval of an old master craftsman, watching his apprentice finally grasp the true nature of their shared work. It was a sound meant for him. David knew, a personal acknowledgement. Rebecca, the director, was the only one whose quiet intensity seemed to deepen into something troubled, a simmering unease beneath her composed exterior. "There's something else," she said one night, her voice barely audible, raw with a newly discovered apprehension. She and David were alone on the stage, the single ghost light casting their elongated shadows across the bare floorboards, making them seem like puppets of some larger, unseen drama. "I've been researching the fire, the official report. 7 dead, just like the property agent mentioned. But there were 8 people in the cast that night. David, 8. A cold current, unrelated to the November air seeping through the old stone walls, snaked its way up David's spine. Who was the 8th? He asked, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. "That's just it," Rebecca replied, her gaze distant, fixed on some unseen point in the darkened space beyond the footlights. "There's no official record of him. No name listed in the casualty reports. No body ever recovered. Nothing." She paused, her eyes sweeping across the empty auditorium, as if searching for the missing man in the profound darkness. But the original program from that night clearly lists 8 cast members, and I found photographs from the dress rehearsals. David. They show 8 people on stage. She pulled out a faded folder, its edges softened and yellowed with age, its contents smelling faintly of old paper and forgotten time. "I found these in the city's public archives." The photographs, brittle and sepia-toned, were grainy with the imperfections of age, yet the figures captured within them were undeniably clear. 7 men and women, dressed in elaborate period costumes, their faces frozen in expressions of dramatic intensity, stood in a tableau of theatrical art, and behind them, partially obscured by the deep shadows of the backstage, yet unmistakably present, stood an eighth figure, a man in the opulent, regal costume of a king. His face was turned away from the camera, offering no glimpse of his features, but his posture, the slight tilt of his head, the way he held himself, conveyed an impression of profound authority, of infinite patience, as if he had all the time in the world to simply wait. David stared at the faded image, and a peculiar coldness, distinct from the ever-present chill of the old playhouse, settled deep within his stomach. The figure, partially veiled in the photograph's background shadows, felt unnervingly familiar. It was a recognition that defied logic, a sensation of knowing a face he had never seen, a posture he had never witnessed, the precise set of the shoulders, the subtle tilt of the head. It was like gazing upon a photograph of himself, yet one taken decades before his own birth, a spectral echo from a time he couldn't possibly inhabit. Gabriel Reynolds, the director murmured, her voice soft, almost reverent, as she named the actor who had perished in the devastating fire. The lead performer who died here, during the cursed play. She then produced another image, a brittle newspaper clipping, its edges yellowed with age. The caption beneath read, "Fire victim Gabriel Reynolds, 34, found dead on stage," while David's eyes fixed on the face in the newsprint. It was aged, certainly, etched with lines he hadn't yet earned, but the eyes, the mouth, the very contours of the jaw, they were unmistakably his. A chilling, impossible mirroring of his own features. Coincidence? David finally managed to utter, the word feeling strangely hollow, thin and brittle in the vast silence of the backstage area. The director's voice was barely a whisper as she replied. "Is it?" She paused, her gaze fixed on him with an intensity that made him shiver. "Because I found something else. Old records from a nearby town. Birth records. Gabriel Reynolds was born in 1953, in the same year you were born. David, and his parents. His parents' names were David and Ruth Reynolds." She looked at him, her eyes wide with an unspoken question, a terrible, dawning understanding. "Your parents' names?" "That's impossible," David breathed, the words catching in his throat, tight and desperate. "Can't be." His mind reeled, a dizzying spiral of disbelief. He held vivid memories of his childhood, of growing up in a quiet suburban area, of the moment he first discovered the magic of performance in a high school drama club, of years dedicated to intense training, the slow, arduous ascent through countless small roles, the gradual, hard-won successes. Yet, as he desperately tried to anchor himself to these familiar recollections, they seemed to shimmer and recede, dissolving like smoke, like water slipping through cupped hands, leaving only a chilling void. "What do you remember about before you saw this playhouse?" the director asked gently, her voice an anchor in the swirling chaos of his thoughts. David opened his mouth, then slowly closed it. The question, so simple, so mundane, should have been easy to answer. He should have been able to describe his last apartment, the specifics of his previous work, the precise chain of events that had led him to this city. Instead, there was only a strange, unsettling blankness, a dense, impenetrable fog where those memories should have been. He shook his head, a futile attempt to clear the thickening haze from his mind. I remember everything, my whole life. But even as the words left his lips, a cold, undeniable certainty told him they were a lie. The memories existed, yes, but they felt borrowed, like lines from a script he had diligently memorized, yet never truly understood, never truly lived. And underneath them, growing stronger with each passing day, asserting their presence with an insistent, deep resonance, was something else entirely. A different set of memories, primal and unsettlingly real. Memories not of his life, but of this upstage, this playhouse. Memories of a fire that, despite the passage of 37 years, had never truly ceased burning. The 8th cast member, the director continued, her voice heavy with the weight of her discovery. He wasn't just missing from the official record. David, he was erased, completely, as if he had never existed at all. David looked down at the photograph again, at the familiar stranger wearing his own face, the opulent costume of a king, the infinite patience in his posture. "What are you saying?" he whispered, his own voice sounding distant, almost alien. The director's voice dropped to a near inaudible whisper, as if sharing a forbidden secret with the very air around them. "I'm saying, maybe the fire didn't end 37 years ago. Maybe it's still happening. David, and maybe we're not just performing the cursed play. Maybe we're completing it." The words hung in the stale air, thick with unspoken dread, settling on David's skin like a cold, clammy film. Opening night arrived wrapped in an unseasonable warmth, a soft, lingering touch, as if summer itself had returned for one final, wistful evening before winter fully embraced the city. The old playhouse's marquee blazed with fresh, gleaming bulbs, proudly announcing the Lazarus players present a cursed play. A line of eager ticket holders stretched around the block, a testament to the persistent buzz that had swept through the city's cultural community. Word of the mysterious company resurrecting the long-forsaken playhouse and its infamous, accursed production had spread like wildfire, proving that curiosity, even tinged with morbid fascination, was often stronger than superstition. David stood in the quiet sanctuary of his dressing room, adjusting the heavy crown that rested on his head. It felt far too familiar, its weight a strange comfort rather than a burden. The costume he wore, and those of his fellow players, were all perfect, tailored with a precision that should have been impossible given their modest budget. He remembered asking the director about them, and her puzzled expression. "What costumes we're using the ones we found here?" But David knew, with an unsettling certainty, that there had been no costumes when they first set foot in this dusty, forgotten building. Yet now, the wardrobe room overflowed with period-appropriate garments, each fitting its actor as if custom-made. Whenever he tried to recall ordering them, or even discussing their acquisition, he found only a gaping, echoing void where the memory should have been. A soft knock at his dressing room door shattered the quiet introspection. "Places in 5 minutes," came the actress's voice, but it was strange, too resonant, as if echoing from a great, impossible distance. David looked at himself in the mirror and froze. For a fleeting, agonizing moment, the reflection staring back was different, older, more weathered, with eyes that held the terrifying depths of experiences he had never lived, sorrows he had never known. Gabriel Reynolds, he thought, and the reflection offered a slow, knowing smile, an expression both complicit and infinitely, profoundly sad. Then he blinked, and it was just David again, an actor in a borrowed crown, his heart hammering, preparing for opening night. The wings of the playhouse were alive with a nervous energy, the usual pre-show buzz, a symphony of hushed whispers and rustling fabrics as the company made their final preparations. But underneath this familiar excitement, David sensed something else, something far deeper and more insidious, a tension that had nothing to do with stage fright and everything to do with the building itself, which seemed to be holding its ancient breath, waiting for something inexorable to begin. "This is it," Michael whispered, adjusting his own intricate costume for the last time, his voice a mixture of awe and trepidation. "Can you feel it? The energy in the house?" David could feel it. The auditorium beyond the heavy curtain hummed with a palpable anticipation, a deep, collective hum. But it wasn't just the living audience out there. The empty seats were occupied tonight. He was certain of it. A ghostly multitude, gathering for 37 long years, patiently waiting for their show to finally resume. The director materialized at his elbow, her face pale, almost translucent in the dim stage light, but her eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering determination. "David, we need to talk after the show. No. Now." She pressed a crumpled piece of paper into his hand. "I found something else in the archives. The fire department report. The real one. Not the edited version they released to the press." David unfolded the paper, his eyes frantically scanning the official, clinical language until he found the single, chilling sentence that had drained the color from the director's face. "Fire appears to have originated from multiple simultaneous ignition sources arranged in a pattern consistent with deliberate ritual purposes." "They think it was intentional," the director whispered, her voice trembling. "The fire, it wasn't an accident. Someone, or something, made it happen. Places, everyone." The stage manager's call echoed through the wings, but the voice sounded wrong, too deep, too resonant, too authoritative. David looked around, a sudden, cold dread seizing him, and realized there was no stage manager. There never had been. The voice, ancient and commanding, was coming from the playhouse itself. "David." The director grabbed his arm, her grip desperate. "We can't do this. Whatever happened here, it's trying to happen again. I can feel it. The building wants something." But it was too late. The heavy curtain was already rising, slowly, majestically. The stage lights surged to life, bathing the vast space in a brilliant, expectant glow. And David, his mind a maelstrom of fear and bewildering recognition, found himself walking onto the stage that had been patiently waiting for him for 37 years. The telephone call sliced through the pre-dawn stillness at precisely 3 a.m. A harsh, unexpected clamor that echoed in the quiet apartment. For a man accustomed to the peculiar rhythms of his profession, where death kept no reasonable hours and grief made no appointments, this abrupt interruption was not entirely unusual. He let the insistent ringing repeat twice, a practiced habit. The third ring would have diverted the call to the answering service. But something, a faint prickle on the nape of his neck, warned him that this was a conversation best left unrecorded, a secret not meant for mechanical ears. "We need your services," A woman's voice, cultured and smooth, with the kind of expense that money buys for generations, broke the silence on the line. There was a pause, long and weighted, stretching into the silent void as he adjusted his spectacles and reached for the leather-bound appointment book. His pen hovered, a dark sentinel above the pristine page, but something in her tone, a subtle, underlying tremor that hinted at depths far beyond mere grief, made his hand hesitate. The binding felt cool, almost unnervingly cold, beneath his fingers, and he found himself staring at the blank page, not truly seeing it, but seeing instead a tapestry of possibilities he wished to avoid. A funeral service with wedding elements. We do offer such arrangements, he began, his voice practiced, a gentle drone designed to soothe. No. The word struck like a shard of ice, sharp and absolute, cutting through the thin veil of the night. It hung in the air, a metallic tang on his tongue. A wedding, a ghost wedding for my son. The pen clattered from his suddenly nerveless fingers, a sharp, incongruous sound against the quiet desk. It ricocheted off the polished wood, the tiny echo rippling through the profound silence that followed. In 30 years of directing final rites in the old port city, he had encountered many requests born of grief's peculiar madness. Families had asked for loved ones to be buried in cherished garments, for the deceased to be posed as if merely slumbering in their favorite armchairs, for just one more day, always one more day, to postpone the final goodbye. But this was different. This carried the suffocating weight of old money, of ancient traditions that had carved themselves into families like an insidious rot into aged timber. He found himself counting the seconds of silence that stretched between them, each one expanding into a small eternity. He listened, straining, to the steady, controlled rhythm of her breathing on the other end of the line. It was too even, too perfectly measured. As if she had rehearsed this impossible conversation countless times within the labyrinthine halls of her own mind. The family, she continued, her voice regaining its earlier composure, has always been prominent in the port city, their wealth rooted in matters polite society preferred not to examine too closely. He knew the name, though she didn't utter it, a family of old wealth and deep roots, whose fortune had been built in the city's darker days, when cargo manifests were fluid and harbour officials could be persuaded to avert their gaze. My son died 3 days ago, unmarried. The family requires certain arrangements. She allowed the silence to stretch again, a deliberate, calculated space. He understood then she was waiting for him to ask questions. Questions he was increasingly certain he did not want answered. When he finally spoke, his own voice sounded alien in his ears, hoarse with sleep, and an unnamed dread that coiled in the pit of his stomach. What exactly are you asking me to do to conduct a wedding ceremony? She replied, as if this were the most natural, most mundane request in the world. Between my deceased son and his intended bride, the family has traditions, old ones. You understand. He did not understand, not truly, but he found himself nodding anyway, a small, involuntary movement of his head. The telephone receiver felt heavy against his ear, cold and demanding, like a confessional booth in the dead of night. Then she mentioned money, a sum, whispered with a casual disregard for its magnitude, that would keep his struggling establishment afloat for another year, perhaps even 2. But it wasn't the money that finally sealed his agreement, though he tried desperately to convince himself it was. It was the peculiar way her voice seemed to emanate from somewhere impossibly distant, as if she were speaking from the very bottom of a deep, forgotten well. And it was the creeping, undeniable certainty that refusal, in this moment, was not truly an option. "Tomorrow evening," she said, her voice now firm, allowing no room for argument. "Can you manage tomorrow evening?" Less than 24 hours to prepare for something he did not comprehend, something that felt profoundly, fundamentally wrong in ways he could not yet articulate. But he heard himself agreeing, heard himself asking for the address of the family estate, heard himself promising, with a voice he barely recognized as his own, to arrive by 7 o'clock sharp. He spent the remaining hours until dawn perched in his kitchen, staring at the inert telephone, as though it might ring again and somehow release him from the unsettling compact he had just made. The coffee he brewed grew cold in the cup, a thin, unpleasant skin forming on its surface, reminding him of things he preferred not to dwell upon. Outside, the port city began its slow, reluctant awakening. The distant rumble of early commuter trains, a low, guttural sigh against the asphalt, the soft hiss of tires on wet pavement, the ordinary, reassuring sounds of a world where the dead, he fiercely hoped, stayed properly buried. The old estate, perched like a dark, brooding beast on a prominent hill overlooking the city, seemed to squat against the pale morning light, its silhouette, a jagged tapestry of Gothic spires and blackened stone, appeared to absorb rather than reflect the weak dawn, rendering it an even deeper shade of unnatural gloom. For years, I had driven past it, a fleeting glimpse of its severe grandeur, but never truly seen it until now, never consciously registered how the shadows around its immense walls fell in impossible directions, twisting the familiar geometry of brick and mortar into something subtly, profoundly wrong, and the elaborate iron gates, ornate and imposing, now struck me as less designed to keep intruders out, and more, chillingly, to keep something in. I found myself lingering in my car for a full 10 minutes, the engine's quiet hum the only reassuring sound in the encroaching silence. My gaze, usually so quick to dismiss, now meticulously scanned the building, studying it with the same careful attention I typically reserved for the hushed, serene faces of the recently deceased. Its architecture was a study in subtle discord. Windows, tall and narrow, did not quite align with the rooms they were surely meant to illuminate. Doorways, even the grand front entrance, seemed fractionally too narrow, designed for a passage that would always feel a little confined, a little unwilling. And the roofline, a complex interplay of gables and turrets, played disconcerting tricks on the eye when viewed from certain angles, blurring into shapes that felt less like design and more like a monstrous, watchful face. It was the kind of house that defied photography, I thought, where any attempt to capture its likeness would inevitably reveal not just the structure, but also the phantom shadows that had never been there when the shutter clicked, yet clung to its very essence. The heavy iron gate stood ajar, as if expecting my arrival, a silent, unsettling invitation. The circular drive, usually a pristine sweep of gravel, was now lined with cars, 7 in all, each a gleaming, expensive black. Their chrome, dulled by the persistent city fog that clung to everything like guilty thoughts, hinted at a meticulous, almost reverent maintenance. These were not mere vehicles. They were extensions of old money, of ancient habits, never having known the indignity of a public car wash or the ignominy of a parking meter. As I slowly drove past, each car a silent, watchful sentinel, a prickle of unease traced its way up my spine. The matriarch met me at the door before my hand had even risen to knock, as though she had been watching from behind the heavy, velvet curtains that shrouded the tall windows. She was younger than her voice had suggested over the telephone, perhaps in her early 50s, but her beauty was severe, almost formidable, sculpted by generations of careful breeding and, I suspected, equally careful secrets. Her dress, a flowing cascade of black fabric, was expensive yet understated, the kind of black that cost more than most people's monthly salary while appearing perfectly, almost deceptively, ordinary. Her eyes, the pale, tarnished grey of old silver, met mine without flinching. In that gaze, I felt a chilling sense of appraisal, as though she were assessing me for some purpose I could not fathom, measuring my suitability for a role I had yet to comprehend. "You came," she said, her voice different in person, warmer, more human, yet with an undertone that suggested the warmth was a carefully applied veneer, like a delicate layer of makeup over something far less pleasant. "Good. We have little time." She stepped aside, a graceful, almost fluid movement to allow me entry. I found myself crossing the threshold, a line that felt more significant than mere doorways should, a boundary crossed into a realm that was, to my pragmatic mind, undeniably foreign. The house beyond was precisely what I had expected, and somehow, immeasurably worse. It enveloped me in a scent both rich and unsettling old money and older secrets, of furniture polish that, despite its potent aroma, could not quite mask the underlying, subtle scent of decay. The walls of the grand hall were lined with portraits of stern-faced ancestors, their eyes, painted with unnerving realism, seemed to track our every movement, and I noticed, with a growing sense of disquiet, that many of the heavy, ornate frames held not single portraits, but wedding photographs. Something about these couples, frozen in time, felt subtly wrong in ways I could not immediately identify. A certain stiffness in their poses, a peculiar blankness in their eyes, as if the joy of the occasion had been siphoned away, leaving only the shell of ceremony. "My family has always believed in the sanctity of marriage," the matriarch explained as we walked, her heels clicking with a precise rhythm against floors that seemed to absorb sound in unnatural ways, muffling the echoes of our footsteps. "Death, we feel, should not prevent the union of souls meant to be together." She led me through a maze of corridors that seemed to twist back on themselves, past rooms filled with relatives. They moved with the careful, hushed silence of mourners at a wake that had gone on for far too long, their faces pale, their gazes averted. None of them looked at me directly, and I began to understand, with a chilling clarity, that whatever was happening here existed in that peculiar, liminal space between the acceptable and the unthinkable, where people could participate in horrors as long as they never spoke them aloud. We began to climb a narrow staircase, its ascent feeling less like it was leading upwards and more like it was spiraling deeper into the heart of the house. The steps, worn smooth by generations of feet, were slick with an unseen moisture that had no obvious source, making each step a precarious act. The banister, carved from some dark, unidentifiable wood, felt unpleasantly warm to the touch, as though it retained the residual heat of every hand that had gripped it through the centuries. Halfway up, I noticed that the family portraits continued along the stairwell, but these were different, older, their subjects garbed in clothing from centuries past, and all of them, without exception, appeared to be wedding photographs, featuring brides whose faces held not joy, but expressions of profound, unsettling resignation. "The ceremony will take place tonight," the matriarch explained as we continued our ascent, her breathing steady, controlled, despite the steep incline. "Everything must be perfect. My son's happiness in the afterlife depends upon it." She paused at a landing where a tall window offered a view over the sprawling, overgrown garden below, and it was then, looking out, that I could see what I had taken for ordinary flower beds were actually small, ancient mausoleums, each one marked with a pair of names and a single, unidentifiable date long past. "We have found," she added, her voice dropping slightly. "That midnight provides the most suitable conditions. The old estate, perched like a dark, brooding beast on a prominent hill overlooking the city, seemed to squat against the pale morning light, its silhouette, a jagged tapestry of Gothic spires and blackened stone, appeared to absorb rather than reflect the weak dawn, rendering it an even deeper shade of unnatural gloom. For years, I had driven past it, a fleeting glimpse of its severe grandeur, but never truly seen it until now. Never consciously registered how the shadows around its immense walls fell in impossible directions, twisting the familiar geometry of brick and mortar into something subtly, profoundly wrong. And the elaborate iron gates, ornate and imposing, now struck me as less designed to keep intruders out and more, chillingly, to keep something in. I found myself lingering in my car for a full 10 minutes, the engine's quiet hum, the only reassuring sound in the encroaching silence. My gaze, usually so quick to dismiss, now meticulously scanned the building, studying it with the same careful attention I typically reserved for the hushed, serene faces of the recently deceased. Its architecture was a study in subtle discord. Windows, tall and narrow, did not quite align with the rooms they were surely meant to illuminate. Doorways, even the grand front entrance, seemed fractionally too narrow, designed for a passage that would always feel a little confined, a little unwilling. And the roof line, a complex interplay of gables and turrets, played disconcerting tricks on the eye when viewed from certain angles, blurring into shapes that felt less like design and more like a monstrous, watchful face. It was the kind of house that defied photography, I thought, where any attempt to capture its likeness would inevitably reveal not just the structure, but also the phantom shadows that had never been there when the shutter clicked, yet clung to its very essence. The heavy iron gate stood ajar, as if expecting my arrival. A silent, unsettling invitation. The circular drive, usually a pristine sweep of gravel, was now lined with cars, 7 in all, each a gleaming, expensive black, their chrome dulled by the persistent city fog that clung to everything like guilty thoughts, hinted at a meticulous, almost reverent maintenance. These were not mere vehicles. They were extensions of old money, of ancient habits, never having known the indignity of a public car wash or the ignominy of a parking meter. As I slowly drove past, each car a silent, watchful sentinel, a prickle of unease traced its way up my spine. The matriarch met me at the door before my hand had even risen to knock, as though she had been watching from behind the heavy velvet curtains that shrouded the tall windows. She was younger than her voice had suggested over the telephone, perhaps in her early 50s, but her beauty was severe, almost formidable, sculpted by generations of careful breeding and, I suspected, equally careful secrets. Her dress, a flowing cascade of black fabric, was expensive yet understated, the kind of black that cost more than most people's monthly salary while appearing perfectly, almost deceptively, ordinary. Her eyes, the pale, tarnished grey of old silver, met mine without flinching. In that gaze, I felt a chilling sense of appraisal, as though she were assessing me for some purpose I could not fathom, measuring my suitability for a role I had yet to comprehend. "You came," she said, her voice different in person, warmer, more human, yet with an undertone that suggested the warmth was a carefully applied veneer, like a delicate layer of makeup over something far less pleasant. "Good. We have little time." She stepped aside, a graceful, almost fluid movement, to allow me entry. I found myself crossing the threshold, a line that felt more significant than mere doorways should, a boundary crossed into a realm that was, to my pragmatic mind, undeniably foreign. The house beyond was precisely what I had expected, and somehow immeasurably worse. It enveloped me in a scent both rich and unsettling old money and older secrets, of furniture polish that, despite its potent aroma, could not quite mask the underlying, subtle scent of decay. The walls of the grand hall were lined with portraits of stern-faced ancestors. Their eyes, painted with unnerving realism, seemed to track our every movement, and I noticed, with a growing sense of disquiet, that many of the heavy, ornate frames held not single portraits, but wedding photographs. Something about these couples, frozen in time, felt subtly wrong in ways I could not immediately identify. A certain stiffness in their poses, a peculiar blankness in their eyes, as if the joy of the occasion had been siphoned away, leaving only the shell of ceremony. "My family has always believed in the sanctity of marriage," the matriarch explained as we walked, her heels clicking with a precise rhythm against floors that seemed to absorb sound in unnatural ways, muffling the echoes of our footsteps. Death, we feel, should not prevent the union of souls meant to be together. She led me through a maze of corridors that seemed to twist back on themselves, past rooms filled with relatives. They moved with the careful, hushed silence of mourners at a wake that had gone on for far too long. Their faces pale, their gazes averted. None of them looked at me directly, and I began to understand, with a chilling clarity, that whatever was happening here existed in that peculiar, liminal space between the acceptable and the unthinkable, where people could participate in horrors as long as they never spoke them aloud. We began to climb a narrow staircase, its ascent feeling less like it was leading upwards and more like it was spiraling deeper into the heart of the house. The steps, worn smooth by generations of feet, were slick with an unseen moisture that had no obvious source, making each step a precarious act. The banister, carved from some dark, unidentifiable wood, felt unpleasantly warm to the touch. as though it retained the residual heat of every hand that had gripped it through the centuries. Halfway up, I noticed that the family portraits continued along the stairwell, but these were different, older, their subjects garbed in clothing from centuries past, and all of them, without exception, appeared to be wedding photographs featuring brides whose faces held not joy, but expressions of profound, unsettling resignation. "The ceremony will take place tonight," the matriarch explained as we continued our ascent, her breathing steady, controlled, despite the steep incline. "Everything must be perfect. My son's happiness in the afterlife depends upon it." She paused at a landing where a tall window offered a view over the sprawling, overgrown garden below, and it was then, looking out, that I could see what I had taken for ordinary flower beds were actually small, ancient mausoleums, each one marked with a pair of names and a single, unidentifiable date long past. "We have found," she added, her voice dropping slightly, "that midnight provides the most suitable conditions." "And the bride?" I asked, the question feeling heavy and unwelcome, a leaden weight suspended in the thick, silent air between us. Something deep in my chest, a primal instinct that had no place in the sterile professionalism of my work, told me I did not want to know the answer. The words seemed to hang, solidifying into a cloud of unseen smoke, growing heavier with each passing second, threatening to suffocate the last vestiges of my pragmatic sanity. The matriarch paused, her hand, surprisingly delicate, coming to rest upon an ornate brass doorknob. It was green with the verdigris of ages, and carved with symbols I did not recognize, spiraling patterns that seemed to writhe in the dim light, hints of an alphabet I could not decipher, a language meant for other eyes. She stood there, motionless, for so long that the silence stretched, thin and taut, threatening to snap. I began to wonder if she had heard me at all, if her thoughts had drifted to some unseen realm, far beyond the confines of this peculiar house. My own breath, shallow and uneven, seemed to echo in my ears. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice, when it came, had taken on a dreamy, almost ethereal quality, softer than before, as though she were recounting a cherished memory, a beloved fairy tale, rather than describing the chilling circumstances of the present. "She is prepared," she murmured, her gaze distant, fixed on some inward vision. Young, beautiful, everything my son would have wanted in life. The doorknob turned beneath her hand, not with a simple click, but with a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very foundations of the house. A brittle, grating noise, like breaking bones echoing down a vast, subterranean corridor. You'll understand when you see her. The room beyond the door opened into what was unmistakably a chapel, yet it had been arranged in a way that made my skin crawl. An inversion of sanctity that felt profoundly wrong. Pews, dark and somber, faced an altar draped in black silk, heavy and light-absorbing. And everywhere, filling the air, were flowers, an extravagant profusion of white roses and lilies, their sickly, sweet perfume so thick, so cloying, that it seemed to coat the inside of my mouth, a taste of clotted sugar and decay. Candles flickered in tall sconces along the walls, their flames dancing with a life of their own, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. elongating and shrinking like silent, grasping spectres. But it was the coffin that truly stole my breath, halting it in my throat, a cold, sharp blade. It stood open at the altar, lined in white satin that gleamed unnaturally in the candlelight, and inside lay a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s. His face had been carefully prepared, a masterpiece of mortuary art, pale and serene, an image of peaceful repose. Yet someone had sewn his eyes shut, thick black threads gleaming like spider silk in the wavering light, crisscrossing the lids in a macabre embroidery. His lips, too, had been sewn, though not completely. A small, unsettling gap remained, just wide enough. I realized with a fresh wave of nausea, for whispered words. "My son," the matriarch said, her voice now carrying a strange, almost possessive pride. A mother's fierce devotion twisted into something utterly alien. "Doesn't he look peaceful?" The question hung in the perfumed air, an absurd query in the face of such profound violation. I wanted to ask why his eyes and mouth had been sewn, to demand an explanation for this grotesque ritual. But the words stuck in my throat, dry and unyielding, like cotton. Instead, I found myself nodding, a numb, involuntary gesture, playing along with whatever madness had taken root in the ancient stone and shadowed corners of this house. "Where is the bride?" I managed, my voice a strained whisper, barely audible above the insistent pounding of my own heart. The matriarch smiled, and it was not a smile of warmth or welcome, but the kind that suggested terrible, ancient knowledge, secrets hoarded through generations. "She's being prepared. You'll meet her soon enough." The hours that followed dissolved into a haze of increasingly bizarre preparations. I moved through the grand rooms, a phantom in my own skin, supervising the arrangement of flowers, the precise positioning of chairs, the careful placement of ritual objects whose purpose I dared not ask about, each one humming with an unspoken, dark energy. The other mourners, if that's what they truly were, drifted through the space like sleepwalkers, their faces blank, accepting, in a way that made my hand tremble, a cold tremor that ran up my arm. As evening deepened, painting the tall windows in shades of bruised purple and heavy grey, the matriarch led me away from the gathering, toward a small, dimly lit room adjacent to the chapel. "The bride's quarters," she explained, her voice carrying a chillingly formal cadence, as she produced an ornate key from her pocket, its metal cold and heavy. "She's been waiting." The key turned in the lock with that same sickening, bone-breaking sound, echoing the earlier turning of the doorknob. The room was dark, lit only by a single guttering candle that cast more shadows than light, making the familiar shape of a bed in the center appear as a spectral presence. And on the bed lay a young woman, clad in a wedding dress that must have cost more than my car, its delicate lace and shimmering silk a stark contrast to the morbid tableau. She was beautiful, undeniably so, in the ephemeral way that youth is always beautiful. Her dark hair fanned out across the pillow like spilled ink, her skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, like finely wrought porcelain. But she was not dead. Her chest rose and fell with the shallow, rhythmic cadence of deep sleep. Or perhaps, I thought with a fresh surge of dread, deep sedation. Her eyes, beneath their closed lids, moved faintly, as though she were dreaming vivid, terrifying dreams, and occasionally her lips would part slightly, a soft, almost imperceptible exhalation, releasing breath that misted faintly in the cold, still air of the room. "She's alive," I whispered, the words a desperate, involuntary confession, a plea for reality in this house of impossible horrors. "Barely," the matriarch replied, her voice disturbingly matter-of-fact, as if discussing a minor inconvenience. "An unfortunate accident. A fall down the stairs at her boarding house. The physicians say she may never wake. Her family, while they have no money for her care, gladly accepted our offer to take responsibility." I stared at the unconscious woman, understanding beginning to creep through me like ice water, chilling me to the bone. "This is kidnapping," I thought, the words screaming in my silent mind, but my lips remained sealed. "This is kindness." The matriarch's voice took on a sharp, almost defensive edge, as if she had plucked the thought directly from my mind. "She'll die anyway, alone and forgotten in some charity ward. This way, her death has meaning, purpose. She becomes part of something eternal." She moved closer to the bed, her hand reaching out, not to comfort, but to stroke the woman's pale cheek with a proprietary air. "You can't marry a dead man to a living woman." "Can't we?" she countered, her gaze unwavering, fixed on my face with an unnerving intensity. "Love transcends death, doesn't it? That's what all the poets say. And she is so beautiful. My son always admired beauty." I should have left then. Should have turned and walked out of that house, driven straight to the authorities, regardless of the consequences. But there was something in the very air of that room, something heavy and ancient, that made leaving feel utterly, terrifyingly impossible. The candle flame, its light a faint, trembling pulse, guttered without any discernible breeze, and for a fleeting, horrifying moment, I could have sworn I heard voices, faint and indistinct, whispering in the cold, unyielding stone of the walls. The hours, once fluid and predictable, now seemed to creep toward midnight like something grievously wounded, dragging themselves through the oppressive air. I found myself moving through the chapel, a phantom in my own skin, enacting the motions of preparation, while my mind, a frantic, trapped bird, reeled with the sheer, unholy impossibility of what I was about to do. The other mourners, if that is truly what they were, sat in their designated pews, perhaps 20 silent figures in all their hands clasped, their eyes fixed on nothing discernible, their faces pale, utterly devoid of expression. They were like portraits, I thought, or perhaps something even less alive. The matriarch appeared at my elbow then, so suddenly, so silently, that she might have materialized from the thick, perfumed air itself. "It's time," she said, her voice a low, resonant command. Two men, identically clad in the dark suits, moved with a strange, almost choreographed solemnity, carrying the unconscious bride into the chapel. She remained utterly still, her head lolling against one man's shoulder like a flower broken from its stem, devoid of life. They positioned her with chilling care beside the open coffin, propping her upright with unseen support so that she appeared to stand of her own volition, a grotesque parody of a living woman awaiting her vows. "Begin," the matriarch commanded, her gaze unwavering, fixed on my face with an unnerving intensity. I opened my mouth, intending to utter the familiar, traditional words, the comforting cadence of a ceremony of union. But what emerged was something else entirely. The words seemed to claw their way from somewhere deep within my chest, a primal, ancient place I had never known existed within me. They were words I had never learned, never heard, yet somehow I knew them. The language was old, I realized, older than the common tongue, older perhaps than any language that had been spoken in the clear light of day. A tongue meant for shadows and forgotten rites. As the alien syllables flowed from my lips, the air in the chapel grew thick and heavy, pressing down on me with a physical weight, as if the very atmosphere itself were holding its breath. The candle flames in their tall sconces stretched upward, elongating like grasping, hungry fingers, their light flickering, struggling against the encroaching darkness. And the flowers, the extravagant profusion of white roses and lilies, began to release their sickly, sweet perfume in choking waves, coating the inside of my mouth, stinging my nostrils, a cloying sweetness that was almost unbearable. The bride swayed, a barely perceptible shift on her hidden supports, a delicate, almost ghostly movement, and for one terrible, heart-stopping moment, I thought I saw her eyelids flutter, a brief, horrifying glimpse of consciousness. But it was not the bride who moved, it was the groom. From within the open coffin, the corpse drew in a rattling breath, a sound that seemed to scrape against the very stones of the chapel, echoing through the space like a whisper of dry wind through a graveyard. His sewn lips parted, not gently, but with a wet, tearing sound, like old cloth ripping, and strands of black thread hung from his mouth, gleaming like spider silk, like grotesque, congealed saliva. His sewn eyes remained closed, those thick black stitches a chilling contrast to his otherwise serene face. But his head, with a slow, mechanical precision, turned toward the bride. "My beloved," he whispered, and his voice was not human. It was the sound of dirt falling on the wood, hollow and resonant, an echo from the grave itself. At last, the bride's unconscious body convulsed once, a violent, sudden spasm that made her wedding dress rustle. Then she went rigid, still. But something else stirred in the air directly above her, a shimmer like heat waves rising from scorching pavement. Yet it was cold, so cold that I saw, with a jolt of pure terror, frost beginning to form on the delicate petals of the nearby lilies, their white turning to a deathly, crystalline sheen. "She can't consent," I heard my voice say, though it sounded strange, thin, as if coming from very far away, echoing from a distant memory. "She doesn't know what's happening." "She knows," the corpse replied, and somehow, inexplicably, I understood that it was no longer the matriarch's son speaking, but something else entirely, something ancient and hungry, wearing his voice like a borrowed garment. "Don't you, my darling? You've been waiting for me." The shimmer above the bride's body grew more distinct, coalescing, taking on the vague, translucent outline of a human form, wavering like smoke. And then I heard it, a sound that I knew with chilling certainty would haunt me for the rest of my days, clinging to the deepest recesses of my mind. The bride was screaming, not with her physical voice, not with her earthly lungs, but with something deeper, more profound. Her soul, perhaps, trapped between the agony of sleep and the embrace of death. aware, screaming, but utterly unable to act. The scream was not alone. It was taken up by other voices, dozens of them, hundreds coming from everywhere and nowhere. A terrifying chorus that swelled to fill the chapel. The air vibrated with the sound of women weeping, women wailing, women crying out in protest and rage. A symphony of ancient, undying grief. The shadows on the walls, previously dancing at the whim of the candle flames, now began to move independently of their sources, elongating, twisting, reaching toward us with grasping, skeletal fingers. The others, the matriarch said, and for the first time, her voice cracked, a flicker of uncertainty, of dawning horror, piercing her carefully composed facade. The other brides, they're here. I understood then, with a terrible, soul-shattering clarity. This was not the first ghost wedding. There had been others. How many I could not say. Women who had died, or been made to die, for the perverse pleasure of dead men. Their souls bound in an unholy marriage to corpses who would not let go of their earthly desires, and they were angry. The temperature in the chapel plummeted, a sudden, drastic drop that made my breath come out in white puffs, clinging to the frigid air. Ice began to form rapidly on the window panes, delicate, crystalline patterns spreading across the glass, mirroring the frost on the lilies. The candles flickered wildly, their flames turning blue, then an eerie, toxic green, then colors that had no names, no place in the spectrum of the living. The corpse sat up in his coffin, his joints cracking and groaning like old timber breaking under immense pressure. His sewn eyes, still bound by thick black thread, wept not tears, but blood, thick and viscous, staining his burial suit a darker, more terrible shade. And when he smiled, his lips peeling back from the black stitches, his teeth were sharp, numerous, and black as coal. "Dance with me," he hissed to the unconscious bride, his voice a dry, rasping whisper, reaching out with hands that were already beginning to decay, flesh pulling away from bone. Dance with me forever. But the bride's spectral form, the shimmering outline above her body, pulled away, recoiling from his touch. Her ghostly screams grew louder, more desperate, and the other voices joined her, a unified chorus of the wrongly dead, demanding justice, demanding release. I found myself at a crossroads, a precipice of choice that had nothing to do with physical roads or maps. Before me stood two paths, both leading, I knew, to damnation. I could complete the ceremony, bind this innocent woman's soul to the corpse forever, and perhaps, just perhaps, appease the hungry dead enough to escape with my own life. Or I could refuse, let the bride die, as her body was already dying, and face the wrath of both the living family members, who watched with cold, unblinking eyes, and the restless, furious spirits they had created. The corpse turned its own sewn eyes toward me, and somehow, impossibly, I knew it could see me, could pierce through the thread that bound its lids shut. Choose wisely, officiant, it rasped, its voice resonating in my very bones. Some contracts cannot be broken. The bride's physical body began to convulse again, more violently this time, her delicate frame shaking uncontrollably. Foam appeared at the corners of her mouth, a sickening white against her pale skin, and her breathing became ragged, erratic, a shallow, desperate gasp for air. She was dying. She had been dying all along, and in that horrifying realization, I understood that this had always been the plan. Let her die during the ceremony, her last breath drawn in the midst of the unholy ritual, so that her soul would be bound at the precise moment of death, trapped forever in unholy matrimony. No, I said, the word a raw, guttural cry, and the sound seemed to shatter something in the thick, oppressive air, a delicate, unseen barrier. I won't be part of this. I lunged forward, moving on instinct, and swept the bride's body into my arms. She was lighter than I expected, hollow somehow, as though death had already begun to claim her, hollowing her out from the inside. The temperature within the chapel plummeted with terrifying speed, a raw, piercing cold that drove my breath from my lungs in ragged, white puffs, visible ghosts in the frigid air. Delicate, crystalline tendrils of ice, like frost from some otherworldly winter, began to form on the window panes, spreading silently. Mirroring the deathly sheen on the lilies, the candle flames, previously struggling, now flickered wildly, their light turning from a desperate blue to an eerie, toxic green, then to shades I could not name, colours that had no place in the spectrum of the living. From his satin-lined coffin, the corpse, the groom, slowly sat upright. The sound was horrifying, a symphony of decay. His joints cracked and groaned like old timbers breaking under some immense, unnatural pressure. His sewn eyes, still bound by thick black thread, wept not tears, but viscous, glistening blood that stained his burial suit a darker, more terrible shade of black. And when his lips peeled back further from the stitches, a smile that stretched too wide, his teeth were sharp, unnaturally numerous, and black as coal. "Dance with me," he rasped, his voice a dry, papery whisper, ancient and chilling, as he reached out with hands that were already beginning to decay, flesh pulling away from bone. Dance with me forever. But the shimmering spectral form of the bride, the translucent outline above her body, recoiled, pulling away from his touch. Her ghostly screams, no longer merely echoing, now grew louder, more desperate, a raw, primal shriek of utter terror. And the other voices, that terrifying chorus of the wrongly dead, joined her, a unified wailing protest demanding justice, demanding release. I stood at a precipice of choice, a crossroads that had nothing to do with physical roads or tangible maps. Before me stretched two paths, both leading, I knew with a dreadful certainty, to damnation. I could complete the ceremony, bind this innocent woman's soul to the corpse forever, and perhaps, just perhaps, appease the hungry dead enough to escape with my own life. Or I could refuse, let the bride die, as her body was already dying, and face the wrath of both the influential living family members who watched with cold, unblinking eyes, and the restless, furious spirits they had created. The corpse turned its own sewn eyes toward me, and somehow, impossibly, I knew it could see me, could pierce through the thick thread that bound its lids shut. Choose wisely. Officiant, it rasped, its voice resonating in my very bones. An ancient, unwavering command. Some contracts cannot be broken. The bride's physical body began to convulse again, more violently this time, her delicate frame shaking uncontrollably. Foam appeared at the corners of her mouth, a sickening white against her pale skin, and her breathing became ragged, erratic, A shallow, desperate gasp for air. She was dying. She had been dying all along, and in that horrifying realization, I understood that this had always been the plan. Let her die during the ceremony, her last breath drawn in the midst of the unholy ritual, so that her soul would be bound at the precise moment of death, trapped forever in unholy matrimony. No, I said, the word a raw, guttural cry, and the sound seemed to shatter something in the thick, oppressive air, a delicate, unseen barrier. I won't be part of this. I lunged forward, moving on instinct, a sudden, desperate surge of defiance, and swept the bride's body into my arms. She was lighter than I expected, hollow somehow, as though death had already begun to claim her, hollowing her out from the inside. Behind me, the corpse let out a howl of pure, unadulterated rage that made the chapel windows explode inward, showering us with glittering, treacherous glass. I ran, carrying the dying woman, my feet pounding through corridors that seemed to stretch and twist like something alive, fighting me. The house itself was an enemy now. Doors slammed shut in my face, groaning protests. Stairs multiplied beneath my feet, their treads shifting, trying to trip me. Walls bled shadow, thick and viscous, reaching for us with grasping, liquid fingers. Behind us came the sounds of relentless pursuit. Not footsteps, but something worse. The scraping of bone on stone, the wet, sickening dragging of a body that should not be able to move. And underneath it all, the constant, growing screaming of the wrong dead, a chorus of agony and fury, growing louder with each desperate step. I burst through the front door, stumbling out into the night, the woman's body growing heavier, more inert in my arms with every passing second. The night air was thick with an unnatural fog that moved against the wind, forming fleeting shapes that might have been faces, contorted with ancient grief, before dissolving back into nothing. I reached my car, fumbling for the keys with numb, trembling fingers. The woman in my arms was barely breathing now, her pulse so faint I could hardly feel it. In trying to save her, I feared I might have only hastened her end. The house behind us erupted in light, not the warm, comforting glow of electricity, but the cold, sickly illumination of decay, the phosphorescence of things that should remain buried. Through the windows, I could see figures moving, some living, some not, all of them united in their fury at my interference. I got the car started, the engine catching with a reluctant roar, and pulled away from the estate, tires squealing against the wet pavement. In the rearview mirror, I saw the matriarch standing in the doorway, her face a mask of rage and bitter disappointment. But it was not her that made me press harder on the accelerator. It was the figure beside her. The corpse groom stood in the doorway, his burial suit hanging in tatters, his sewn eyes weeping blood that gleamed black in the phosphorescent light. Even at that distance, I could see his mouth moving, forming words that I was grateful I could not hear. I drove through the city streets like a man pursued by demons, which perhaps I was. The woman in the passenger seat grew colder with each mile, her breathing so shallow it was barely perceptible. I had a choice to make. The large city hospital, where they might save her life, but where questions would be asked that I could not answer, or somewhere else, somewhere private, where she could die in peace rather than in bondage. I chose the hospital. The medical center rose before us like a cathedral of healing, its towering windows glowing with warm, human light that seemed to push back the shadows that clung to my car like hungry things. I carried the woman through the emergency room doors, and the sudden, overwhelming brightness made me realize how truly dark the world had become. "Help her," I said to the first attendant I saw, my voice hoarse, raw. "She's been poisoned, drugged. I don't know what they gave her." They took her from me with efficient professionalism, whisking her away on a stretcher toward treatment rooms where science and skill might succeed where I had failed. A doctor approached me with questions, but the words seemed to come from very far away, as though he was speaking through water. I gave them a false name for the woman, the first name that came to mind that was not on their forbidden list. I told them I had found her collapsed on the street, which was close enough to truth to pass cursory examination. When they asked for my information, I gave them lies that would dissolve under scrutiny, but might hold long enough for what mattered. And then I left, walking out into the city dawn with the crushing weight of the night pressing down on my shoulders like a physical thing. The woman lived. I know because I called the medical center every day for a week, claiming to be a concerned citizen. She woke up on the third day with no memory of the preceding weeks, which the doctors attributed to trauma and whatever substances had been used on her. Her family came to collect her. I watched from across the street as they helped her into a car, supporting her trembling steps with gentle hands. She looked so small in the daylight, so fragile and human, nothing like the ethereal bride of the dead she had been dressed to play. My establishment closed 6 months later. The influential family withdrew their patronage, of course, and word spread somehow through the city's elite that I was unreliable, unsuitable for sensitive arrangements. My reputation died as surely as if they had put a projectile through my heart, though perhaps more slowly. I should have been relieved. I told myself I was relieved. But late at night, when the fog rolled in from the nearby harbour and the shadows grew long and strange, I would hear things, whispered voices speaking words in that ancient tongue I had somehow known in the chapel, the chilling sound of wedding bells that rang with the mournful tone of funeral dirges. And sometimes, just sometimes, I would see her, the bride, standing at the foot of my bed, or reflected in my bathroom mirror, or waiting at the corner when I walked to the grocery store. Not the living woman I had saved, but the spectral form I had glimpsed in the chapel. Beautiful and terrible, and eternally waiting for a ghostly union that would never come. She never spoke to me, never acknowledged my presence directly, but I knew she was there. A constant reminder of that night when I had stood at the crossroads between the possible and the unthinkable, and chosen, for once in my careful, pragmatic life, to do what was right rather than what was safe. The other brides were gone. I thought the wrong dead had found their peace when I broke the ceremony, when I refused to add another victim to their number. But this one remained, not angry, but somehow grateful, a gentle wraith who watched over the man who had chosen her life over his own security. Or perhaps I was simply going mad. The weight of what I had witnessed finally breaking something fundamental in my mind. In a city like this, full of old houses and older secrets, madness and haunting often wore the same face. I moved away eventually, left the city for a smaller settlement, where no one knew my name or my history. I found work in a different field, insurance prosaic and safe and utterly removed from the business of death. I married a kind woman who asked few questions about my past, and we had children who filled our house with laughter that drove away shadows. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I would wake to find frost on the windows despite the season, and the faint, sweet scent of ceremonial flowers drifting through rooms where no flowers grew. And I would know that some bargains once struck echo through time like wedding bells tolling in an empty sacred place. The dead, it seems, have long memories, and they never forget a kindness any more than they forget a wrong. In my new life, I told myself I had saved a woman from a fate worse than death. But in the deepest part of my heart, where truth lives like a candle flame that cannot be extinguished, I knew that I had done something else entirely. I had learned that there are some ceremonies that should never be completed, some vows that should never be spoken, and some doors that once open can never truly be closed again. The ghostly union was over, but its echoes would follow me forever. A reminder that in the space between life and death, love and possession, salvation and damnation, we make choices that define not just who we are, but who we will always be in this world and whatever lies beyond. The clock arrived one Tuesday afternoon in the quiet calm of late September, brought by two men whose reluctance to enter the residence in the historic coastal town was almost palpable. They deposited the imposing piece in the front hall with an unseemly haste, their muttered excuses about distant traffic barely audible before their truck disappeared around a corner of the tree-lined lane with what struck the homeowner as unnecessary speed. The grandfather clock stood nearly 8 feet tall, a silent sentinel of darkened mahogany, its aged case bearing the deep, rich patina of centuries. The brass pendulum, a polished disc catching the late afternoon light that streamed through the transom window, cast brief, dancing reflections on the subtly patterned walls, fleeting moments of brightness in the gathering gloom. He had purchased it at an estate auction the previous Saturday, drawn by something he couldn't quite articulate, a profound quality of presence that set it apart from all the other timepieces offered. Rather imposing, his wife had remarked, when he described his new acquisition over dinner that evening, her voice carrying that talent for understatement which had served their marriage well for 16 quiet years. "Will it fit in your study?" "I thought perhaps the front hall," the husband replied, cutting his lamb with deliberate, almost meditative precision. "It seems the sort of piece that requires acknowledgement." His wife nodded, though he detected a faint, almost imperceptible tightening around her eyes, a subtle ripple in her usual composure. Over the years, she had learned to accommodate his enthusiasms, the meticulously curated collection of stamps, the ancient manuscripts, a brief but intense fascination with obscure ancient coins. All had found their designated place in their federal-style home on their familiar avenue, a charming coincidence of naming that had initially amused them both. The auctioneer, a man whose hurried patter now felt distant, had provided minimal information about the clock's origins. It had belonged to the previous owners, a prominent family line, for several generations, he'd said, his own certainty vague, almost evasive about the specifics. The estate was being liquidated following the quiet passing of the last heir, a reclusive woman who had lived alone in the rambling old mansion on the more fashionable end of their avenue. The homeowner had passed that imposing structure countless times during his evening walks, yet had never seen any clear signs of habitation beyond the faint, solitary glow of a lamp in an upstairs window, a silent, watchful eye in the twilight. That first evening, after the delivery men had vanished into the twilight, the homeowner spent a considerable amount of time examining his new acquisition. The clockmaker's name, that of an esteemed artisan from the old city, was inscribed in faded, gilded letters just beneath the moon phase dial. The case bore the expected signs of its great age small: shallow scratches on the polished finish, a delicate hairline crack near the base that seemed almost part of the wood's grain, and the gentle, subtle warping that came with decades of seasonal expansion and contraction. Yet, the intricate mechanism within appeared to be in excellent, almost pristine condition. When he opened the slender door to set the brass pendulum in motion, the movement began its steady, rhythmic tick with a surprising, almost robust vigor. The clock chimed noon the following day, its single, resonant note echoing through the front hall, seeming to linger in the air longer than physics should have allowed, a sound both deep and ethereal. His wife, who was at that moment arranging a vase of freshly cut flowers in the front parlour, paused in her delicate work, her hands hovering above the blossoms. "It has a lovely tone," she commented, though something in her voice, a subtle undercurrent, suggested a hint of reservation, a quiet doubt. That night, the homeowner was abruptly awakened by the distinct sound of chiming. He lay perfectly still in the quiet darkness of their second-floor bedroom, counting the strokes as they reverberated through the sleeping house. 1, 2, 3. The notes seemed deeper, richer than they had at noon, more resonant, as if the very night air itself were amplifying the sound, drawing it out. 7, 8, 9. He found himself holding his breath, a strange, unspoken apprehension tightening his chest, though he could not say why. 11, 12. Then, a pause, a moment of profound, unnatural stillness before the 13th chime. It came with a quality entirely different from the others. Not quite a discord, but something approaching it. A note that seemed to hang suspended in the silent air, like an unresolved question. Beside him, his wife stirred slightly, a soft sigh escaping her lips, but she did not wake. Her breathing remained steady, deep, undisturbed. The homeowner lay there, listening to the profound silence that followed, acutely aware of his own unnaturally loud heartbeat, of the subtle, familiar sounds of the old house settling around them, shifting as old bones might. Eventually, he tried to convince himself that he had simply miscounted, that his drowsy, half-asleep mind had added an extra, impossible chime to midnight's proper 12. But when he finally descended to the kitchen for a glass of water, he noticed that the front door, which he distinctly remembered locking with meticulous care, stood slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible at its seam. He secured the lock once more with a firm click that echoed in the quiet hall and returned to bed, where he lay awake, listening, until the first pale hints of dawn touched the windows. The peculiar pattern established itself over the following nights. At noon, the clock chimed once with perfect, polite propriety, its voice clear and singular. But at midnight, 13 resonant chimes would sound, echoing through the house, each one seeming to vibrate not just in the air, but deep within his very bones. And each morning, the homeowner would discover some small, unsettling alteration in his domestic landscape. The front door, invariably, would be found unlocked again, despite his careful checking. A photograph in the hallway, his and his wife's wedding portrait, a cherished memory, would hang at a slight, almost imperceptible angle, though he was certain it had been perfectly straight the evening before. The morning newspaper, which he habitually left folded neatly on the kitchen table, would be found open, its pages eerily turned to the obituary section. His wife, remarkably, seemed oblivious to these subtle disturbances. When he cautiously mentioned the door, she would suggest, with a gentle smile, that the old lock might simply be settling, as old mechanisms sometimes did. When he quietly straightened the crooked photograph, she didn't appear to notice its previous disarray. She slept soundly, serenely, through the midnight chimes, though to the homeowner, they seemed to grow demonstrably louder, more insistent with each passing night. Perhaps you should consult a local medical practitioner, she suggested gently, her voice full of mild concern, when he mentioned his increasing difficulties with sleep. He might prescribe something mild to help you rest. But the homeowner knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that no medication could address the fundamental wrongness that had so subtly, yet irrevocably, entered their lives with the arrival of the grandfather clock. He began to research the previous owners, the family line, spending his lunch hours at the local public library, poring over old city directories and brittle newspaper archives. The family line had been among the historic coastal town's more prominent residents in the 19th century. Their wealth built on long-vanished trade routes and carefully preserved through judicious marriages and conservative investments. But the family tree, as the homeowner meticulously traced it through births, deaths, and marriages recorded in the regional genealogical collection, showed a curious, unsettling pattern. The men of the family tended to die young, not in any dramatic, violent fashion, but quietly, in their sleep. Often in the prime of their lives, the women lived longer, but frequently suffered from what the euphemistic language of earlier eras described as nervous conditions or constitutional delicacy. The last of the family line, a woman named Charlotte, had lived alone in the grand old family home for nearly 40 years, following the quiet passing of her father in 1982. Neighbors described her as increasingly reclusive in her final years, though an elderly woman who lived across the street mentioned seeing lights moving through the house at odd hours, as if Charlotte were wandering the rooms restlessly at night. She had trouble sleeping. The neighbor told the homeowner when he encountered her during one of his evening walks. I'd see her up at all hours, moving from room to room. Sometimes I wondered if she was quite well, living alone like that for so long. The last owner had died peacefully in her sleep one Tuesday morning in March. The housekeeper, who discovered her body, reported, almost as an afterthought, that all the clocks in the house had stopped precisely at midnight. He began to research the lineage of the former owners, spending his lunch hours in the hushed, dust-scented quiet of the local public library. He pored over brittle old city directories, their pages crackling with forgotten lives, and through the yellowed, brittle archives of long-vanished newspapers. The family line, he discovered, had been among the historic coastal town's more prominent residents in the 19th century. Their wealth built on a tapestry of long-vanished trade routes and carefully preserved through judicious, calculated marriages and conservative investments. But the family tree, as the homeowner meticulously traced its intricate branches through births, deaths, and marriages meticulously recorded in the regional genealogical collection, showed a curious, deeply unsettling pattern. The men of the family, generation after generation, tended to die young, not in any dramatic, violent fashion that might be remembered in local law, but quietly, almost politely, in their sleep. Often in the very prime of their lives, their potential left unfulfilled. The women, in stark contrast, seemed to endure longer, like stubborn weeds clinging to life, but they frequently suffered from what the euphemistic language of earlier eras delicately described as nervous conditions, or a vague, unsettling constitutional delicacy. It was as if something in the very air of their lives, or perhaps in the silent tick of their ancestral clock, systematically wore away at their spirits. The last of the family line, a woman named Charlotte, had lived alone in the grand, rambling old family home for nearly 40 solitary years following the quiet passing of her father in 1982. Neighbours, when interviewed in the faded newspaper columns, described her as increasingly reclusive in her final years, a shadow retreating deeper into the sprawling mansion. Yet, an elderly woman who lived across the street, whom the homeowner encountered during one of his aimless evening walks, mentioned seeing faint, flickering lights moving through the house at odd hours, long after midnight, as if Charlotte were wandering the cavernous rooms restlessly at night, unable to find peace. She had trouble sleeping, the neighbour confided, her voice a reedy whisper in the deepening twilight. I'd see her up at all hours, moving from room to room, like a ghost in her own house. Sometimes I wondered if she was quite well, living alone like that for so long. It can do things to a person. The last owner died peacefully in her sleep one Tuesday morning in March. The housekeeper, who discovered her body, reported, almost as a curious afterthought, that all the clocks in the house, every single one, from the smallest mantelpiece piece to the most ornate grandfather clock, had stopped precisely at midnight. The homeowner shared none of these increasingly unsettling discoveries with his wife. He couldn't. She had begun to regard his growing preoccupation with the clock, not with alarm, but with the patient, gentle concern she might show for a minor, passing illness, something she trusted would eventually fade. She went about her daily routines with a determined, almost brittle normalcy, tending her vibrant garden with a careful hand, meeting her sister for predictable lunches, attending her book club meetings where polite conversation flowed like an untroubled stream. If she noticed that the cherished photographs in their home were frequently found askew in the mornings, their silver frames tilted at strange angles, she gave no outward sign, her serenity a stark contrast to his growing turmoil. But he noticed. Oh, he noticed everything. The wedding portrait in the hallway, a captured moment of their youthful joy, developed a persistent, almost malicious tendency to hang crooked, no matter how carefully or how often he adjusted it, as if some invisible hand sought to subtly disturb their perfect memory. More disturbing still, the family photograph on the mantelpiece, taken during their vacation in a picturesque seaside town the previous summer, began to show signs of a slow, insidious change. At first, he attributed the alterations to a tired imagination, to the cruel tricks that memory can play in the twilight hours of sleepless nights. But gradually, chillingly, he became certain that their faces in the photograph were different, subtly changed. His own expression, once bright with the seaside sun, seemed more grave, more burdened. His wife's smile, once carefree, now appeared strained, almost brittle. It was as if the camera, in that innocent moment of happiness, had captured not who they were then, but who they were slowly, inexorably becoming. The 13th chime, once a minor discordancy, now grew more insistent. What had initially seemed like a simple acoustic anomaly, a quirk of an old mechanism, became something approaching a summons, a deep, resonant call from the very heart of the house. The homeowner found himself lying awake each night, suspended in the suffocating darkness, waiting for midnight, counting the strokes with an attention that bordered on reverence, on a desperate, fearful anticipation. 1, 2, 3. On the 7th night after the clock's arrival, a subtle, profound change occurred. His wife did not stir at the 13th chime. She lay beside him with a stillness that seemed profound, almost ceremonial, as if she were a statue carved from the deepest silence. Her breathing, usually a soft, comforting rhythm, had acquired a quality that made him think of sleep not as a form of simple rest, but as a form of departure, a quiet, almost imperceptible journey. When he spoke her name softly, a whisper that seemed too loud in the encompassing dark, she did not respond. When he reached out a trembling hand and touched her shoulder, a gentle caress, she remained motionless, her skin cool beneath his fingers. Only when the chime had faded completely, its last echo absorbed by the walls, did she resume her normal, restless patterns of sleep, turning slightly, a soft, unintelligible murmur escaping her lips, a sound that seemed to come from a great distance. The next morning, over breakfast, she complained of strange dreams. "I was in a house I didn't recognize," she told him, her coffee growing cold in her cup, unheeded, old-fashioned, with high ceilings and heavy, dark furniture. There were people there, but I couldn't see their faces clearly. They were always just at the edge of my vision, like reflections in a dim mirror. They were waiting for something or someone. She paused, stirring sugar into her cup with an unusual, almost mechanical deliberation, her gaze drifting out the window, unfocused. "It felt like I belonged there somehow," she added, her voice a breathy whisper, "as if I'd been there before." A subtle chill, a premonition of something unspeakable, snaked up the homeowner's spine. That afternoon, while his wife was visiting her sister, a carefully planned distraction, the homeowner decided to examine the clock more thoroughly. He had been reluctant to disturb it, sensing that such intrusive attention might be profoundly unwelcome, might stir something best left dormant. But his growing unease, a cold knot in his stomach, now demanded investigation, a desperate search for answers. The case, a slender door of polished wood, opened easily, revealing the elaborate brass mechanism within, a gleaming, intricate world of gears and springs. The pendulum continued its steady, hypnotic swing, marking time with an unwavering, mechanical precision. The heavy weights hung on their chains, slowly descending, a slow, silent countdown as the hours passed. Everything appeared exactly as it should, in a properly functioning timepiece. But when the homeowner looked more closely at the interior of the case, running his trembling fingers along the dark, cool wood, he discovered something that should not have been there. Names. Names carved into the mahogany with careful, deliberate precision, arranged in the vertical columns like grim entries in a ledger of the dead. The letters were small, but clearly formed, each name accompanied by a single, ominous date. Some of the dates, he saw, went back more than a century, to a time of sailing ships and gaslight. Josiah, 1847. Nathaniel, 1863. Charles, 1879. And continuing through the decades, Frederick, 1901. William, 1924. And then more recent entries, Arthur, 1982. And at the bottom of the most recent column, carved in letters so fresh that tiny, almost invisible curls of wood still clung to the edges, was written Cornelius. The sight of his own name, etched into the dark, silent wood, sent a chill through him that seemed to originate not from the cool air around him, but from somewhere deeper, some primordial recognition of his own mortality, made terrifyingly manifest. He traced the letters with a finger that trembled uncontrollably, noting their depth and precision. This was not the work of a moment, not an impulsive act. Someone, or something, had taken considerable, deliberate care with this inscription. He closed the case quickly, the soft click echoing like a gunshot in the silent hall, and stepped back, his heart beating with an unnatural, frantic speed, a trapped bird fluttering against his ribs. The clock continued its steady, relentless tick, utterly indifferent to his profound discovery, measuring out the moments with an unchanging, cold, mechanical precision. That evening, the homeowner found himself studying his wife across the polished surface of the dinner table with an intense, unsettling new attention. She seemed somehow frailer than he remembered, her vibrant color less pronounced, a subtle translucence in her skin that hadn't been there before. When she spoke of her day, a quiet conversation with her sister, the book she was reading, her innocuous plans for the coming weekend, her voice carried a peculiar quality of distance, as if she were reporting events that had occurred not to her, but to someone else, a vaguely familiar acquaintance observed from afar. "Are you feeling well?" he asked, the words feeling clumsy, inadequate in the quiet hum of the dining room. She paused, her fork suspended halfway to her mouth, a delicate piece of pasta clinging to its tines. "I've been a little tired lately," she replied, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaping her lips. "Nothing serious, of course. Perhaps I should take more iron. Amen curiosity." But the homeowner saw something else in her face, something that chilled him to the bone, a kind of quiet resignation, a subtle acceptance that seemed to have settled there like a fine layer of dust, obscuring the familiar contours of her spirit. She moved through the motions of their evening routine, clearing the dishes with a practiced, almost rote efficiency, checking the locks on the heavy front door, turning off the lights in the unused rooms, all with the mechanical precision of someone following a script written by another, unseen hand. That night, the 13th chime seemed to fill the house more completely than ever before. It wasn't merely a sound in the air. It resonated deep within the very fabric of the old structure, vibrating in the walls themselves, in the floorboards beneath their bed, and in the sturdy window frames that held back the whispering darkness. His wife's stillness during the chiming was absolute, a profound, almost ceremonial quietude. He found himself involuntarily checking for the subtle rise and fall of her chest. A desperate, silent plea for reassurance that she continued to breathe, that her presence beside him was still tangible. When the chime finally faded, its lingering echo swallowed by the heavy silence, she remained motionless for several moments longer than usual, her body a rigid silhouette against the moonlight, before drawing a deep, shuddering breath that sounded like dry leaves rustling in an autumn wind. Then, as if awakening from a deep trance, she resumed the familiar, restless movements of normal sleep, a soft, unintelligible murmur escaping her lips, a sound that seemed to come from a great, unbridgeable distance. The next morning, over breakfast, her coffee growing cold in her cup, forgotten, she complained of strange dreams. "I was in a house I didn't recognize," she recounted, her voice hushed, tinged with a delicate bewilderment. Old-fashioned, with impossibly high ceilings and heavy, dark furniture. There were people there, moving in the periphery, but I couldn't see their faces clearly. They were always just at the edge of my vision, like reflections in a dim, forgotten mirror. They were waiting for something or someone, a quiet, patient vigil. She paused, stirring sugar into her cup with an unusual, almost automatic deliberation, her gaze drifting out the window, unfocused and distant. "It felt like I belonged there somehow," she added, her voice barely a breath, "as if I'd been there before, as if it were a place I had once known intimately, a home that now called to me from across a vast expanse of time." A subtle chill, a premonition of something unspeakable and cold, snaked its way up the homeowner's spine, coiling tightly in the pit of his stomach. The first morning light, pale and hesitant, filtered through the bedroom window, yet it seemed to struggle to banish the shadows clinging to the corners of the room. The woman stirred beside the homeowner, a soft rustle of sheets, but her awakening was not the usual gentle return to consciousness. Her eyes, which should have opened with familiar recognition, instead remained unfocused for a long, unsettling stretch of moments, fixed on the ceiling above, as if studying a map of a place she had never seen. There was no flicker of memory, no immediate spark of self in her gaze. It was as if her mind, newly emerged from the profound stillness of the night, was a slate wiped clean, desperately searching for the etchings of her own identity. The homeowner's breath caught in his throat, a cold knot tightening in his chest. He reached out gently, his hand covering hers on the rumpled bedspread. "My dear," he said, his voice softer than he intended, a fragile lifeline cast across an unknown chasm. She turned to him then, her movement slow, deliberate, like a mechanism carefully re-engaging. Her eyes, the familiar colour of spring leaves, met his, but without the warmth of shared history, without the spark of intimate knowledge that had bound them for so many years. It was the polite, measured attention one might offer a stranger, a courteous inquiry devoid of personal connection. "Yes," she responded, the single word hanging in the air, a question mark of uncertainty. Her gaze remained on his face, studying him with a quiet, analytical curiosity that was utterly foreign, as if he were a newly encountered acquaintance whose name she was trying to recall. "How are you feeling?" she asked, the conventional phrase sounding stiff, rehearsed, as if pulled from a phrasebook rather than from genuine concern. She considered his question, or perhaps merely the concept of feeling, with a careful, almost academic deliberation, her brow furrowing slightly. Her fingers, still held loosely in his, felt cool, detached. "I'm not certain," she said finally, her voice carrying a fragile, reedy quality he had never heard before. "I feel as if I've been traveling for a very long time, through endless, shifting landscapes, and have just arrived somewhere unfamiliar." Her eyes drifted away from him again, scanning the familiar contours of their bedroom, the ornate dresser, the aged tapestry on the wall, the very quilt that had covered them for decades, with the detached wonder of a traveller seeing a foreign land for the first time. As the morning light strengthened, pushing back the lingering tendrils of night, a fragile veil of recognition seemed to settle upon her. She moved through the rooms of their home, dressing, walking to the kitchen, preparing their simple breakfast, with a returning semblance of familiarity. Yet, to the homeowner, it was like watching a delicate, almost ghostly reconstruction of his wife. The gestures were hers, the tilt of her head, the way she smoothed her hair, the particular set of her shoulders, yet they were devoid of the ingrained ease, the unconscious flow that had defined her for so long. She paused by the staircase, her hand brushing over the polished banister, then lingered before their wedding portrait, tilted precariously from the previous night's shifting, examining it with the quiet, absorbed curiosity of a visitor to a museum, rather than the fond glance of one seeing her own history. She prepared breakfast with a mechanical efficiency that was chilling in its precision. The movements of her hands as she measured coffee, toasted bread, and arranged plates were flawless, each action executed with a practiced exactitude. But when it came to her own preferences, a subtle hesitancy, a faint blankness, would cross her features. "Do I usually take cream in my coffee?" she asked, her gaze lifting to his, a polite, almost apologetic query. "And pastries, are these what I prefer?" The questions, so simple, so fundamental to their shared daily rhythm, landed in the quiet kitchen like tiny, unsettling stones dropped into still water, sending ripples of profound unease through the homeowner. By afternoon, the familiar patterns of his wife's day had largely reasserted themselves. She spoke of the mundane with a quiet, gentle tone, her voice regaining much of its customary timbre. She walked in the garden, tending to her roses with hands that knew the subtle language of earth and bloom, though her focus seemed unusually intense, as if she were deciphering a new, intricate code. She was his wife, undeniably, in form and voice, in the subtle cadence of her laughter. Yet, a quality of profound distance clung to her, a subtle, almost imperceptible film over her very presence. It was as though the essential core of her, the spirit that had animated her familiar self, had withdrawn to some remote vantage point, observing her own life, participating in its motions, but not entirely present, not wholly engaged. That evening, as the shadows lengthened and deepened outside, painting the old house in shades of indigo and slate. The homeowner retreated to his study. He attempted to immerse himself in his work, the familiar, precise language of legal documents offering a brief, fragile solace against the creeping dread within him. But his concentration was fractured, his mind a restless current, constantly drawn back to the chilling changes in his wife. Then, a soft sound from the front hall, a delicate, almost soundless movement, drew his attention. Through the open study door, he saw her. His wife stood before the tall time-telling device, a slender silhouette against the dim, ambient light. Her hand rested gently on the darkened mahogany case. Her fingers splayed slightly, as if she were feeling for a pulse, for a living beat within the ancient wood. A quiet intensity emanated from her, a focused absorption he hadn't seen in her for years, perhaps never. Certainly not directed at the old clock. She turned slightly, catching his gaze. A faint, soft smile touched her lips. "It's beautiful," she said, her voice clear, almost wistful. "I don't think I really looked at it before, truly saw it, until now." Her head tilted, a gesture of quiet contemplation. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, she opened the clock's heavy door, revealing the intricate brass mechanism within. She peered into its depths with the same curious, detached attention she had bestowed upon photographs and furnishings that morning, her eyes tracing the gleaming gears, the polished springs, the steady, rhythmic swing of the pendulum. If her gaze fell upon the names, the stark, carved records of past lives and ultimate departures etched into the dark wood, she gave no sign. Her expression remained serene, unburdened by recognition. She simply observed, a visitor admiring a curious antique. "Listen," she whispered, stepping back from the open case, her hand gently indicating the steady, insistent tick-tock. "You can hear the mechanism, all those tiny parts working together, in perfect harmony, keeping perfect time. The words, so innocent, so filled with a detached appreciation for mechanical precision, sent a fresh wave of cold dread through the homeowner, a premonition of the perfect, inevitable order of things. That night, the homeowner lay in the suffocating quiet of their bedroom, a profound stillness clinging to the air like damp velvet. Sleep was a distant, unwelcome possibility. Every nerve ending in his body thrummed with a low, constant hum of dread, a chilling premonition that settled deep in his bones. He knew what was coming, had been anticipating it with a growing, terrible certainty since the arrival of the antique timepiece. He found himself unable to prevent the meticulous, agonizing count of the minutes as they bled slowly into the heart of the night. Each passing second a tiny, relentless hammer blow against his fragile composure. Beside him, his wife slept with a stillness that was not merely deep, but profound, almost unnaturally so. Her body, usually a landscape of gentle shifts and sighs in slumber, now lay utterly devoid of motion, a silent, unbreathing sculpture in the moonlight. Her breath, when he strained to detect it, was so shallow, so faint, that he found himself leaning closer, holding his own, until the quiet rise and fall of her chest became a desperate, almost hallucinatory focus in the oppressive darkness. It was a breathing that felt less like life and more like a carefully maintained absence, a fragile barrier against a profound departure. Then, the first chime sounded, the deep, resonant note of the tall, time-telling device from the front hall sliced through the oppressive quiet, vibrating not just in the air, but in the very foundations of the old house. One. It was followed by another, and another, each a hammer blow of sound that echoed through the walls, through the floorboards, through the very marrow of his bones. 2, 3, 4, the familiar rhythmic march of midnight, each stroke precise, unwavering. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The sounds were deep, sonorous, yet imbued with an almost aggressive certainty, as if the clock were not merely marking time, but commanding it, bending reality to its will. But then came the 13th chime. It was not merely louder than the others, though its resonance seemed to fill every crevice of the house, every chamber of his mind. It was different, more complete, a sound that lingered, expanded, and then settled, not like a question, but like an unassailable declaration. It felt as though all the previous nights, all the 12 chimes before it, had been but a prelude, a slow, deliberate winding up for this single, final, all-encompassing note. This was the crescendo, the culmination, the moment for which the antique mechanism had been patiently waiting. During this final, resonant stroke, his wife's stillness deepened into something absolute, otherworldly. She lay beside him like a figure sculpted from cold marble, beautiful in her serenity, yet remote, utterly motionless, utterly vacant. The moonlight, filtering through the bedroom window, cast her features in a pale, almost phosphorescent glow, highlighting the unnerving perfection of her repose. Her face was serene, yet blank, as if the essential self that animated her had momentarily, completely, departed for the duration of the chime, leaving only the exquisite, empty vessel behind. Even after the sound faded, leaving behind a silence so profound it pressed against his eardrums, she remained frozen in that posture of absolute quiet. The homeowner watched her, his heart a frantic bird trapped in his ribs, a terrifying thought coiling in his mind. What if she doesn't return at all? What if this profound stillness was not a pause, but a final, irrevocable departure? Then, with a deep, shuddering intake of breath, a sound like wind rustling through dry autumn leaves, she finally stirred. Her eyes, which now seemed to hold the impenetrable darkness of deep water, slowly opened and turned towards him. There was a distance in them, a vast, uncrossable chasm that made his own breath catch. "I've been dreaming," she said, her voice soft, yet carrying an unsettling weight, an echo of something ancient and profound, as if it had travelled across centuries to reach him. Such strange dreams. I was in a place where time moves differently, where the minutes and hours flow like water, not like rigid segments, but a continuous, shifting current. Her gaze drifted, unfocused, as if still lost in the landscapes of her dream. There were others there, she continued, her voice gaining a wistful, almost melancholic quality. People who had been waiting a very long time. They welcomed me as if I belonged with them. She reached out, her fingers, cold as winter air, brushing against his face. The touch sent a shiver down his spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "They told me," she whispered, her eyes fixed on his. yet seeing something far beyond him. He would be joining us soon. The morning light, pale and tentative, eventually crept into the room, but it brought no solace. His wife was gone. Not physically. No. Her body remained in their bed, still breathing, still warm to his touch, a hollow imitation of life. But the essential woman, the Helen he had shared 16 years of marriage with, the one who knew his habits, his preferences, his silent fears, had departed as completely as if she had simply packed a suitcase and walked out the door, leaving no forwarding address. The woman who woke beside him bore his wife's face, spoke with her voice, and moved with her familiar cadence. Yet she was a stranger inhabiting familiar flesh, a polite guest who had somehow inherited a life she did not recognize. She moved through their house with a gentle uncertainty, pausing to ask directions to rooms she had lived in for years, preparing meals from recipes she seemed to be reading for the very first time. Her brow furrowed in concentration over a simple omelette, when the homeowner, desperate for a tether to their shared past, tried to speak of it, their honeymoon in a distant land, the house they had renovated together, the myriad small conversations that had shaped their marriage. She listened. She listened with the patient, almost academic attention of someone hearing stories about people she had never met, about a life she had never lived. "It sounds lovely," she would say, her voice soft, devoid of genuine recognition. Or, "How interesting," with a detached curiosity that was chilling. There was no spark in her eyes, no flicker of shared memory, no echo of the intimacy that had once bound them. She was not cruel, not unkind. If anything, she was more gentle, more solicitous of his comfort than the Helen he had known. But she was not Helen. And in the profound, unspoken silence that settled between them, they both seemed to understand this terrible, unalterable truth. Later that afternoon, the homeowner returned to the tall time-telling device. His fingers traced the names carved into the dark wood, finding a new entry below his own, the woman who now bore his wife's face. A chilling certainty settled over him. His time was approaching. That night, as the 13th chime filled the house, not with sound, but with a profound calling, he finally surrendered. He felt his sense of self scatter like leaves in an autumn wind, a profound peace washing over him as he became part of the antique mechanism's endless cycle. In the morning, a man who wore the homeowner's face woke in the bed on the upper floor of the house. He found a woman in the kitchen who seemed familiar, yet unknown. She smiled with gentle uncertainty, and he, studying her pleasant but unfamiliar face, asked her to surprise him with his coffee. And so, in the house on the thoroughfare, two strangers, having inherited the lives of others, settled into their borrowed routines, waiting patiently for whatever call would come to them in turn. The tall, time-telling device in the front hall continued its steady tick, marking the passage of moments that belonged sometimes to one person, sometimes to another, in the endless dance of renewal that kept the world turning. So, the stories end, for now. Each echo of a hidden truth, a whisper of what lies just beyond the veil of our everyday understanding, from the quiet grief of an old house to the endless turning of time itself. These are the moments where reality frays, where the familiar becomes unsettling, and where the darkest parts of our world, or perhaps our own minds, begin to stir. As the last words linger, Let the night deepen around you. Let the sounds fade, one by one. The rustle of unseen leaves, the distant sigh of the wind, the soft, rhythmic hum of silence itself. Close your eyes and listen not for what is there, but for what is not. For in those spaces, in that quiet absence, sometimes the truest fears are found. Rest now and sleep.